Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-18, Turtle Hiding in Its Shell. In response to Xiang Shan's question, Yang Kai explained, "This technique requires a suitable vessel, so it wasn't possible for me to do so at the time." A universe fragment or universe world that had been refined into a world bead was one such suitable vessel. The Black Ink clan had destroyed essentially all suitable bodies in the 3,000 worlds during their many millennia of occupation, so they were unsuitable for him to use in such a situation. He did have a few world beads from the myriad monsters' territory, but those were meant as rations for Ada and Air. Xiang Shan nodded in understanding as he carefully put away the world bead that contained the entire Blood Flame army. Yang Kai was already refining the second one and soon turned the various universe fragments, each with one of the 12 armies on it, into world beads and gave them to the appropriate Ninth Order masters for safekeeping. Finally, Pure Yang Pass was the only object remaining outside the No Return Pass. The Supreme Headquarters staff gathered in the central square with the two giant spirit gods who shrank themselves down. Once Yang Kai used his space-time river to envelope and refine Pure Yang Pass into a type of world bead, all that was left of the Grand Army was a group of Ninth Order masters. Mi Jingluan turned around and gazed in the direction of the No Return Pass as he called out, "Those of you who remain in the No Return Pass must do your best to safeguard the entrance to the 3,000 worlds. If the army returns one day, it will be in glorious triumph. If, however," he paused, "if you receive unfavorable news from the front lines, seal the territory gate, return to the 3,000 worlds, and make the necessary preparations." Though the majority of the army was setting out, there were still some who remained at the No Return Pass to stand guard. After all, this was the primary territory gate that led to the 3,000 worlds. They could not leave it undefended. Nevertheless, the ones who stayed back were the ones who had been severely injured during the previous battle. Every single one of them sported grave injuries, from severed limbs to damaged small universes. There were only a few tens of thousands of them. When Mi Jingluan gave the order for them to remain at the No Return Pass, their protests made it all the way to the Supreme Headquarters. Despite their injuries, they were still fueled by their desire to slaughter the enemy, and even though they were not as strong as they once were, they were willing to fight to the bitter end. Mi Jingluan had to spend a lot of time persuading them with both reason and emotion until they finally agreed to watch over the territory gate. It was always wise to plan for all possibilities. Although they were able to kill off seemingly all of the Black Ink clan army when they besieged the No Return Pass, there were bound to be some who managed to slip past them due to the vastness of the battlefield. While these remnants of the Black Ink clan army might not be all that powerful, they could still wreak havoc on the humans who remained behind in the 3,000 worlds if they were given free rein. Furthermore, the ones who stayed behind were not all powerful masters. It was for this very reason that Yang Kai left behind a sealing secret technique. If the humans fell in the coming battle, the ones who remained at the No Return Pass were to retreat and use the sealing secret technique he left to permanently close the territory gate. Once that was done, the 3,000 worlds would no longer be connected to the Black Ink battlefield. Only a very large number of pseudo-royal lords or royal lords would be able to break the sealing secret technique Yang Kai left behind. If that many powerful masters from the Black Ink clan did return to the No Return Pass, it meant that the human army had lost, which would also mean the end of the human race. Once Mi Jingluan finished giving his instructions, those who were to remain behind cupped their fists and chorused, "Yes, sir." The Ninth Order masters took one last look at the No Return Pass. Their eyes flitted over the territory gate that led back to the 3,000 worlds before they hardened their hearts and abandoned all wistfulness as they headed deeper into the void. No one knew how many of them would make it back alive. Behind them, a loud voice bellowed out from the No Return Pass, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." The other voices rang out in unison, "May your valiant efforts be rewarded and your return victorious." With the help of the universe temples and space arrays that the Void Guard had set up beforehand, the 39th Order Masters took only a few days to traverse across the vast void and arrive at the boundary between the Black Ink battlefield and the late Ancient Era battlefield. They had made their calculations beforehand and gathered at the last of the universe temples where they convened with the Void Guard who were standing guard here. They wanted to hear the reports regarding the situation further ahead. Soon, the Void Guard finished reporting everything they knew. After taking it all in, Yang Kai said, "That means the Black Ink clan's reinforcements plan on ambushing us on the late ancient era battlefield." The Void Guard who spoke nodded and added, "That seems to be their plan." During the final battle at the No Return Pass half a year ago, the reinforcement army that had been rushing over suddenly stopped. We didn't know what happened at the time, but later on, we figured that they must have received word from the No Return Pass. Mi Jingluan nodded. Before Mo Na Yi died, he was still busy sending out dispatches. He must have been the one who arranged this. After Yang Kai killed Mo Na Yi with his spear, Mi Jingluan retrieved a small black ink nest from Mo Na Yi's hand. It was clear that the latter had been using the power of the black ink nest to send messages to the reinforcements. It's all clear now. The Black Ink clan's reinforcements realized that their existence had been exposed and that the No Return Pass had been seized, so in compliance with Mo Na Yi's arrangements, they found a suitable battlefield to lay in wait to attack us, but they would not have expected us to arrive this quickly. Considering the pace of a regular army, it would take the humans about a decade to cross such a distance, even if they left as soon as they emerged victorious at the No Return Pass. By then, no matter how strong the human race Grand Army was, they would still be exhausted from traveling and caught off guard by the Black Ink clan's well-prepared ambush. However, the human race only spent half a year recuperating after taking back the No Return Pass before reaching this place a couple of days later. It had indeed been a wise decision to form the Void Guard as they managed to help the humans avoid a catastrophic situation. This was their chance to make use of the intel they had while their opponents remained in the dark. After mulling it over in silence, Yang Kai raised his head and said, "Senior brother, all of you can rest here for now. I'll go on ahead and scout the situation." Mi Jingluan nodded. "We will have to trouble you with that, junior brother." A Void Guard swiftly stepped forward with a space beacon which Yang Kai took and channeled his power into. Once the space beacon flashed, Yang Kai disappeared. The next instant, he appeared somewhere in the void. There was a figure beside him. It was Li Wuyi, who was in charge of tracking the movements of the Black Ink clan reinforcements. This was the same way Yang Kai dropped in on Li Wuyi the last time. Li Wuyi let out a small exhale of relief when he spotted Yang Kai. He did feel rather pressured by his task of keeping an eye on things alone, but thanks to Yang Kai's presence, he now felt as if some weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Did we retake the No Return Pass?" Li Wuyi asked. Even though Li Wuyi received the news about the results of the battle at the No Return Pass, he could not resist checking anyway. "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "That's good to hear." Li Wuyi smiled at the confirmation, but soon, his expression turned grim as he asked quietly, "The casualties?" "Not as bad as it could have been. It is still bearable for us." Li Wuyi nodded without asking any further. All he would get was a cold, emotionless number, but every single number represented the sacrifice of a person. The price of war was far too heavy. "How are things over there?" Yang Kai looked out in front of him, but to his puzzlement, he did not see any sign of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. "I knew you were coming, so I retreated a little to avoid letting them sense anything. You can't see them from here," Li Wuyi explained. "They stopped moving half a year ago. Since then, they've been preparing themselves and building defensive structures." "Defensive structures?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. Li Wuyi nodded. "They dragged over many of the lifeless universe worlds and fragments to act as barriers. It seems to me that they intend to build up a base. It sounds as if they plan on having a full-on confrontation with us instead of ambushing us," Yang Kai thoughtfully mused. "That's very much within their means." Li Wuyi's expression was grim. There were several hundred pseudo-royal lords and over 10 million high-rank or higher Black Ink clansmen. Even though they don't have any true royal lords or Black Ink giant spirit gods with them, they are still a force to be reckoned with. "It's undoubtedly Mo Na Yi's doing," Yang Kai remarked in realization. "Their goal was never to stop our crusade, they simply hope to weaken us. As long as we've been weakened enough, continuing with the crusade will become meaningless." Thus, instead of trying to set up an ambush, they are better off fighting an all-out battle. They probably want us to discover their tracks. Li Wuyi gave it some thought before nodding in agreement. That seems to be the case. How vigilant are they? Yang Kai checked. Only somewhat, I'd say, Li Wuyi replied. They don't seem to expect us to arrive anytime soon, so they haven't sent out scouts or set up any strict patrols. Furthermore, the scouts they have deployed are only monitoring a small area. Still, it's enough to stop me from getting too close. 6 months ago, Li Wuyi had been able to observe the Black Ink clan army from up close, but ever since they began setting up their base, he had to stay further back to avoid detection. I'll go and take a look, Yang Kai said. After confirming the direction, he shot off into the void. Though he did not discover any true royal lords the last time he checked, there was no harm in being cautious. It was best to do a thorough check once more, as inaccurate information could very well lead to unnecessary casualties in battle. After traveling for a while, Yang Kai caught sight of the Black Ink clan army. He used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to mask his figure and aura as he continued making his approach. It was just as Li Wuyi had said. The Black Ink clan army was building a base here. They dragged many universe worlds and fragments from all over the void to create barriers and barricades in an otherwise empty territory. This area was still a part of the Late Ancient Era battlefield. During the Late Ancient Era, the humans and the Black Ink clan fought fiercely on this vast expanse. Countless great experts died in battle, leaving behind numerous traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions. There were even divine abilities and secret techniques that had yet to be used up. These were all things that the Black Ink clan could use to their advantage. Yang Kai scrutinized the surroundings as he made his way closer to the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army. Soon, he arrived at the nearest spot he could reach and began studying the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army closely. Once he was certain that they did not have any true royal lords amongst them, his worries eased. Though they were a sizable force, and powerful as well, their lack of military intelligence when compared to what the humans knew made them little more than turtles hiding in their shells. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-19, Without Warning. Around half a day later, Yang Kai returned to the Universe Temple and the Ninth Order Masters gathered around him to get an update. Once Yang Kai filled them in on everything he witnessed, Mi Jingluan nodded. It's fairly similar to what we expected. In that case, should we proceed according to plan? Xiang Shan asked. Mi Jingluan turned to Yang Kai. What do you think, junior brother? It won't be a problem, Yang Kai answered. Mi Jingluan's expression was serious as he declared, let's stick to the plan then. Soon, everyone left the Universe Temple, save for 2 void guards who remained behind to stand guard there. After a day's worth of traveling, they arrived in a part of the void that was neither too far nor too near the base of the Black Ink clan's reinforcements. Yang Kai held his hand out to Xiang Shan, who brought out the world bead he had been keeping with him the whole time. Space principles surged as Yang Kai's hands moved swiftly. He gently patted the world bead before tossing it into the void. Once the tiny world bead left Yang Kai's grasp, it started expanding at great speed. It looked as if a stone had been tossed into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread out in all directions. In just a few moments, the world bead had been restored to its original form, and on the lifeless universe fragment, the Blood Flame army was busy preparing themselves. Senior brother Xiang, I'll leave things here to you and junior brother Sun, Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan nodded in response, as did Sun Ku, one of the new Ninth Order Masters. You all will remain here as well and cooperate with me later when we strike. Yang Kai spoke to a few members of the Void Guard accompanying them. Yes, sir. They quickly replied. Let's go to the next spot, Yang Kai called out as he led the rest of the Ninth Order Masters and Void Guard onwards. Yang Kai kept releasing world beads at specific spots and leaving each of the human race armies there. This carried on for a couple of days until everything was in place. They were done with all their preparations. The last army to be released was the Profound Nether Army, which presently had 3 Ninth Order Masters among their ranks. One was Ouyang Lai, a more seasoned Ninth Order master, while the other two were newly promoted with a lot of room for growth. The atmosphere was tense as the army stood ready for battle. Ouyang Lai was in the lead, his eyes closed. Approximately a quarter hour later, the time that had been agreed upon earlier arrived. Ouyang Lai whipped his eyes open, raised his hand, and shot off. The profound Nether army that had been waiting eagerly for this moment heard him roar, "Charge!" This scene played out in 12 different areas of the void as the 12 armies marched on the enemy from 12 different directions at the same time, heading straight towards the Black Ink clan reinforcements base. No sound was made, but their steely resolve and murderous intent permeated the void, causing space itself to shudder in their presence. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was hovering above the base with his eyes closed as he quietly counted down. The base was made up of over 100 universe fragments and worlds that had been gathered together. The Black Ink clan had gone through painstaking efforts to drag all of these over from the neighboring areas of the void to use as a defense line. Some of the pseudo-royal lords were gathered in a corner of the base, communicating via divine sense, their expressions grim as they were worried about the future. This could not be helped. 6 months ago, they suddenly received word from the No Return Pass that the humans had launched a frenzied, all-out attack. Not only did they lose one of the Supreme One's soul clones in the battle, but the entire Black Ink clan army there had been routed and was at risk of being annihilated. They had no way of knowing the outcome of the battle as they stopped receiving updates from the No Return Pass after the royal lord named Mo Nai transmitted some final information to them. Nevertheless, they could hazard a guess that the Black Ink clan at the No Return Pass must have met their doom and all the Black Ink nests were destroyed. If that was not the case, it was impossible for them to not get any further news. Initially, they stormed out of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to help the Black Ink clan army at the No Return Pass, but now that the humans had captured it, was there any point in heading over as reinforcements? In the end, they chose to follow Mo Naye's directions. They remained in place to await the arrival of the human race army with the intent to block their path. The human race army was so powerful that they could even slaughter a soul clone of the Supreme One, thus, the reinforcements knew they would surely lose any war they fought against them, but they had no choice. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away from the No Return Pass and thus had sufficient time to prepare for the confrontation. Just as the pseudo-royal lords were in the middle of their discussion though, a feudal lord flew over and stood by the side as he greeted them. "What is it?" A pseudo-royal lord that looked like a giant spider turned to him and asked. It was an extremely peculiar sight as the spider-like pseudo-royal lord had a human face. However, the Black Ink clan came in all manner of strange and peculiar forms, so he was not unique by any means. "I have something to report, sirs," the feudal lord respectfully said. "Go on." It was a pseudo-royal lord who looked like a small giant with 4 arms who spoke this time. The feudal lord swiftly reported his findings. It did not count as anything serious. A few of the teams who had been sent out to collect resources should have returned as early as 2 weeks ago, but had failed to show up, and now even the scouts sent out to check on them could not be contacted anymore. After hearing the reports, the spider-like pseudo-royal lord frowned and snapped, "You don't need to interrupt us with such inconsequential matters. Just send out a few more scouts to investigate." They were on the late ancient era battlefield where there were a myriad of powerful traps in the form of barriers, seals, and restrictions left in the void. Many of their mining teams and scouts had already gone missing as well prior to this news, so the pseudo-royal lords did not pay much attention to these things. Therefore, they ignored the feudal lord's concerns. The feudal lord had more to say, but in the end, he feared the pseudo-royal lords too much to continue, so he respectfully took his leave. He could only do as the pseudo-royal lord had commanded, so once he got back, he sent out a few more scouts and instructed them to investigate the places where the previous teams had gone missing, though he still felt uneasy. Even though there had been instances where their scouts or teams in charge of collecting resources went missing in the past, it happened far less frequently than it did recently. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was hidden above the base, slowly opened his eyes. "It's time." Yang Kai looked down at the base and the universe fragments filled with the resting Black Ink clan army, Then, he opened his palm. The space-time river was circling atop his palm like a snake biting its tail, and in the middle of it was a piece of the void that had been cut out. A tiny great pass was sealed up inside that piece of the void, and two figures sat cross-legged inside of it. They looked quite adorable in their miniature state. As Yang Kai looked at them, the two figures noticed his gaze and looked up at him before rising to their feet. Yang Kai nodded lightly at them before flicking his hand, causing the space-time river to fly out. In a similar fashion to what had happened when Yang Kai released the world beads, the space-time river began rapidly expanding the moment it left Yang Kai's grip. The sudden commotion instantly drew the attention of all from the Black Ink clansmen. The pseudo-royal lords, territory lords, and feudal lords, all sensed that something was happening and quickly looked up. The sight they saw shocked them to no end. A large river appeared out of nowhere and rapidly expanded until a massive great pass appeared before their eyes. A pseudo-royal lord saw the characters etched into the great pass and had to rub his eyes before taking another look to ensure he was not hallucinating. Pure Yang Pass. They had never seen Pure Yang Pass before, but the intelligence Mo Nai sent them before he died mentioned the existence of such a great pass. It was the only great pass the humans had right now and had greatly contributed to their invasion of the No Return Pass. Why would Pure Yang Pass be here? And, why does that strange river that cuts across the void look so familiar? After giving it some thought, isn't that great river the exclusive divine ability of Yang Kai, the killing star from the human race? They were gobsmacked by the sudden turn of events and had not figured out what was happening, but there were always going to be smarter ones in their midst. As such, a voice soon roared so loudly that it echoed in the void. The humans have come. We're under attack. That was enough to shock all from the Black Ink clan into action. Although they did not know how the humans managed to arrive so soon, now was not the time for them to dwell on this conundrum. However, before they could do anything, the massive Pure Yang Pass came crashing down on the universe fragments in the center of their base. Technically, Pure Yang Pass was many times smaller than even a single universe fragment, but when the two met, it was the universe fragments that exploded into pieces. It looked as if someone used a hammer on a watermelon. The sudden, forceful attack turned the first universe fragment into shattered pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen atop it were thrown into chaos. The unlucky ones were killed upon impact, but most of them were stumbling around and coughing up blood as they had been heavily injured in the collision. Only those who were at least a feudal lord could survive the fallout of such a collision. At least 100,000 high-rank Black Ink clan soldiers died from just this attack alone, and it was only the beginning. Without the humans to wield the strength of Pure Yang Pass to its maximum, it was simply an inanimate object that could not do much. However, just as Pure Yang Pass smashed that universe fragment to pieces, two figures shot up and swiftly expanded. They instantly turned into giant silhouettes that flanked the great pass on either side. The immense pressure that emanated from the enormous figures made the Black Ink clan feel as if their souls were shaking and chills ran down their spines. Giant spirit gods. Terror-stricken screams rang out from all directions. None of them expected to see a giant spirit god suddenly appear amidst their ranks, let alone two. Pure Yang Pass, which was supposed to be back at the No Return Pass, had shown up here, and two giant spirit gods came with it. The pseudo-royal lords could not fathom how the humans managed to cross such a vast distance in such a short amount of time, or how they managed to ensure that the Black Ink clan was completely blindsided by this sudden, fearsome attack. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-20, in full force. Secret techniques shot out at the two giant spirit gods from all directions as the Black Ink clan reacted instinctively while in panic. Thus, Ada and Air had only just resumed their original forms, but they were already under fierce attack. Ada roared as fury colored his simple, honest face. Ada didn't do anything. Ada just showed up here, but everyone is attacking Ada. Ada knew the Black Ink clan was bad. His roar seemed to form an invisible wall that blocked all the secret techniques from the Black Ink clan, and in the very next moment, he stepped towards them. Though his massive size made his movement seem rather clumsy, One step was all it took for him to reach the nearest universe fragment where he threw out his fist. Aada was much bigger than pure Yang Pass, almost the same size as the universe fragment in front of him, so when his fist struck, the Black Ink clansmen who were hit directly instantly vaporized, regardless of how powerful they were. There had even been a pseudo-royal lord present, yet he did not manage to escape this fate. Pseudo-royal lords were undeniably strong, but they were still ants compared to a giant spirit god's fist. Countless others died as well. Aada's blow created a huge crater initially, and as the force of his punch reverberated out, the entire universe fragment soon exploded into dust. The Black Ink clansmen cried out as they tried to escape, but they were still affected by the shockwave of Aada's punch and were now either heavily injured or at least dazed, making their struggles almost futile. An Eighth Order master could destroy a universe fragment with a single punch, but there was still an enormous difference in destructive force when compared to a giant spirit god. This was the strength of a giant spirit god. Right now, apart from Mo, whose power remained enigmatic to all, the giant spirit god clan were the most powerful beings fighting in this war. Although they were not proficient in the use of secret techniques or divine abilities, and seemed to be of lower sentience in some ways, they had immense strength. While Aada was busy destroying that universe fragment, Aer did not stand around idle either. He charged at the defensive barrier the Black Ink clan had worked so hard to create, and with each kick or punch he landed, lands were destroyed and countless Black Ink clan soldiers died. In just a few breaths of time, the void was littered with broken universe fragments and Black Ink strength that had leaked out of the dead Black Ink clan soldiers. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords managed to recover themselves and take action, ordering their armies to try and stop the two giant spirit gods. Soon, their attack started taking effect. Although giant spirit gods were terrifyingly powerful, there were only two of them and their enormous size made them easy targets. The Black Ink clan reinforcements numbered over 10 million, and as long as they properly coordinated, their combined strength could not be underestimated. The attacks poured in from all directions. Aada and Aer's silhouettes began to look a little unsteady and they could not move as freely either, but that only served to infuriate them even more. When the human race army attacked the no-return pass, they were able to kill the second Black Ink giant spirit god by gathering all their strength together. The Black Ink clan would probably be able to accomplish the same feat if they could group up and arrange themselves the way the humans had. Though it had to be said that the Black Ink giant spirit god the humans killed had already been through an intense battle with Aada and Aer, and thus was already seriously injured. Furthermore, its movement had been restricted as well and it could not dodge the combined assault from the human race army. Even a Black Ink giant spirit god could not withstand that level of bombardment. Aada and Aer's situation was a lot better than that Black Ink giant spirit god's. Though the Black Ink clan kept attacking from all directions, the two giant spirit gods would not be in any mortal danger if the Black Ink clan failed to unleash a combined assault that was strong enough to overpower them in one blow. However, considering the heritage of the Black Ink clan reinforcements, it was within their means to force Aada and Aer to retreat if they were willing to make some sacrifices. That would only be possible if nothing unexpected happened, however, and alas, it soon did. All of a sudden, those on the battlefield detected the fall of a pseudo-royal lord. An intense fight had broken out on the battlefield and the death of a pseudo-royal lord was not something surprising. The unluckiest of them all had died from the giant spirit god's first strike. However, what caught the Black Ink clan's attention was the fact that the pseudo-royal lord who just died did so a great distance away from the giant spirit gods at a place that did not seem to be under attack. Furthermore, even if the fallout from the giant spirit god's blows had managed to travel that far, how was it possible for a pseudo-royal lord to not be able to block that level of attack? Before the Black Ink clan managed to figure out what had just happened, the aura of yet another pseudo-royal lord vanished. A third and a fourth soon followed. At last, the pseudo-royal lords realized the situation they had on their hands. Apart from the two giant spirit gods, there was also a third master they did not know about who was lurking on the battlefield and assassinating the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords were alarmed. "It's Yang Kai. He's here." one of the smarter pseudo-royal lords roared. A strange river had cut through the void when Pure Yang Pass and the two giant spirit gods abruptly appeared, and several of the pseudo-royal lords recognized what it was. According to the information Mo Nai provided before his death, the river was made out of Dao strengths and belonged to Yang Kai, the Killing Star. He was the most powerful Ninth Order master and the one that Mo Nai warned them to guard against, for he was an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. When the pseudo-royal lords in the reinforcement army heard this report, they found it hard to believe that a lone human, no matter how strong, would pose an even bigger threat to the Black Ink clan than the giant spirit gods. Nevertheless, Mo Nai was a true royal lord and they had to pay serious attention to the last warning he gave them just before he died. It was only now that the pseudo-royal lords realized Mo Nai could have been right. Though the giant spirit gods were powerful, they were extremely overt in the way they did things. It was much easier to guard against a spear in the light than an arrow in the dark. As soon as that pseudo-royal lord's roar rang out, it was followed by an agonizing shriek. The Black Ink clan were drawn by his cries and quickly looked over, only to find a silhouette fading away behind the pseudo-royal lord who was now sporting a large hole in his chest. Dao strengths surged from his wound and ate away at his vitality. Don't let him escape. A pseudo-royal lord yelled as he unleashed his aura and smashed it towards that part of the void. Many pseudo-royal lords jumped into action and followed suit. Space rippled and a silhouette which was about to completely fade away reappeared once more. It was a human who had a long spear in his hand. He looked perfectly at ease despite being surrounded by his enemies. "You've got pretty quick reflexes," the human coolly remarked, but the pseudo-royal lords did not hear any semblance of a complimentary tone in his voice. "Quick. Keep him occupied." The pseudo-royal lord who shouted earlier was smarter than the others and knew that this was a rare opportunity for them. If they allowed Yang Kai to hide once more, even more of their masters would meet their doom. Their best option now was to pin him down and stop him from finding a chance to sneak up on any other pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords nearest to Yang Kai swiftly lunged at him from their respective directions, trying to gang up on him. They attacked as speedily as they could in an impressive display of cooperation for the frantic state they were in. If it had been any other Ninth Order master, they would have been caught in a difficult battle. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he made a grabbing motion and Dao strengths rippled in the air as the sound of water echoed. He summoned his space-time river, and it snaked around him like a whip. The pseudo-royal lords who were charging at him were taken by surprise and ended up plunging into the river, just like children who drowned by a sudden surge of water. They struggled on the surface of the river for a few moments before sinking in and disappearing. The river grew fierce as Dao strength surged. A few figures could vaguely be seen inside the river, clearly fighting for their lives. Soon, the commotion died down. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and a few figures flew out of the river. When the Black Ink clan saw this, their hearts sank and their expressions hardened. The figures that fell out were the pseudo-royal lords who had been swept up just now, but they were all now covered in mortal wounds and their auras had vanished. All it took was a few moments and all those pseudo-royal lords had been killed. It was an unbelievable display of power. The pseudo-royal lords who were still charging towards Yang Kai immediately halted, thanking the Supreme One for being further away as they had not been dragged into the strange river. Otherwise, they would have numbered among the dead pseudo-royal lords as well. All of the pseudo-royal lords began to hesitate. Although all the information from Mo Nai about Yang Kai had warned them not to underestimate him, none of them had imagined he would be this terrifying. Good. The pseudo-royal lords were terrified and uncertain, but Yang Kai felt spirited. He had been hiding his true strength all these years, which meant he could not unleash his full power whenever he joined the attacks on the no-return pass, and he hated every moment of it. Even though he no longer tried to conceal his ability during the last battle, he had been facing off against a Black Ink giant spirit god and he did not manage to have a true face-off with it, so he did not get to experience the rush of displaying his full strength. He killed Mo Nai by concealing himself with the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, and ever since then, he had been patiently waiting. Until today. The death of these pseudo-royal lords enabled him to see just how much stronger he had become. In the past, whenever he used the space-time river, Yang Kai was able to capture multiple pseudo-royal lords at once, but he could not kill them off so easily. He had to enter the river personally to finish off his prey. But he no longer had to do so. He now had complete control over the life and death of pseudo-royal lords who entered the space-time river. This was the change that happened when one's heritage grew stronger. It was an intoxicating feeling. Kill him. The pseudo-royal lord who gave the command was retreating as he roared. An endless stream of secret techniques shot out at Yang Kai, but they all hit nothing as his figure simply faded away. The pseudo-royal lords pushed their divine senses wildly, but they could not detect any trace of Yang Kai. The chaotic battlefield was filled with all kinds of fluctuating forces and energies, so the pseudo-royal lords completely lost track of predator among them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon reappeared behind the pseudo-royal lord who had given the command, his long spear casually piercing through the latter's head. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-21, Broaden Your Horizons. When the two giant spirits gods appeared, an intense battle broke out at the Black Ink clan base. Though initially flustered and caught off guard, the Black Ink clan reinforcement army slowly regained composure and began working together to suppress the giant spirit gods. It was immensely difficult, but at least they did not become victims of an outright massacre. The giant spirit gods were beginning to show signs of injury as well. Large boulder-like objects fell from their bodies as the Black Ink clan army kept up a continuous bombardment of attacks. The fact that the reinforcement army was able to come up with a response in such a short amount of time made it clear they were indeed elites of the Black Ink clan. Alas, the two giant spirit gods were not what the Black Ink clan felt most challenged by. No matter how powerful the giant spirits gods were, they were out in the open and they could deal with them accordingly. The biggest threat, however, was the human killing star, who was hiding in the dark and could strike out with extreme lethality at any given moment. Yang Kai, the killing star, was able to move around essentially undetectable. Even the pseudo-royal lords could not track him down, and each time he appeared, at least one pseudo-royal lord would die. It was their first time clashing against an opponent like Yang Kai, but despite only a short time passing, he was already akin to a looming shadow of death that hung over all their heads. He did not attack anyone other than the pseudo-royal lords, but in just a short span, 20 such masters had died, with the surviving ones helpless to deal with him. Had it been possible, the pseudo-royal lord's best option would have been to hide among the rest of the army, but due to the drawbacks of the source fusion technique, they couldn't restrain their auras. They were like bright lights in a dark tunnel, their presence glaringly obvious to anyone despite being in a sea of over 10 million other Black Ink clansmen. They could neither defeat Yang Kai nor find him. It felt as if they had no way of overcoming this crisis. I want to know what the situation is at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. I will spare the life of the one who tells me what I wish to know. All of a sudden, the human's voice rang out on the battlefield for all the Black Ink clan army to hear. One of the pseudo-royal lords had an abrupt change of expression as his eyes glinted and he threw his fist towards a certain part of the void. He's here. He punched with all his strength and the void shattered like a mirror, but there was nothing there. Then, the pseudo-royal lord heard Yang Kai's voice sounding tauntingly next to his ear. Wrong answer. There was a flash of light as the local space solidified. The pseudo-royal lord was still in the same pose, his clenched fist extended out, but his head had been separated from his body and black blood was now gushing out of his neck, dyeing the void black. Does anyone else wish to speak? Yang Kai's voice rang out again. Two pseudo-royal lords confidently unleashed attacks towards the spot where the voice came from, but as soon as they did so, Yang Kai appeared behind them and thrust his spear through their backs. Before the rest of the pseudo-royal lords could rush over, Yang Kai's silhouette disappeared once more. Maybe my previous question was a little too broad, so I'll be more specific. Has Mo woken up yet? What's the situation like with the human race army based outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? A hot-tempered pseudo-royal lord immediately hollered, You want to know what happened to the army over there? They're all dead, and you're next. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai appeared in front of him. The pseudo-royal lord had been secretly searching for Yang Kai's location all along, but he did not expect the human to be arrogant enough to show up in this manner, so he was caught off guard. By the time he was able to react, Yang Kai's hand had flashed out and tightly gripped his forehead. The pseudo-royal lord was entirely shocked by what happened next. All at once, he felt as if his entire body was mysteriously suppressed and sealed by a strange force. Despite merely being held by the forehead, he could not fight back at all, and Yang Kai ended up whisking him off just like that. All the masters from the Black Ink clan nearby gasped in shock and fury as they sent forth a torrent of secret techniques aimed at Yang Kai. Nevertheless, their attacks hit nothing as Yang Kai's silhouette flickered across the battlefield without ever truly solidifying in one spot. Yang Kai flitted around to avoid the Black Ink clan's attacks, all the while holding onto the pseudo-royal lord by the latter's forehead. He eyed the pseudo-royal lord and stated matter-of-factly, "The humans have a saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You'll have to pay the price for not watching your tongue." Alas, the pseudo-royal lord was a rebellious fellow, so despite being subjugated, he had no intention of compromising. He sneered and screeched, "What price would you make me pay, huh? It's just death. So what if you kill me? You'll never be able to stand against the Supreme One. Black Ink is eternal. Who said I'm going to kill you?" Yang Kai eyed him coolly. The pseudo-royal lord abruptly felt a thick malice engulf him, one so intense that even though he was fully prepared to die, he could not help shuddering in response. "You just came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so I'm assuming you've never experienced purifying light before. Well, I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll help you broaden your horizons." Having said that, the two marks on Yang Kai's hand became visible, and in the very next moment, yellow and blue light flowed out and wrapped around the pseudo-royal lord. The pseudo-royal lord immediately had a look of horror on his face. It was true that the reinforcement army had only just recently left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had never encountered purifying light before, but they had heard of it and how it could be used to counter Black Ink's strength. Black Ink's strength was able to corrupt anything and everything it touched, but the heavens were fair in all things, so no matter how strong a particular energy was, there was always something that countered it. Primordial light and darkness were both born at the dawn of the universe. Neither could exist without the other, but both also perfectly suppressed one another. The yellow and blue lights swirled together and quickly condensed into a pure white light. A sizzling sound was heard, and all at once, the pseudo-royal lord felt as if he had been tossed into a boiling pot of oil as Black Ink strength gushed out of his body and evaporated as it came into contact with the purifying light. Throughout this process, the pseudo-royal lord underwent such overwhelming pain that he could not stop screaming in agony. His tormented cries echoed across the battlefield and struck fear into the hearts of all the Black Ink clansmen. The attacks on Yang Kai did not cease as the Black Ink clan continued their attempts to track him down, unleashing all their most powerful attacks wherever they suspected he might be. However, it made no difference. While Yang Kai could not hide himself while torturing the pseudo-royal lord, his masterful use of space principles allowed him to freely weave around the Black Ink clan's attacks. In fact, thanks to Yang Kai's sneak maneuvering, a sizable number of masters from the Black Ink clan ended up getting caught in friendly fire instead. As for the pseudo-royal lord that Yang Kai captured, he had nearly screamed himself hoarse as his aura continuously weakened. In the end, he could not take it anymore and growled hoarsely, "Kill me! Kill me!" He finally realized that there were fates worse than death. Yang Kai carefully adjusted the strength of purifying light and brought the pseudo-royal lord before him. "Killing you is no problem at all," he quietly said, "just tell me what's happening at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and you won't have to suffer this torment any longer." The pseudo-royal lord's lips quivered as he howled through his pain. "The human race army has been wiped out and the Supreme One has woken up." Yang Kai's gaze turned cold. "Kill me. I told you what you wanted to know," the pseudo-royal lord roared hoarsely. "But, what you told me differs from what I know. I'm telling you the truth." It's all true. Yang Kai did not answer. Regardless of whether or not the suppressing Black Ink army was still alive, there was no doubt that Mo had not awakened yet. If Mo was fully awake, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction would have been shattered and the reinforcements sent out would have been many times larger and had true royal lords leading them. Even at a time like this pseudo-royal lord still wants to try and trick me, huh? Either he doesn't know what's happening over there, or he doesn't wish to tell me. Yang Kai sighed. He knew there was no hope of him extracting any useful information about the situation over there out of the Black Ink clan now. The reinforcements had chosen to remain in this place to put up a fight against the human race army after hearing about the situation at the No Return Pass. Thus, it was most likely that they were already prepared to die, so it was unrealistic to think he could dig out any information from them. That pseudo-royal lord was still bathing in purifying light and his aura had now dropped precipitously. Even the aura of a high-rank Black Ink clan was stronger than his now, so Yang Kai tossed him at the group of pseudo-royal lords who were swarming over as a barrage of attacks shot out at him. As the attacks exploded, the pseudo-royal lord turned into dust. Once Yang Kai's hand was free, he immediately turned around and summoned the space-time river which came crashing down on those who were chasing after him. The long river was like a beast that devoured everything in its path as it swallowed up a group of pseudo-royal lords. Dao strengths then surged and wiped out their vitality. Meanwhile, a group of pseudo-royal lords were standing on a certain universe fragment. They did not join the hunt against Yang Kai and instead gathered in the distance to observe the situation. After seeing the way a single human and two giant spirit gods sent their entire army into upheaval, the pseudo-royal lord in command let out a long sigh before saying, "We can't lose all our forces here. Our mission is to cripple the human race army. There's no point trying to put up a fight against these three. Based on the current strength of the Black Ink clan army, it was impossible for them to kill the two giant spirit gods. Certainly they could injure these two giant spirit gods, but once the latter felt threatened, they would simply run away and the Black Ink clan had absolutely no way to stop them." The same applied to Yang Kai, the killing star. Since the Black Ink clan had no way of stopping their three opponents from escaping, and no way of killing them, this was an entirely futile fight that would only result in casualties on their side. The other pseudo-royal lords nodded in agreement. "Give the order for some to stay behind and keep these three occupied, as for the others, evacuate at once." The pseudo-royal lord quickly came to a decision. "Where should we go?" a pseudo-royal lord asked. The one who first spoke stayed silent for a moment before looking in the direction of the No Return Pass. "We'll go out and meet the human race army ourselves." At first, the rest were confused, but they soon came to a realization. This was probably their only option now. They had to clash with the human race army as soon as possible, that way, even if they all died, they would still manage to fulfill their mission. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-22, The Purple Feather Army Charges. The order to withdraw went out at once, and despite the chaos of the situation, the Black Ink clan army was able to maintain some semblance of order as they prepared to retreat. According to their estimates, they had to leave at least 30% of their forces behind to keep the two giant spirit gods and the killing star occupied. That was the only way they could carve out enough room for the rest of the army to leave safely and carry out their mission. This decision pained the majority of them, but they had no choice. The pseudo-royal lord who served as the commander was standing atop a universe fragment and surveying the bloody battlefield with an icy glare. Though he knew he would never get to seek vengeance himself, he still wanted to sear the killing star's image into the recesses of his mind. "Sir." Suddenly, a feudal lord flew over and landed in front of the pseudo-royal lords to frantically report, "Sirs, we have found signs of a human race army." The pseudo-royal lords were startled. "Which direction?" the commanding pseudo-royal lord quickly asked. "That direction," the feudal lord pointed it out. The pseudo-royal lords all turned to look, and sure enough, they spotted hazy figures far off in the depths of the void. It was a great distance away, so they could not see clearly, but it was undoubtedly a human race army, a very large one. Excellent. The pseudo-royal lord cheered thunderously. He did not seem panicked by the sudden report, instead, he looked pleased. Regardless of how the human race army managed to arrive in such a short amount of time when it should have taken them over a decade to reach this place, it was precisely what the Black Ink clan hoped to see. When they left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, their initial mission was to aid the Black Ink clan army at the No Return Pass by attacking the humans from the rear. They wanted to sneak up on the enemy, catch the humans off guard, and slaughter them all. However, when the No Return Pass was lost, their mission changed. All they needed to do now was to fight the humans who were heading for primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, and to stop at nothing whilst doing so. Neither the outcome nor their survival mattered. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai and the two giant spirit gods threw their initial plans into disarray, and they were forced to split their troops in two. They had to leave some behind to keep the three menaces occupied while the others headed for the No Return Pass to confront the human race army as soon as possible. No one expected the human race army would be here already. The enemy was delivering themselves up, so after being startled for a moment, the Black Ink clansmen were filled up with a thirst for battle. The humans used the strength of their killing star and the two giant spirit gods to disrupt their position and deployments before sending in their army to launch a surprise attack. It looked as if the humans had planned all this from the start. It was perilous to face such an enemy on their terms. Still, what was there for them to fear? The Black Ink clan existed solely to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Supreme One. Sir! Yet another voice called out from the distance, and a second feudal lord joined them as he quickly reported, "Sirs, we have sighted a human race army." The pseudo-royal lord commander nodded, "I know." The feudal lord who just came was completely taken aback. He rushed over as soon as he received the news, so how did the pseudo-royal lords find out about it beforehand? Nevertheless, he dared not make any comments. He stood aside and glanced at the first feudal lord, but when their gazes met, they seemed to realize something. "Sir!" Once again, a feudal lord rushed over from a different direction. At last, the pseudo-royal lords also realized that the situation was not as simple as they thought it was. The human race army was not coming from just one direction. Armies were rushing towards their base from all directions. They were completely surrounded. It was hard to imagine how the humans managed to achieve this. The Black Ink clan army numbered over 10 million elites, so it should have been impossible to box them in without someone noticing something earlier on. Finally, some of the pseudo-royal lords recalled the reports they had dismissed the past few days, ones about scouts and resource-gathering teams failing to return on time. From the looks of it now, the missing Black Ink clansmen must have been discovered by the humans and eliminated. They never thought that the humans could arrive here so soon, so they had been preparing for a battle to break out a decade later. That was why they were not more vigilant and failed to realize the humans were closing in on them. Those deplorable humans. The pseudo-royal lord commander exploded in rage. Even though he wanted to take on the human race armies as soon as possible, he did not welcome being plotted against this way. After thinking in silence for a moment though, he shouted, "Pass down the order, we launch a full-scale attack in that direction." He pointed in the direction of the No Return Pass, which was also the direction the first feudal lord pointed out in his report. Although the Black Ink clan was being besieged from all directions, the one silver lining of the situation was that the human race's strength was scattered as they had split themselves up into over 10 different forces. Even though this allowed them to surround the Black Ink clan, it also meant that the Black Ink clan could target these smaller armies individually. As long as they moved quickly enough, they had enough heritage to wipe out a few of the human race's armies. That would be enough to deal a crushing blow to the humans and force them to cut their crusade short. The Black Ink clan were already making preparations to withdraw, so after receiving the latest order from the commanding pseudo-royal lord, they instantly split into two. 30% stayed behind to keep Yang Kai and the giant spirit orders occupied while the rest charged at the human race army that was approaching from the direction of the No Return Pass. The human race army coming from that direction was the Purple Feather Army. Wu Qing was originally the only Ninth Order master in the Purple Feather Army, but ever since the battle at the No-Return Pass, the humans had 20 new Ninth Order Masters, 2 of whom were added to the Purple Feather Army. They were a man and a woman, an actual senior brother and junior sister pair. Even if one searched the entirety of the human race's history, it was exceedingly rare to find a precedent of 2 such people growing so powerful together. It was hard enough to become a Ninth Order Master, as few ever had the possibility of doing so. If it had not been for the benefits gained from the World Tree clone, it would usually take several thousand, if not tens of thousands of years for someone with the aptitude to become a Ninth Order Master to appear in a great force. Thus, the years and generations that separated the Ninth Order Masters made it near impossible for 2 to have a senior brother and junior sister relationship. That all changed with the appearance of the star boundary. After several millennia of fighting together, this pair could basically read each other's thoughts. Even when they were still 7th Order and 8th Order Masters, they had already carved out a name for themselves on the battlefield, as numerous feudal and territory lords had died at their hands. They had even caught Mo Na Ye's attention, as he had set up traps that were targeted specifically at them. The many years of war between the human race and the Black Ink clan gave birth to a plethora of both celebratory and sorrowful stories, but it also led to the birth of many remarkable people, and these 2 were ranked among them. Right now, they were standing atop a purifying Black Ink battleship together with Wu Qing, their senior, as all 3 were observing the battlefield. When Wu Qing saw that the Black Ink clan army had chosen to charge in their direction, his eyes flashed with displeasure. Whether it was on purpose or not, the Purple Feather Army had been singled out by the enemy as the weak point that they could easily run over. "Prepare for battle," Wu Qing loudly commanded. The Purple Feather Army that had been traveling at great speed instantly repositioned themselves. They did not take up a defensive formation, but rather an offensive one. Despite facing off against their opponents whose numbers were several times greater than their own, the Purple Feather Army showed no fear. Every single one of them was able to stay composed as they waited for the moment to strike. After going through numerous battles, both large and small, throughout the past few millennia, they had built up their spirits through their continued victories and could move as one body. The Black Ink clan army was not about to face the weak army they believed it to be, but a giant beast who could swallow everything in its path. Murderous intent flared as the distance between the 2 armies rapidly shrank. All at once, multicolored flashes of light shot out from the Purple Feather Army and rained down on the approaching Black Ink clan. At the same time, streaks of black secret techniques shot out from the Black Ink clan army towards the Purple Feather Army. The fight had officially begun. Scores of auras from the Black Ink clan were extinguished by the bursts of light, and even the pseudo-royal lords could not let their guard down. They were completely focused on dodging the secret techniques. In a situation like this, even a minor slip-up could spell their doom. As for the Purple Feather Army, though they suffered some losses as well, it was nothing compared to what the Black Ink clan suffered. It was not surprising, as the human race had the protection of warships and spirit arrays, while the Black Ink clan did not. In a head-on battle between 2 armies where secret techniques and artifacts were exchanged at long range, the side with stronger defenses had far more of an advantage. It was akin to a mortal battle where both armies had archers but only one had shields. Naturally, the one with shields suffered far fewer casualties. In this case, the humans were the ones with the shields. Evidently, the Black Ink clan picked up on this as well. They had to withstand the constant decrease in their numbers as they tried to hasten their attacks. Since they lost out in terms of defense, they were forced to expend some of their energy to defend themselves in order to counter the humans' advantage. After a few rounds of secret techniques were exchanged, the fearsome armies finally clashed in the void. By numbers alone, the humans were certainly at a disadvantage, but they were still able to halt the Black Ink clan army's charge by force. The Purple Feather Army seemed to turn into a massive boulder which could not be moved. No one knew how they did it, but they did. Black Ink clan bastards, suffer death. Wu Qing's bellow rang out. He was still standing atop the purifying Black Ink battleship when he first started speaking, but by the time he finished, he had already charged into the Black Ink clan army. His weapon flashed as he cut down a pseudo-royal lord before the latter could even register what was happening. Black blood splattered everywhere as a powerful aura flared up before disappearing. Countless masters from the Black Ink clan shuddered in fear. Though the pseudo-royal lords were resolute in their determination to sacrifice everything for the Supreme One, they still felt chills down their spine when they saw how terrifying Wuxia was. At last, they realized that the human race did not only have Yang Kai as their solitary killing star. The Ninth Order Master in front of them now was also immensely powerful. Wuxia was a veteran Ninth Order Master, and out of all the current Ninth Order Masters, Xiao Xiao was the only one who had more experience than him. However, Xiao Xiao was proficient in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao and specialized in crowd control rather than single combat. The same could not be said for Wuxia. Thus, among all the Ninth Order Masters, Wuxia was second only to Yang Kai in terms of individual combat strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-23, Surrounded. Wuxia made a show of strength by channeling everything he had into the attack. A pseudo-royal lord who was caught off guard would never have been able to defend himself against it. Off to a good start. However, in the very next breath, Wuxia was surrounded by numerous masters from the Black Ink clan. After being momentarily stunned, they swiftly rushed over to gang up on him. Wuxia showed no fear as he slashed out around him. As Dao's strength rippled through the void, his formidable power burst out and turned his enemies into rivers of blood. The other human race masters followed in Wuxia's footsteps as they rushed into the enemy lines, including the two new Ninth Order Masters. Their figures lunged forth as two flashes of light as they headed straight for the pseudo-royal lords. The junior sister's expression was grim as her hands swiftly moved to unleash a mysterious strength that filled the void, causing the pseudo-royal lords to instantly feel as though their souls were becoming unstable. They saw stars circling their heads as if they had been hit by an invisible hammer. The senior brother seized this chance to close in with his sword. Sword light shrouded his body as he cut through the pseudo-royal lords. Black blood splattered as one of the pseudo-royal lords was relieved of his head, while the others were heavily injured. This was all accomplished with a single strike. By the time the pseudo-royal lords who were lucky enough to survive could finally react, the senior brother's sword light was slashing down on them. Agonizing screams echoed across the battlefield. Of this senior brother and junior sister pair, one excelled in the Soul Dao while the other excelled in the Sword Dao. Furthermore, they were able to act as one as they fought on the battlefield, which meant they could kill their enemies even more efficiently than Wuxia, the veteran Ninth Order Master. Meanwhile, the Eighth Order Masters quickly got into their battle formations and challenged the remaining pseudo-royal lords, causing intense fights to break out in all directions. The battle was joined in an instant as the two armies fought with dogged fervor. In this battle, the human race were both advantaged and disadvantaged at the same time. One of the things working in their favor was that these pseudo-royal lords had a critical difference from the pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass. While they were all similarly powerful, they differed when it came to experience. The pseudo-royal lords from the No Return Pass had fought against the human race for hundreds of years at least, and with the help of the information they gleaned from Black Ink disciples, they were able to mimic the humans and even learn to form battle formations. Although they could only form a simple Three Fortunes formation, it would still require 20 to 30 Eighth Order Masters in 5 elements or 6 paths formations to contain them. That was the reason why the humans had such a hard time during the battles at the No Return Pass. Even a simple Three Fortunes formation had given the pseudo-royal lords a huge boost in combat efficiency and allowed them to occupy many more human masters. However, that was not the case for the pseudo-royal lords who just came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. They did not know how to form battle formations and their combat experience was quite lacking, so even though they worked together in certain situations, each of them basically acted independently, oftentimes getting in each other's way rather than providing support to one another. As soon as the clashing started, the Eighth Order Masters keenly picked up on this and were thrilled. If the Eighth Order Masters formed a 5 elements formation, they were just barely able to put up a fight against a pseudo-royal lord. A 6 paths formation would mean that they would stand on equal footing, while a 7 stars formation made them even more powerful than their opponent. As of now, the humans had quite several 8th Order Masters. This was thanks to their steady accumulation all these years, as well as the ordinary grade innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace. Each army had at least 2,000 8th Order Masters, some even had 3,000. With so many 8th Order Masters, it was easy enough to form battle formations and contain the pseudo-royal lords. Nevertheless, when it came to sheer numbers, the Purple Feather Army paled in comparison to the Black Ink Clan Army, as the latter had nearly 10 times as many masters. Therefore, even though the Purple Feather Army was able to put up a fight for now, they could not keep it up for long. Fortunately, they did not need to. The other human armies were closing in from all directions, so all they had to do was hold out for a little longer, and their reinforcements would be able to surround the Black Ink Clan completely. When the time came, the Black Ink Clan would be trapped. The difference in numbers meant that the Purple Feather Army suffered increasing injuries and casualties, but in comparison to them, the Black Ink Clan suffered the same in far greater numbers. The 3 9th Order Masters weaved through the enemy as they killed pseudo-royal lords again and again. Wu Qing was covered in wounds, and the senior brother and junior sister duo had also turned pale from overexertion. The wreckage of the broken warships floated everywhere as blood and torn limbs scattered all over. Nevertheless, the Purple Feather Army did not retreat. They maintained their lines and held fast to keep the enemy rooted in place. The other human armies were rushing over to provide aid from all directions, with the 9th Order Masters in the lead, and would soon arrive. The Black Ink Clan Army was slowly weakening. Initially, the pseudo-royal lords figured that their numerical advantage would be enough for them to triumph over the Purple Feather Army, with a high chance of them being able to wipe this human army out entirely. As long as they did so, they would be able to create a gap in the encirclement and gain a better position to battle against the other human race armies. Alas, they did not expect the Purple Feather Army to be able to keep the battlefield fixed in this area despite being outnumbered nearly 10 times. Are humans really so resilient? The pseudo-royal lords were somewhat dazed. No wonder the ones who first left the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction couldn't exterminate the humans and were soundly defeated after years of battle. As the stalemate continued, the Black Ink Clan Army soon began to despair. The other human race armies had arrived, swarming over from all directions and surrounding the Black Ink Clan Army. An even more intense battle broke out then, as both parties numbered over 10 million now as they fought viciously. The Black Ink Clan Army was already weakened by the previous battle, but the humans remained spirited, so the outcome was clear. Furthermore, the humans had 29 9th Order Masters, while the Black Ink Clan did not even have a single true royal lord. Their pseudo-royal lords did not know how to form battle formations either. Thus, the clash soon became a one-sided massacre for the Black Ink Clan. Meanwhile, back at the Black Ink Clan's base where the fight first broke out, Ada and Air were stomping about, slaughtering the Black Ink Clan army in droves. Though a large number of masters from the Black Ink Clan remained here to keep them occupied, they were only 30% of the whole reinforcement army, and it was hard for them to put up a fight against 2 giant spirit gods. Moreover, Yang Kai was still weaving about undetected among them as he snuck up on their masters and assassinated them. Soon, Yang Kai killed off the last of the pseudo-royal lords who had stayed behind, and without them, the Black Ink Clan's attacks became little more than tickles and scratches to Ada and Air. Since the battle had been decided, Yang Kai returned to Pure Yang Pass. The Great Pass had been floating along on the battlefield without anyone paying any attention to it after Yang Kai first let it out and sent it crashing into a universe fragment. Until now. Instantly, somewhere on the Pure Yang Pass, Yang Kai's divine sense surged like gushing water, and soon, he took in the situation across the void. It's the perfect time. A torrent of world force was unleashed and a huge array lit up on the spot where Yang Kai stood. A mysterious energy burst forth in all directions. 12 universe fragments were scattered across the void outside the battlefield. These 12 universe fragments were the ones that Yang Kai brought from the no-return pass after turning them into world beads. He restored them to their original size once they arrived in this area. The 12 universe fragments were not simply tools to transport the armies, they were also a crucial part of the plan to surround the enemy. The human race army had planned all of this before they left the no-return pass. Just as Yang Kai activated the Grand Array on Pure Yang Pass, the Void Guard that remained on the 12 universe fragments did the same to the arrays that had been set up there too. All at once, the 12 universe fragments lit up brightly as they connected with Pure Yang Pass. It was incredibly difficult to harness the strength of such a huge array. Just creating it had cost an enormous amount of resources, while powering it was also not cheap, but it was all worth it for the sake of eliminating the enemy once and for all. The connection between the universe fragments and Pure Yang Pass kept growing stronger, and once Yang Kai felt it reach a certain critical limit, he surged his space principles. The Void Guard picked up on this signal and instantly followed suit. All at once, there was a visible ripple that started from Pure Yang Pass and rapidly spread out over several millions of kilometers, sweeping past the two clashing armies as it filled every corner of the void. This ripple was not deadly in any way, nor did it disrupt the two armies either. However, after it spread out, something seemed to change on the battlefield. The 12 universe fragments scattered across the void had been linked together with Pure Yang Pass to seal the entire battlefield. A massive section of the void had become a cage, and as long as the array held strong, nothing could escape. This was a massive battle involving millions of soldiers on each side. No matter who had the upper hand, it was still going to be hard to completely annihilate the other side. There were bound to be those who managed to escape. To prevent that from happening, the humans came up with a plan beforehand. If some of the Black Ink clansmen did manage to flee, they would surely be a threat to the ones left behind at the no-return pass, as only a few tens of thousands of masters had stayed back. What's more, those masters were all heavily wounded and not as powerful as they once were. The humans were determined to slaughter every single Black Ink clansman here in one battle. Thus, Yang Kai was personally standing guard at the array core, and as long as he did not die, there was no way of lifting the sealing array. Furthermore, even as he stood guard in the middle of Pure Yang Pass, he was still able to take part in the battle. Thanks to the power of the array, Yang Kai could monitor the entire situation out on the battlefield. It was a mysterious feeling for him, as it felt as though he was observing the battle from a different dimension. Since he could see what was happening, it meant that he could partake in the battle as well. Thus, out on the battlefield, there were frequent attacks that seemed to come from out of nowhere. These attacks would smash the masters from the Black Ink clan into pieces, and many of the humans who had been caught in a perilous situation were saved, to the confusion of everyone. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-24, Go on ahead first. There was no suspense in this battle. The human race spent over a decade retaking the no-return pass, but the outcome of this fight against the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had been determined right from the start. The portion of the Black Ink clan army that stayed back to keep the two giant spirit gods occupied was the first to crumble. After all of the pseudo-royal lords had been killed, there was no point in continuing a hopeless fight. Many of the surviving masters wanted to flee. Alas, the surrounding space had been sealed up and they could not escape. They were doomed to meet their end here. On the main battlefield, the 12 armies successfully surrounded the Black Ink clan and were now slowly but steadily eliminating them. It was ironic that the Black Ink clan army's plan was being carried out by the humans instead. Once the equilibrium between the two sides was broken, death was the only fate awaiting the Black Ink clan. One by one, the pseudo-royal lords died, and once they were all gone, the territory lords were next. Then, the feudal lords. The battle lasted for a dozen days before it finally came to a close. Now that it was over, the humans began focusing on their recuperation as they counted the casualties. The Purple Feather Army had suffered catastrophic losses. This was the biggest loss for the human race in this battle. Most of the casualties occurred when the Purple Feather Army was holding down the Black Ink clan army before the other armies arrived. A heavy price had to be paid for an army to hold out against an enemy 10 times its size. Nevertheless, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Due to the various setups and arrangements made prior to the battle, the the humans were able to kill every single one of the reinforcement army that came out of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. They had completely wiped out the threat that this reinforcement army could have posed. Once the battle ended, Yang Kai released the Grand Array that suppressed and sealed the local space, and at the same time, the 12 universe fragments that had been turned into array nodes shattered into dust as well. It was the backlash from the strength of the spirit array, and even Yang Kai could not stop that from happening. The Ninth Order Masters gathered back at Pure Yang Pass. Many of them were injured, especially the 3 from Purple Feather Army. Mi Jingluan, who was seated at the helm, had a worried expression. "You wish to go on ahead first, junior brother?" Yang Kai had just announced to the group that he intended to leave first and head for the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. He nodded and said, "Something must have happened at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, so I want to go and take a look. Furthermore, we don't know what's happening with the suppressing Black Ink Army either." The humans had too little intel on their hands. The only thing Yang Kai could be sure of was that the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had not been broken yet, as true royal lords would have appeared as well if it did. However, he was worried about the suppressing Black Ink Army's predicament. They were a team of elite masters who were in charge of dealing with the Black Ink clan who escaped from the Grand Restriction to ease the pressure on Wuquang. The army of over 10 million that had escaped was too much for the suppressing Black Ink Army alone to have stopped, so it was inevitable that some terrible fate had befallen them. Mi Jingluan and the others knew that many of Yang Kai's family and disciples were part of the suppressing Black Ink Army, so they understood what he was feeling right now. As it was, Yang Kai had already shown a great deal of righteousness when he chose to remain here and fight with the rest of the human race army, despite knowing that the Black Ink clan's reinforcement army had escaped from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Mi Jingluan thus spoke up. Since their reinforcement army escaped from the Grand Restriction, things would not be peaceful there. I'm sure there would be enemy forces outside the Grand Restriction as well. How can you go up against them alone, junior brother? Why don't you wait a few days and head out with the rest of the army? It won't be long. Just 10 days will do. Yang Kai shook his head. Everyone has just been through an arduous battle, and though it was not the most intense we've experienced, everyone is exhausted. 10 days won't be enough to recover. They'll need to rest and recuperate for longer than that. Also, if I head over alone, I can hide my tracks and act according to the situation. Seeing as how Mi Jingluan wanted to continue talking him out of it, Yang Kai added, I'll take some of the Void Guard with me and finish setting up the space arrays along the way. We're only a few years distance away from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, so once the space arrays have finished being arranged, everyone should more or less have recovered as well, and it would be just in time for them to proceed. This is the best arrangement, senior brother. Mi Jingluan had more to say, but in the end, he nodded in agreement. You're right, but it will be hard on you, junior brother. I'm just doing what I must. Yang Kai got to his feet. I'll go and make the preparations. In reality, there was not much he needed to prepare. He simply got Li Wu Yi to select a group of Void Guards who would be leaving with him before sealing up Pure Yang Pass and the 2 giant spirit gods. Both Pure Yang Pass and the giant spirit gods were massive and could not be sent through the space arrays in their original forms. Yang Kai had to seal them inside a world bead to accomplish that. The 12 universe fragments he used earlier had turned to dust, but thankfully, there was no lack of universe fragments in the void. As such, Yang Kai randomly moved one over and placed Pure Yang Pass as well as the 2 giant spirit gods on it. Then, with the use of space principles, he refined it into a world bead and passed it to Mi Jingluan for safekeeping. Once everything was settled, Yang Kai took 20 Void Guard into his small universe before stepping out into the void. He kept moving onward without stopping at all. The emotions that Yang Kai had been suppressing for the past 6 months finally welled up again. He desperately wanted to hurry on over to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction as soon as possible and see what was happening for himself. Several days later, he stopped and opened the portal to his small universe, bringing 2 Void Guards out. I'll leave things here to you, Yang Kai said before carrying on with his journey. The 2 Void Guard sent him off with a bow, and once he was gone, they began setting up the space array. A few days later, Yang Kai let out 2 more Void Guards. This scene repeated itself all along the way as the Void Guard arranged the space arrays that would lead to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. In just over a month, Yang Kai traversed across the late ancient era battlefield and arrived at the spiritless land. It was an empty void with no trace of life. Even the strength of the void, which could literally be found anywhere in the universe, was incredibly weak here. Yang Kai was extremely close to the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction now. All he had to do was travel a little further and he would arrive at the Grand Restriction, which had been in existence for millions of years. His small universe opened up and Li Wu-Yi and another Void Guard stepped out. They were the last 2. Set up the space array here, but don't travel any further ahead. Remember to stay hidden and not let the Black Ink clan discover you, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wu-Yi and the other Void Guard nodded. I'm heading off, Yang Kai said before disappearing into the distance. Pushing his space principles to their maximum potential, Yang Kai arrived outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction in just 3 days, and the sight he saw made his expression grim. It was just as Mi Jingluan had predicted. A large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were gathered outside the opening in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, with many pseudo-royal lords among them. There seemed to be even more of them here than there had been with the reinforcement army that had just been wiped out. Right now, they were ceaselessly attacking the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction from the outside. There was no telling how long they had been doing this. The endless waves of attacks caused ripples in the Grand Restriction, and though it was not in any danger of breaking yet, it would clearly not hold out for long. What's more, there was no sign of the suppressing Black Ink army. Yang Kai's heart sank. As he moved forward, he kept searching for signs of the suppressing Black Ink army, but he had yet to discover anything. It was an extremely worrying situation. The suppressing Black Ink army was made up of thousands of the most elite masters of the human race. Not only did it include Yang Shui, a new Ninth Order master, but also Fu Guang, who was a divine dragon. Furthermore, they had the help of the suppressing Black Ink fortress, so even if they could not defeat the Black Ink clan, they should have been able to escape. However, Yang Kai saw no trace of them as he made his way over, and when he arrived, he did not see any sign of them either. He did not find any human bodies or the wreckage of the suppressing Black Ink fortress in the void. It was as if the suppressing Black Ink army and the suppressing Black Ink fortress had simply up and vanished. Yang Kai did not know what happened to the suppressing Black Ink army, and the only source of information available to him was Wu Kuang, who was standing guard at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. I hope he's still alive. Yang Kai silently prayed as he used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability before approaching the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. He avoided the Black Ink clan army and arrived at a different part outside the Grand Restriction before using his divine sense. Time seemed to stretch on as he nervously waited, but at last, the familiar voice rang out in his mind. You finally came. Wu Kuang sounded weak and exhausted. Didn't you say you'd come over now and then to check up on things? It's been so long since your last visit that I thought you'd died. Something unexpected happened and I couldn't use my special method to reach this place, Yang Kai helplessly explained. The old tree had fallen into a coma after bringing Yang Kai back to the grand ancient ruins boundary from an extraordinary distance away, so Yang Kai could not use the power of the old tree to shuttle through the void. Otherwise, he would not have waited until this day to come over. What happened? Where's the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai frantically asked. It's a bit complicated, Wu Kuang did not know how to explain. Take a look for yourself. He then transmitted a bunch of information over, and after looking through everything, Yang Kai's expression grew strange too. No wonder, Wu Kuang said, it's complicated. It's not at all what I expected. The only thing he was glad about was that the suppressing Black Ink army was safe, for now. This was unexpected good news. Yang Kai figured that at best, the suppressing Black Ink army had been defeated by the Black Ink clan and had to flee, but the worst-case scenario was that they had all been killed, and that was not an outcome he could accept. However, Based on what Wuquang shared with him now, the suppressing Black Ink Army situation was far better than he had initially thought. Furthermore, the information Yang Kai just received was something that neither he nor any of the other humans would have thought of. I only discovered these things and the Black Ink strength exploded this time. I didn't detect any of them before. Mu was indeed the strongest of the 10 from the late ancient era, Wuquang declared with a tone of admiration. The fact that someone like Wuquang expressed such thoughts proved just how remarkable Mu's plans and methods had been. Yang Kai was just as stunned by the information he received from Wuquang. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-25, Inside the Grand Restriction. Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors from the late ancient era chose to set up the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction in this place because it was where the primordial light and darkness were born. It could be considered the place where Mo came from. All the humans knew that Mo was suppressed and sealed inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. However, no one knew what it was like inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Even Tsang and the others knew very little. Out of the 10 martial ancestors from the late ancient era, Mu was the only one who personally entered the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction to see what it was like inside. Nevertheless, when she returned, she chose to sacrifice herself by merging with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. She did not speak of what she saw or encountered inside. The human race masters came up with their own theories about what was inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, and Yang Kai had done the same as well. All along, he assumed that the Grand Restriction was simply Mo's cage. It suppressed and sealed Mo, as well as its creations. After all, Mo was an existence that embodied chaos and evil, the source of all misfortunes that befell all of existence. Even if Mo had no wish to be so, its existence was sadly the antithesis of other living beings. However, from the looks of it now, the situation was a lot more complex than Yang Kai had thought. Despite everything else Yang Kai had gone through before, he could not help but be dazed by this new information. Still, there's no point in getting to know these things now. Wuquang's feeble voice rang out in Yang Kai's head once more. The primordial heaven source Grand Restriction has been in place for too long. For the past 6 months, the Black Ink clan has consistently attacked it, so I'm afraid it won't hold out much longer. After a pause, he said, Yang Kai, if you wish to save the suppressing Black Ink army, I can send you in. You can find a chance to bring them out again, though if I'm being honest, I don't think there's much hope of that. If you don't, then leave now. Once the Grand Restriction breaks open, Mo will fully awaken and there will no longer be a place free from it anymore. It hasn't come to that yet, Yang Kai quietly replied, plus, it's just as you said, if Mo does wake up, it will be impossible to find an uncorrupted place. So where would I run to? As he spoke, he recalled his previous plan. If the humans could not defeat the Black Ink clan, their only option was to gather their strength and flee deep into the void to find a new home. The universe furnace was constantly splitting heaven and earth apart, so there had to be more than one livable environment in the vast universe. No matter how strong Black Ink's strength was, it would not be able to cover the entirety of existence. However, if it did come to that, not only would it mean that only a few could escape, but even those who did would have to wander aimlessly for the rest of their lives. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. Don't despair. The human race army will be arriving soon enough, and when the time comes, they'll be able to get rid of the Black Ink clan forces outside the Grand Restriction, Yang Kai consoled. Wuquang was startled. The humans are on their second crusade already? Yang Kai nodded. More than 20 years ago, we reclaimed the 3,000 worlds, and half a year ago, we took back the No-Return Pass. A month ago, we dealt with the Black Ink clan's reinforcements that emerged from the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Our army is currently reorganizing itself and will be here soon. Wuquang was a little dazed. Has the human race's heritage grown that strong? When he saw Yang Kai appear here alone, he assumed that it was only Yang Kai who would be coming, so he did not expect to resolve the crisis he had on his hands right now. After all, the Black Ink clan army attacking him numbered over 10 million. Though they did not have a single royal lord among them, Yang Kai could not take them on all by himself. Our heritage is stronger now than it has ever been, Yang Kai seriously declared. Even though they only had around 39th order masters now, in the future, they would have at least 10 times what they had at their peak, if not 100 times. What fortuitous news, Wu Kuang remarked with a joyful voice. There was more he wanted to say, but all of a sudden, he exclaimed, "Damn it! The suppressing Black Ink army is in trouble. Let me deal with it first." As soon as Wu Kuang finished speaking, Yang Kai could no longer sense the former's aura as he had gone to deal with the situation the suppressing Black Ink army was in. Yang Kai stood in place with his aura and figure hidden as he watched the Black Ink clan army. They were standing at the gap and persistently attacking the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction. Yang Kai had a hard time stopping himself from jumping into action. He was all alone, so even if he attacked the Black Ink clan army, he could not deal with so many of them, and he would also end up putting the Black Ink clan on high alert because he exposed his presence. All that could be done now was to have Wu Kuang hold out a little while longer. The human race army would soon be here, and once they would be able to deal with this army. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and engraved all of the information he had into it. Then, he took out a space beacon and used it to deliver the jade slip over to Li Wu-yi. Thus, by having Li Wu-yi pass the message along, the others would soon receive the reports about the situation over here, and Mi Jing Luan would be able to make appropriate arrangements. Around a quarter hour later, Yang Kai felt Wu Kuang's aura again and he quickly asked, "How are things?" "They're safe for now, but it won't stay that way for long," Wu Kuang replied. "It's all thanks to the fact that a large number of the Black Ink clansmen left the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction, and the rest are focused on the opening right now. Otherwise, the suppressing Black Ink army would surely be facing an even bigger crisis." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll have to leave the suppressing Black Ink army in your care then." "When can the human race army arrive?" Wu Kuang asked. "They would have set off by now, so it should take less than a month for them to arrive." "That's good to hear." Wu Kuang exhaled at last. Before Yang Kai came over, Wu Kuang had to fight a dire battle all on his own here. Not only did he have to protect the entire suppressing Black Ink army, but he also had to focus on maintaining the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction. He was beginning to despair at the situation. At last, Yang Kai had come and the human race army would be here in a month as well. They would be able to deal with the Black Ink clan army outside the Grand Restriction, and he would have a much easier time once they did. "What do you plan on doing now?" Wu Kuang asked. After thinking in silence for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "Send me to the suppressing Black Ink army. It's been so many years, so they must have used up all of their resources by now." Although Yang Kai did leave a lot of resources with the suppressing Black Ink army when he first sent them to the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction, it had been thousands of years since then and they had no way of replenishing their supplies. They had to have used it all up by now after all these years of clashing with the Black Ink clan. "Good," Wu Kuang said, "follow my lead." Yang Kai nodded and followed the signals that Wu Kuang gave, which led him deeper into the void. Soon, once he arrived at a different location outside the Grand Restriction, Wu Kuang's voice rang out again. "This is where the Grand Restriction is at its weakest. The innate territory lords escaped from here back then." Yang Kai recalled this point clearly. Before the universe furnace emerged, a large number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction. Yang Kai inadvertently found out about this and rushed over to kill them off. Rivers of blood marked his path, and in the end, he came over and informed Wu Kuang about this, which was how the latter managed to repair the breach. Since this breach could be repaired, it could also be opened up again. "You'll only have one breath of time to enter the Grand Restriction. Don't miss it," Wu Kuang instructed. Despite being in control of the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction, he did not want to let any breach stay open for too long. It was safest to do so for only a breath, as something unforeseen could happen if it were open any longer. "Got it," Yang Kai answered. The very next instant, he saw a crack in the Grand Restriction. Black ink strength poured out of the crack that was filled with an evil and chaotic aura. The crack opened up for just a brief moment before it sealed back up again. Yang Kai, who was initially outside the Grand Restriction, was nowhere to be seen now. Never-ending black ink strength surrounded Yang Kai as everything was plunged into utter darkness. Yang Kai stood amidst it all with his aura and figure hidden as he looked around. He could not see anything with his eyes, so he had to rely on his divine sense to scout his surroundings. All cultivators, including Ninth-Order Masters, would lose their sight and sense of hearing in a place like this, and if they used their divine sense, they were opening themselves to the possibility of being corrupted by black ink strength. Thankfully, Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so he did not have to worry about anything when using his divine sense. He instantly detected a mysterious energy protecting him, one that was like a thin layer of mist that enveloped him completely. Although it was his first time coming into contact with this energy, he was able to instantly deduce what it was. This was the power of the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction. Wuquang was in control over the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction, and his cultivation had steadily grown over the years. Even though he was not as strong as Tsang, who used to stand guard here yet, he was not that much weaker. Thus, he could use the primordial heaven's source, Grand Restriction, to protect Yang Kai and ensure that the latter would not be detected by the Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction. Otherwise, even if Yang Kai used Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, he would still run the risk of exposing himself as he was inside an environment filled with black ink strength. If something that was in the middle of a sea of black ink strength moved, the movement would cause ripples in it the same way it would in water. Based on what Wuquang told Yang Kai, the former had relied on the power of the Grand Restriction to keep the suppressing Black Ink army safe all this while. If it had not been for that, the suppressing Black Ink army would not have survived till this day after being swallowed up into the Grand Restriction. They would have been ripped into pieces the moment they ended up inside. Wuquang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's mind, "Don't move. The Black Ink clan is approaching." At the same time, Yang Kai sensed a group of powerful auras coming over. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and stayed hidden in silence. Moments later, the group of powerful auras arrived. It was a group of innate territory lords led by a royal lord. They came over after sensing that something unusual occurred earlier. The royal lord immediately went over to the spot where Yang Kai snuck into the Grand Restriction and studied it with his divine sense before looking around. A territory lord also came over to inspect the spot, and soon, he reported, "Sir, there are signs that the breach had weakened earlier." "Oh." The royal lord's expression was stern as he made a more thorough check. Once he confirmed that it was true, his expression turned to one of glee. "This breach once opened up nearly 1,000 years ago. Since it has weakened, it won't be long before it opens up again." After a pause, he sneered, "That scoundrel must be stretched thin right now." He immediately barked out an order, "Get the word out. We must find that human army as soon as possible and occupy that bastard's attention." "Yes, sir." The innate territory lords responded at once. Then, the royal lords selected 2 innate territory lords. "You 2 will stay here and keep an eye on the breach. If anything strange happens, report back to me right away." "Yes, sir." Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-26, Suppressing Black Ink Army. 2 innate territory lords stayed back to keep an eye on things while the other masters from the Black Ink clan left as quickly as they came. Yang Kai, who was still in hiding, cocked his brow and transmitted to Wuquang, "What a unique nickname you have there." "I interacted with the royal lords here a couple of times when I was bored," Wuquang quipped. "I made a strong impression on them." Yang Kai had nothing to say to that. Standing guard over the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction for thousands of years was indeed a lonely, monotonous task. Making contact with the royal lords would not only relieve some stress but would also be a chance to glean useful information. "I'll take you over to the suppressing Black Ink army." "Don't resist," Wuquang's voice rang out. Yang Kai hummed in acknowledgement. At the very next breath, he felt a strange energy enveloping him and whisking him through the endless black ink strength. Yang Kai was moved silently and unnoticeably. Occasionally, he could sense strong auras flitting past him. These belonged to the royal lords, but somehow, with the help of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction's power, he could move past them without being detected. At last, Yang Kai felt as if he had broken through a layer of some sort and entered a different space. The darkness disappeared at once. This space was not filled with black ink strength. It was a fairly small area where speckles of light could be seen. Yang Kai followed the light and saw the suppressing black ink fortress. Glowing pearls hung atop the suppressing black ink fortress and gave off the soft light that Yang Kai saw. A group of people was waiting expectantly on the suppressing black ink fortress. They had heard the news from Wuquang in advance and knew Yang Kai was coming. Yang Kai moved over to the suppressing black ink fortress and soon, he landed in front of the group. He let out a small exhale of relief as his eyes took in the crowd, then, he bowed in greeting to the silver-haired man in front, Senior. Wuquang borrowed the strength of the Grand Restriction to create this space. It was largely protected from the Black Ink clan's eyes, and that was why the suppressing Black Ink army was able to remain inside for so long without being annihilated. As it was a small space, Fu Guang did not use his dragon form but remained in his human form instead. Fu Guang raised his hand and said, "We can skip the formalities. It is unfortunate that you had to see us in this awkward predicament." Yang Kai shook his head. "It is I who failed to plan properly. All of you have suffered greatly for the past few years, Senior. We all share the responsibility of vanquishing the Black Ink clan." Fu Guang waved his hand before asking, "How are things out there?" Wuquang had informed them that Yang Kai was coming, but he did not give them an update about the situation beyond the Grand Restriction, so Fu Guang could not help but feel a bit concerned. The suppressing Black Ink army was in charge of standing guard over the opening in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. They had been sucked into the Grand Restriction during an earlier commotion, and without them, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan had escaped from the breach. That would surely be a blow to the humans in the 3,000 worlds. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds," Yang Kai declared. "All of the Black Ink clansmen there have been wiped out. The human race army is currently making its way over and will arrive at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction in about a month." "Oh." Fu Guang's spirits soared at once. "We have reclaimed the 3,000 worlds." Everyone else was thrilled by the news. They had been positioned outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction for years now and never got a chance to make contact with the others back home, so they were completely unaware of what was happening. The lack of information was torturous for the suppressing Black Ink army. They did not know how much longer they had to stand watch here. Now that they heard the 3,000 worlds had been reclaimed, they felt a heavy burden lifted off their shoulders. A large number of masters escaped from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, so we realized that something must have happened at the Grand Restriction, which is why I came over first to see what the situation was, Yang Kai added. Fu Guang nodded. "A few years ago, the Grand Restriction had a sudden burst of instability. The suppressing Black Ink army failed to withdraw in time, so we were sucked inside. We're only able to survive this long thanks to Wuquang's protection." Nevertheless, even though Wuquang used the power of the Grand Restriction to hide the suppressing Black Ink army's tracks to keep them out of sight from the Black Ink clan, they were still doomed if they could not think of a way to escape this predicament. Wuquang could keep them safe for now, but he could not do so forever. This was Mo's domain, and it was filled with its energy and creations. Now and then, the suppressing Black Ink army would inadvertently let out a trace of their existence and the Black Ink clan would mount a siege. In fact, it had happened just a while ago and Wuquang had to rush over to rescue them. All of a sudden, Wuquang's voice rang out, "Once the human race army comes along to keep the Black Ink clan occupied, I'll find a chance to deliver all of you out of here." He could not make an attempt now. For one, there were over 10 million Black Ink clansmen outside the Grand Restriction, so the suppressing Black Ink army would be slaughtered the moment they showed up. Furthermore, within the Grand Restriction, a large number of masters from the Black Ink clan were lying in wait near the opening as well. The Black Ink clan knew that there was a human race army inside the Grand Restriction, and there was also only one opening that allowed passage out of the Grand Restriction. By guarding that spot, they made it impossible for the humans to escape. If the suppressing Black Ink army wanted to leave safely, they had to wait until the human race army arrived. Once the battle broke out, they would get their chance to leave. Before that, they would have to remain under Wuquang's watchful protection. After getting more information about the outside world from Yang Kai, Fu Guang began to feel more assured. Oh, right. I brought some resources, Senior. Yang Kai took out a small pile of space rings from his small universe. After seizing the no-return pass, the humans managed to restock their supplies. The Black Ink clan had gathered a great number of resources during their occupation and failed to destroy them in the hasty battle, so the resources naturally fell into the humans' hands. Yang Kai had stored a lot of resources in his small universe for his own ease of use, so he could now pass them over to the suppressing Black Ink army. Fu Guang accepted the space rings and nodded lightly. Resources are indeed in short supply, so I'll take these. Yang Kai felt ashamed. I should have dealt with this issue sooner, but something unexpected happened a while back and I could no longer come over any time I wanted. Fu Guang nodded once more. He then glanced at Yu Rumeng at the others who were standing to the side and thoughtfully announced, I'll go and hand out the resources to the others first. Many thanks, Senior. Soon, the only ones remaining were Yang Kai and his family. He looked at the women and saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, Zhu Qing, Shuiyu, Ji Yao, Chu Huashang, and Tao Lingwan. Everyone was here apart from Xia Ning Chang, who had to remain in the star boundary as a great grandmaster alchemist. You all must have had a hard time, Yang Kai said, ashamed. When the suppressing Black Ink army had been formed, Mi Jing Luan wanted these women to join it. At the time, intense fights were happening across the great territory battlefields and the situation out there was incredibly dangerous. On the other hand, the suppressing Black Ink army was only in charge of standing guard over the Grand Restriction, so the risks were much lower. Mi Jing Luan had done so as a favor to Yang Kai. Alas, even Mi Jing Luan could not predict the changes that would happen many years later. He did not expect the suppressing Black Ink army would end up in such a crisis. He never would have thought that they would be sucked into the Grand Restriction and run the risk of being exterminated if they did not have Wuquang's protection. Mi Jing Luan had been under a lot of pressure when he heard that the situation at the Primordial Heaven's source Grand Restriction had changed and the suppressing Black Ink army could be in a disastrous situation. He did not know how he was going to face Yang Kai if the suppressing Black Ink army had been annihilated. Everyone is having a hard time right now, not just us. Yu Rumeng took Yang Kai's hand and gently held it. Her voice was soft as she soothed, you don't need to worry about us. We're all together and we can look out for one another. You just need to focus on what you have to do. Su Yan spoke up next, that's right. We are a part of the army and doing our part to eradicate the Black Ink clan. We're not weak flowers that need constant protection. You don't need to worry too much about us. Shanqing Luo smiled, as long as you don't think that we're a burden, husband. Yang Kai chuckled, why would I think you're a burden? You're all my most precious treasures. Ji Yao and the more reserved women immediately blushed at how frank Yang Kai was, but their gazes softened with affection. Yang Kai's 3 legacy disciples were gathered nearby as well. Su Yi was looking at Yang Kai with a look of admiration as he exclaimed, that's our honored master, all right. He's indeed amazing. Looks like I'll have to work hard to follow in his footsteps. A sharp hiss suddenly rang out. Su Yi hastily turned around, what's the matter, eldest senior brother? Zhao Yibai had been the one who gasped. Zhao Yibai was rubbing his waist as he stared innocently at Xiaoya. Why did you pinch me, Xiaoya? No reason. I just felt like pinching you. Xiaoya huffed. Oh, Su Yi eyed Zhao Yibai pitifully, but in the end, he could not resist giving a reminder, eldest senior brother, as honored master's first disciple, you should learn from him and live up to his expectations. Zhao Yibai gave it some serious thought and nodded, you're right. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation of the Tao of space. This is a rare opportunity. I must ask honored master for some guidance later. Su Yi gaped and realized his eldest senior brother was a hopeless case as he muttered, the Grand Tao isn't the only thing you can learn from honored master, eldest senior brother. Why did you pinch me again, Xiaoya? It makes me happy. There were endless thoughts and feelings of longing to express now that the long-awaited reunion had finally occurred. Still, it was not the time or place to dwell on such things. The women were wise and sensible enough, so once they all had a brief chat with Yang Kai, Yu Ru Meng led them away. Yang Kai fell into a reverie as he watched them leave. Big brother, Yang Shue's voice called out next. She and others like Zhao Yibai had been waiting to the side the whole time and only came over once Yu Ru Meng and the other wives left. A adoptive father. Yang Xiao called out as well. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at Yang Shui. He stroked her head as he said, your big brother has spent all this time running around everywhere and rarely had a moment to stop to take a break. I've always considered it a pity that I couldn't spend time with you when you were young. Please don't hold it against me. Yang Shui grinned and said, I wouldn't, of course. Ever since I was a child, I knew that you were destined for great things, big brother. Mother and father praised you all the time, and when I was young, I dreamed about becoming someone like you. Based on cultivation alone, I think I've done well enough. Then, she lifted her chin slightly and added, you need to work harder, big brother. Don't let your little sister surpass you. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-27, Guidance. Yang Kai chuckled, I do need to work harder from now on. After the light-hearted chat, both Yang Kai and Yang Shui felt warm with familial love. Yang Kai finally turned to Yang Xiao, who had been standing on the side all along. Adoptive father. Yang Xiao stood rigidly with sweat beading across his forehead. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, are you feeling extremely nervous? Of course not. Never. Yang Xiao denied it at once, my heart is leaping with joy at the fact that I get to see you when we're in such a challenging situation, adoptive father. Yang Kai scoffed. Yang Xiao jumped a little. Spend more time on your cultivation so that you become a divine dragon as soon as possible, Yang Kai instructed after eyeing Yang Xiao for a while. Yes. I won't let you down. Yang Xiao firmly declared. Go on, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Shui began leading away a stiff Yang Xiao, but all of a sudden, she turned back around and reminded, make sure you be careful, big brother. Perhaps the connection they shared due to their bloodline allowed her to sense that Yang Kai was about to do something dangerous, so she had a look of worry on her face. Yang Kai nodded, you both take good care of yourselves too. After watching Yang Shui and Yang Xiao leave, Yang Kai turned back to his three disciples. Greetings, honored master. All three of them kneeled and bowed in greeting. Yang Kai accepted the bow before lifting his hand, you may rise. Zhao Yibai and the other two stood up. Yang Kai had a faint smile as his eyes flitted over the three. All of the disciples from the Void Tao Temple could be said to have inherited his mantle and were proficient in the cultivation of various grand Taos. Thus, all of the cultivators from Void Tao Temple could be considered his disciples. However, only these three in front of him truly inherited his legacy. It was not that Yang Kai held back when he taught others his Taos, but Zhao Yibai and the other two were the only ones who formally underwent the ritual to become his disciples. They each inherited one of the grand Taos that Yang Kai was most focused on, and all along, he had high hopes for them. Based on their achievement over the years, they did not let him down, nor did they waste their talents. Are you about to break through to the next order? Yang Kai suddenly realized there was something amiss about their aura. All three of them seemed to be suppressed by some kind of energy, and they were also doing their best to rein themselves in. Zhao Yibai replied, reporting to Honored Master, "We will be breaking through soon." But Senior Wu Kuang said that as the suppressing Black Ink Army is currently in hiding, we shouldn't make too much of a commotion, so he had Senior Fu Guang put some seals on us to delay our breakthrough. Yang Kai nodded lightly. That was wise. The suppressing Black Ink Army was in a difficult spot right now, and just covering their tracks alone took up a sizable amount of Wu Kuang's attention. If Zhao Yi Bai and the others had their breakthroughs now, there was a high chance that the humans would be exposed and they would be caught. However, from the looks of it, their breakthrough was happening just as Yang Kai had predicted. They would have undoubtedly become Ninth Order Masters by now if they had not been sucked into the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Both they and the suppressing Black Ink Army would have received a great boost in power. Come. I do have some knowledge to share regarding the breakthrough to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Now's my chance to share it with you. Yang Kai took out a few futons from his small universe and tossed them onto the ground for him and his disciples to sit on. Zhao Yi Bai and the others quickly sat down to listen carefully to Yang Kai's advice. Although Yang Shui had shared some of her knowledge with them, every master who ascended to the Ninth Order would encounter slightly different situations, so it was still beneficial for them to listen to their honored master's teachings. After sharing some pointers and things to look out for when becoming a Ninth Order master, Yang Kai used his divine sense to confer with Wu Kuang. He was in a good mood as he asked, "It's rare for us to have some spare time on our hands. Do any of you have any difficulties in your cultivation that you need assistance with?" All three of them became spirited at once, but Zhao Yi Bai was the first to speak. "Honored Master, this disciple seems to have hit a bottleneck in the Tao of space and wants to seek guidance from you." Yang Kai nodded. "Use some of your space principles." "Let me take a look." Zhao Yi Bai immediately did as he was told. When Yang Kai sensed the movement of space principles, he raised his brow in pleasant surprise. When it came to cultivation aptitude, Zhao Yi Bai was the weakest of Yang Kai's three disciples. In fact, he was weaker than most of the disciples from the Void Dao Temple. There was only one reason why he was able to get this far in his martial Dao, and that was because he had overwhelming compatibility with space principles, as if he had been born to cultivate the Dao of space. Yang Kai had taken Zhao Yi Bai as his disciple because when the former had been wandering around in his small universe, he sensed that Zhao Yi Bai, who was still in his mother's womb at the time, had formed a connection with Yang Kai's space Dao essence. At the time, Zhao Yi Bai had not even been born yet. A cultivator who had an innate connection with a Grand Dao would surely be able to cultivate that Grand Dao a lot more easily than others. The compatibility between this cultivator and the Grand Dao would be far above everyone else's. Zhao Yi Bai's compatibility with the Dao of space was able to make up for what he lacked in general cultivation aptitude. Based on Yang Kai's categorization of Grand Dao mastery, Zhao Yi Bai was currently at the peak of the 7th level, just one step away from the 8th level. This was incredibly rare. Usually, only fully grown phoenixes would be at this level, but those of the Phoenix clan were born with a natural advantage as the Dao of space was their bloodline talent, making it far easier for them to cultivate it. Li Wu Yi was probably the only other human to reach this level as well, but Li Wu Yi had been cultivating for much longer than Zhao Yi Bai. Yang Kai even felt that if he cultivated normally, he would not be as proficient as Zhao Yi Bai was. His own elevated mastery of the Grand Daos was mainly due to the benefits he received from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and the Infinite River. He had refined a lot of pure Dao strengths from these two mysterious places, and that had enabled his proficiency over the various Grand Daos to soar greatly. When it came to higher levels of individual Grand Daos, words conveyed very little, so after a moment of silent thought, Yang Kai manipulated space principles to elucidate some mysteries to Zhao Yi Bai. Zhao Yi Bai watched attentively. After a long silence, he declared, "You're incredible, honored master. This disciple is in awe." Yang Kai's display was akin to breaking the Dao of space down into minute details and showing Zhao Yi Bai the deepest, innermost mysteries. Due to Zhao Yi Bai's compatibility with the Dao of space, he was able to learn a lot from this alone. The new knowledge and understanding flooded Zhao Yibai's mind, and he was confident that a brief retreat of focused cultivation would be enough for him to break through his bottleneck and allow his mastery of this grand Tao to ascend to a new level. Though he was eager to do so immediately, he could not under these circumstances, so he had to quell his desire. Now that Yang Kai was done with his eldest disciple, he turned to his second disciple, Zhao Ye. She got to her feet at once and waved her hand in the air to produce a long spear. "Please instruct me, honored master." The spear Tao could not be taught the same way the Tao of space had been. It could only be transmitted through battle. Yang Kai smiled. "Attack me." Zhao Yibai and Su Yi's expressions changed as they quickly scrambled out of their seats in front of Yang Kai and hurried to the side. Yang Kai was startled by their reaction, but soon, his gaze hardened. All at once, an alarming murderous intent loomed over him, and in the very next instant, the tip of a spear drew near. He raised his hand and lightly flicked away Zhao Ye's spear. Nevertheless, Zhao Ye did not stop there. She kept attacking with her spear, time and time again with quick, relentless strikes. Zhao Ye seemed like an entirely different person when she had her spear in hand. Her presence became incredibly dominating. Her spear technique showed traces of the supreme limitless spear, but most of it was a product of her many years of accumulation and practice. In fact, Yang Kai could sense that she could very well surpass him when it came to the spear Tao, which left him feeling rather helpless. Only an impossibly dangerous environment could produce such an alarming spear technique, which was not something to be pleased about. Zhao Ye was afraid to cause too much of a commotion, so she did not use her world force or her Tao strength, she simply relied on pure technique. Her murderous intent did not decrease though. It was as if she were going up against a hated enemy she could never be reconciled with instead of Yang Kai, her honored master. Yang Kai finally realized why Zhao Yibai and Su Yi had reacted the way they did earlier. They must have experienced the imposing aura of Zhao Ye's spear themselves and knew to stay clear. "Zhao Ye, you do indeed have great mastery over the spear and its techniques, but your murderous intent is too strong." Zhao Ye continued to lunge and withdraw her spear as she flitted around Yang Kai. Her spear loomed over the small area as she asked, "The spear Tao is focused on domination and slaughter. How am I supposed to kill the enemy if my murderous intent isn't strong?" "You do need strong murderous intent, but too much of it isn't a good thing. It's good to strike fear in the enemy even before the battle. It makes it even easier to kill them off. If you run into an enemy who's either weaker or of similar strength to you, you can indeed use your murderous intent to intimidate them, but what will you do if you run into an enemy stronger than you?" "I won't give up until I kill them." Yang Kai shook his head. "Zhao Ye, it's true that spear Tao is used offensively, but you need to get one thing clear. Are you using your spear to kill or to protect?" Zhao Ye did not understand. "Please enlighten me, honored master." "One spear can be used to kill the enemy, but it can also be used to protect lives." Yang Kai blocked Zhao Ye's attack with his hand before reaching into the air. His voice continued, "The persistent focus on killing will only lead one's heart astray. Everyone has something they wish to protect and that gives them strength to persist." Zhao Ye was confused. "How can I protect anyone if I don't kill the enemy? Killing off all my enemies is the only way to protect what I am determined to protect." "And what do you want to protect?" Yang Kai asked as he brought out his azure dragon spear. "I want to protect." Zhao Ye's dazed eyes grew bright again as her gaze swept over the spot where Zhao Yibai was standing intently. She then shot a quick glance at Su Yi as well. Su Yi keenly sensed this and grumbled, "Hey, eldest senior brother, why do I feel like I'm just included as an afterthought?" "Huh? What?" Zhao Yibai turned to ask. As he spoke though, he felt a sudden chill grip his heart as the aura of death swept over him. Before he could react, he heard Zhao Ye's heart-wrenching shriek, "No!" Zhao Yibai turned around and saw his honored master, enveloped by black ink strength, a genuine black ink disciple, flying over at him with his spear ready to strike. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-28. the mysterious unknown land. Zhao Yibai was frozen stiff in a corner of the suppressing black ink fortress, his sweat-drenched clothes clinging to his skin. For a brief moment, he felt the aura of death deep within his bones and thought he had already tread upon the gates of hell. He was even more horrified by the fact that he could not move. He could not do anything to stop or block his honored master's sudden attack. In other words, if his honored master wanted to kill him, a single attack from his spear would suffice. It was an awe-inspiring strength. Zhao Yibai was at the peak of the 8th order, and once Yang Shui became a 9th order master, Zhao Yibai sought her out for a friendly exchange. Even though neither one of them used their full strength in the battle, and Zhao Yibai had not been Yang Shui's equal by any means, he had still been able to put up a fight for a few dozen blows. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, so if he wanted to escape, Yang Shui would not be able to stop him. Out of all the current 8th order masters, he was one of the strongest. Even so, his strength seemed inconsequential when he was up against his honored master. At the last moment, someone blocked the spear from striking Zhao Yibai. Zhao Ye stood in front of Zhao Yibai with her spear held horizontally in front of her to block the azure dragon spear. The heaven-destroying, earth-shattering dominance disappeared once the spears made contact. Zhao Ye was still in the throes of lingering fear and shock, though she felt a little dazed as well. She did not know how she managed to unleash such formidable strength to protect her eldest senior brother from her honored master's attack. The black ink strength surrounding Yang Kai vanished as he returned to normal. He eyed Zhao Ye, who looked terrified, and asked, "Do you understand now?" Zhao Ye pursed her lips and hoarsely replied, "Disciple understands." Yang Kai nodded. Out of his 3 disciples, Zhao Yibai's aptitude was the poorest while Zhao Ye's was the highest. In fact, her aptitude was stronger than anyone else Yang Kai had ever met. Throughout the last few millennia, there were many fine young talents from the Star Boundary, Void World, and Myriad Monsters World. Many were able to ascend directly to 7th order, but when it came to their natural aptitude for cultivating, no one surpassed Zhao Ye. She had strong comprehension, and though she had taken a few wrong turns in her cultivation of the spear Tao, Yang Kai was certain this experience would be enough for her to have a decisive breakthrough in her mastery of this grand Tao. As Yang Kai withdrew the azure dragon spear, Zhao Ye felt as if she had used up every bit of strength she had in her and crumpled weakly into Zhao Yibai's arms. Yang Kai turned to Su Yi. Su Yi gulped and stepped forward. "Please teach me, honored master." After seeing what his second senior sister went through, he did not know what kind of guidance he would be receiving from his honored master. Thankfully, Yang Kai simply raised his hand and condensed time principles above it. The time principles solidified as Yang Kai demonstrated the mysteries of the Tao of time the same way he did when he taught Zhao Yibai earlier. Su Yi was fully attentive and was able to learn a lot. A half cup of tea's time later, Su Yi respectfully bowed and said, "Honored master, this disciple has been enlightened." Yang Kai nodded. He looked at his 3 disciples and a thought occurred to him. "I once comprehended a divine ability that requires a combination of both the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time to work, and it is incredibly strong. Yibai, Su Yi, when you're free, you can try to comprehend it as well. Perhaps you will gain something from it." Yang Kai lifted his hand once more. As space principles burst forth, a great sun rose and the full moon hung in the air. The sun and moon shone together. He then made another flick with his hand and time principles began flowing. The 2 principles swirled and combined. Mysterious changes began occurring as the 2 vastly different principles intertwined, causing the sun and moon to begin spinning about, forming a kind of spiral that severely warped both space and time. Zhao Yibai and Su Yi were engrossed in what they saw. This is the sun and moon divine wheel. If you wish to produce it, you two will need to join forces and work together to have even a shred of possibility of creating this effect. The sun and moon divine seal was the enhanced version of this divine ability, but Zhao Yibai and Su Yi could not produce it at their current strength. In fact, Yang Kai was not even certain whether they could produce the sun and moon divine wheel. Yang Kai was proficient in both Grand Daos, so it was easy enough for him to wield this divine ability. He did not know whether it was possible to achieve it if two masters were to work together instead. Nevertheless, there was no harm in trying. If Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi were able to produce the sun and moon divine wool together, they would have an additional trump card whenever they joined forces. After all, they were stuck in this place and could not cultivate or work towards their breakthroughs, so it was better for them to spend their time cultivating their grand Daos. At least, they could still make some progress. Zhao Yi Bai and Su Yi both nodded. "We have taken your teachings to heart, honored master. We won't let you down." I still have other matters to attend to," Yang Kai declared. "Once the human race army arrives, Wu Kuang will find the chance to send all of you out of here." As he spoke, his divine sense flashed. Fu Guang appeared the next moment. "I must go, senior, so I'll leave the suppressing black ink army in your care." "You're heading over there?" Evidently, Fu Guang had picked up on something. Yang Kai nodded. "It could be an opportunity for us. Either way, I must take a look and see for myself." Fu Guang was concerned. "You have to be careful. I'm not sure what the exact situation is like, but Wu Kuang told me some things and I know it's probably not safe there. Don't bite off more than you can chew and have the situation end up backfiring on you instead." "I'll play it by ear and act accordingly," Yang Kai assured. He then turned towards the void and called out, "Let's start, Wu Kuang." "Are you sure you want to go there?" Wu Kuang asked to confirm. "At a time like this, I can't back away. I can take you there, but I don't have the power to do anything more. You'll have to rely on yourself." "Of course." "Good." Although Wu Kuang knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, he still felt the need to check once more. Alas, it was as Yang Kai said, they could not back down now. A cloud of fog began enveloping Yang Kai's figure. It was Wu Kuang who was harnessing the power of the Grand Restriction. All at once, Yang Kai felt the suppressing black ink fortress swiftly moving away from him. The earlier scene of Wu Kuang transporting him around repeated itself as he weaved through the sea of black ink strength and headed towards a mysterious unknown land. Wu Kuang told Yang Kai a few things about the unknown land, but he did not give many details as it was hard for him to unearth the mysteries of that place too. As it was, if it had not been for the sudden explosion of black ink strength a few years ago, Wu Kuang would not have known that such an unusual place existed inside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. It was a hidden hand that Mu left behind. Millennia ago, during the humans' first crusade, they suffered a devastating defeat and the crusade force endured catastrophic losses. Mo acted out and Song was unable to stop it. When it looked as if the Grand Restriction was about to break open and Mo was about to escape, Mu's silhouette appeared out of the blue. She used some strange method to make Mo fall into a deep slumber and saved the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, which had been on the verge of collapse. In doing so, she saved the human race army from the danger of being wiped out and the humans were able to spend thousands of years building themselves back up. Everyone thought that Mu's hidden hand had been completely used up. Even Song thought so as well before he died, which was why he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself and integrate with the Grand Restriction to strengthen it. Before Tsang passed on, he told Yang Kai about Shi and had him look for Shi's reincarnation to let the latter stand guard over the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. That led to Yang Kai bringing Wu Kuang over to this place. Although he was not the same as Shi himself, he could still wield some of the strength of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. Sure enough, Wu Kuang had done a pretty good job over the past few thousand years. However, it now seemed that during the late ancient era, Mu had left another hidden hand behind. Forcing Mo into a deep sleep was not the end of it. There was more which was hidden inside that unknown land. Wu Kuang could not figure out what it was precisely, but he had a vague feeling that a crucial piece to the puzzle was hidden there. He thought about getting Fu Guang to make the trip, but the suppressing black ink army was deep within enemy territory and Fu Guang could not leave them. Thankfully, Yang Kai came along and he was undoubtedly the best candidate to make this exploration. When Wu Kuang filled Yang Kai in on the information regarding the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, they both knew that this trip had to be made. No matter what Mu's hidden hand was, someone needed to investigate, otherwise, once Mo truly woke up, the human race's present heritage would not be enough to defeat it, and the entire human race would be exterminated. Yang Kai kept traversing through the sea of black ink strength. He had the protection of the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions power, thus, masters from the Black Ink clan scattered along the way could not detect him. Nearly there, at some point, Wu Kuang's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai tensed up in alertness at once. Soon, he felt his body hitting an invisible layer and sticking to it. It happened too quickly, so Yang Kai felt sore all over. Wu Kuang, what's going on? Yang Kai took a step back and asked. Wu Kuang innocently replied, I don't know. It seems to be preventing all living beings from entering. How am I supposed to go in then? Yang Kai frowned. Hang on. Let me take a look. While waiting, Yang Kai stretched his hand out and touched the barrier that was holding him back. It felt like a seal or restriction of some sort, but not quite either. Yang Kai got a very strange feeling from it. He was about to take a closer look when he felt his palm warming up slightly. A strange kind of energy seemed to come off that invisible layer and washed over him. Following that, Yang Kai's palm went through the barrier. Yang Kai was shocked and puzzled. He took a step forward and half his body went through. Huh? How did you do that? Wu Kuang exclaimed. Some sort of power seemed to check my identity before allowing me to enter, Yang Kai explained as he recalled what he experienced earlier. It checked your identity, Wu Kuang repeated thoughtfully, it's probably Mu's doing. This place is hidden inside the Grand Restriction, so she must have guarded it against the Black Ink clan and made sure that only humans can enter. Though they had no way of ascertaining whether this was indeed the case, it was the only plausible explanation they could think of right now. I'm going in, Yang Kai announced. Take this. As Wu Kuang's voice rang out, an object suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand, but before he could see what it was, he fell into the unknown land. All at once, Yang Kai froze in place. He saw a great river cutting through the void, with neither its beginning nor end in sight. The great river was longer and deeper than fathomable and waves full of Tao strengths which kept ebbing and flowing. However, the auras of the time Tao strength and space Tao strength were the strongest. A space-time river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-29, Mu's Spacetime River. A spacetime river was hidden deep inside that mysterious unknown land within the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes and was on the verge of thinking he was hallucinating. However, after studying it carefully, he concluded it was indeed a spacetime river. Amid his shock, a question popped into his mind. Whose spacetime river is this? In a flash, he got his answer. Since this place is part of the hidden hand Mu left behind, the spacetime river has to be hers. Was Mu able to create a spacetime river too? Does that mean she mastered the use of all 10,000 grand Daos? Judging by the size of this spacetime river, Mu's mastery of the 10,000 grand Daos far exceeded his own. After a brief moment of shock, Yang Kai's heart filled with awe. Mu was indeed the strongest out of the 10 martial ancestors. Yang Kai did not think much of it when he saw the respect Song and Wu Kuang had for Mu, but after witnessing this spacetime river, he finally realized just how incredible she was. Initially, he thought that his spacetime river was the only one of its kind, but now, he knew that he was not the first in history to achieve this feat soon. Yang Kai grew puzzled again though. He was able to form his spacetime river from 10,000 Tao strengths because he had been inspired by the infinite river inside the universe furnace. If Mu did likewise, did it mean she had once entered the universe furnace and saw the infinite river as well? Either way, Yang Kai felt a kind of joy at knowing that he walked the same path a martial ancestor once had despite being separated by millions of years. Ever since Yang Kai heard about the mysteries of the creation realm from Tsang, he had been pondering about it. There were 9 orders to the open heaven realm, but even if one became a 9th order master, what were they to do next? Mo came into existence alongside the universe, so it was powerful beyond imagination. Being a Ninth Order master was not enough to kill Mo and remove its threat for good. To do that, one had to break past the Ninth Order open heaven realm. But, how? How was one supposed to break through the Ninth Order open heaven realm? No one could provide any insight into this task. It could be said that the humans were reaching the end of the martial Tao which the martial ancestors had left for them. If they wanted to go even further, they had to clear the obstacles themselves to carve a new path starting from the end of what their ancestors had paved before them. Yang Kai did not have any ideas on how to do that until he created his space-time river inside the universe furnace. He had a vague feeling that the mysterious river created from 10,000 Tao strengths was the key to the way forward. However, there was no other human he could discuss this with right now. The discovery of another space-time river inside this mysterious unknown land changed everything. This was the space-time river that Mu left behind. She was the strongest of the martial ancestors, and despite having died millions of years ago, the mere hidden hand she left behind was able to make Mo fall into a deep slumber. Her presence thus lingered on in this manner. When she lived, Mu would have been trying to discover the mysteries of the realm above the Ninth Order open heaven realm. If Yang Kai was only 10% certain that the space-time river was the key to breaking past the Ninth Order open heaven realm, then he was about 30% certain now. He had inadvertently trod down the same path Mu had. That being said, before arriving at his intended destination, Yang Kai did not know whether this path would take him to an even higher pinnacle of martial Tao or turn out to be a dead end instead. Many thoughts raced through Yang Kai's mind, but he soon had his attention focused as he sensed that this space-time river differed from his not just in size, but in other ways too. Strange images flickered each time the waves crashed. The images flew by at rapid speeds in such a bizarre fashion that even Yang Kai had a hard time picking them out. He was about to use his divine sense to take a closer look when a huge wave burst out of the space-time river and came crashing down on him. Yang Kai's instinctive reaction was to back off, but a thought suddenly occurred to him and he stood his ground. The wave swallowed Yang Kai up, and once it calmed down again, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai felt everything turning upside down. He felt both weightless and as if he was falling off a cliff. He quickly used his power to steady himself. Immediately, his expression changed. In a flash, he had suddenly become impossibly weak. Although his small universe was still there, he seemed to have lost contact with it and could not use his world force. There was also only a bit of chi left in him. Yang Kai had to scramble around before he could somewhat slow down the rate of his fall, but he could not steady himself at all. He looked down and saw a lush, verdant forest below him, one that was quickly getting closer. A melancholic thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind: am I going to be the first Ninth Order master to die by falling to his death? He had been too careless. Initially, he thought that Mu's space-time river had to possess some kind of secret, so he did not try to dodge the wave that came at him. He wanted to enter the river and scout it out from the inside. However, he never thought he would end up in such a strange place after being swallowed up by the wave. Soon, he fell into the forest. Numerous branches cushioned his fall and slowed him down a little, but they could not break his fall entirely. Moments later, there was a loud thud as Yang Kai dropped to the ground, creating a small crater in the process. The commotion scared off the birds and the critters, and soon, everything fell silent. A little while later, Yang Kai was finally able to straighten himself up. He sat on the ground and shook his head. There was nothing much wrong with him. He did feel a little dizzy, but it was most likely because he had been plunged into this unknown space rather than because of the fall. He belatedly realized that he was still a divine dragon. Even though he could not use his dragon vein's power right now, his thick skin and strong flesh meant that he would not die from such a fall, even if it had been from an even greater height. Still, he was under a lot of pressure from the sudden turn of events and was a little dazed. What is this place? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked around, narrowing his eyes a moment later. He was only certain that he was inside Mu's space-time river right now, and he was astonished to find that such a world existed inside the spacetime river. His spacetime river did not contain anything as profound as this. From the looks of it now, the images I saw in Mu's spacetime river when I was standing outside it earlier weren't images at all, but reflections of this world, the infinite river, a universe world. Yang Kai was beginning to get some ideas. He sorely wished he could enter retreat to digest the new information. However, now was not the time for that. The place he was in did not seem to be all that peaceful. His cultivation was being suppressed and his divine sense was suppressed to remain inside his knowledge sea, so it meant that he only possessed the barest hint of his powers right now. What's more, after all his years of travels and experiences, Yang Kai could keenly sense that he was not alone in the forest right now. A strange murderous intent hung thick in the air as unseen pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Yang Kai lowered his gaze as he silently checked what strength he still had. One day, a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness. He will defeat the ultimate enemy. Somewhere in the forest, a man was staring dazedly at Yang Kai. He muttered those words under his breath, and as he did so, an indescribable look of feverish passion filled his expression. Two others beside him looked just as ecstatic when they heard what he said and saw the disheveled Yang Kai. "You too, get him out of here. I'll bring up the rear." The person who spoke first quickly came to a decision, and after giving this order, he gripped his sword and charged out of his hiding spot. The other two people quickly followed close behind. As the three of them started moving, the murderous intent that circled the forest grew even stronger as silhouettes fluttered in the shadows. Yang Kai looked up and his brow rose slightly when he saw the man rushing over to him with a sword in hand. After a quick check, Yang Kai confirmed what cultivation he had right now. He, a ninth-order master, was only able to use true element boundary strength. What outrageous suppression! The journey of cultivation began with the tempered body stage before continuing to the initial element, chi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension. Even back in the Great Han Dynasty, Yang Kai's cultivation had surpassed the true element boundary. However, he was being suppressed to that exact realm by an independent world now. That explains why I couldn't use my divine sense. I'm not even in the immortal ascension realm right now. Only cultivators who reached the immortal ascension realm could use divine sense. The young man who came charging over at Yang Kai with a sword in hand appeared to be less than 30 years old. He had a determined look on his scarred face and seemed like someone who had wrestled with death before. His cultivation was also somewhere in the true element boundary, but his murderous aura was strong and he had a mysterious movement skill that allowed him to rush over to Yang Kai in just a few steps. Yang Kai eyed him without moving. He could sense that the young man's murderous intent was not directed at him. Although he looked fierce when he came storming over, there was also a look of worry as well. Why is this guy worried about me when we don't know each other? Two younger men followed close behind the first one, seemingly part of the same group. All at once, the scar-faced young man thrust his sword towards Yang Kai. The sword cry was followed by a clang as it flicked away an arrow that was aimed at Yang Kai's back. The scar-faced man leapt past Yang Kai and protected him from behind, his sword dancing through the air. A series of clangs rang out as the young man blocked more arrows that were all directed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no idea what was going on. I've only just arrived in this damned place. How did I get caught up in a fight? One party is trying to protect me while the other one is trying to kill me. Just how did I provoke them? What is going on inside Mu's spacetime river? Yang Kai was bewildered in every way possible. Hurry up and leave. I can't hold them back for long. The growl from the scar-faced man interrupted Yang Kai's thoughts. Just then, the two men who rushed over with the first one hoisted Yang Kai up from the ground, and the one on his left quickly said, "Please come with us, Holy Son." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5930, Prophecy. Saying so, they lifted Yang Kai and ran away, without caring about whether he was willing or not. Holy Son. Yang Kai's confusion grew. Although the cultivation of these two people was not as good as the scar-faced man, their strength and movement skills were still impressive for their realm. As arrows rained down from behind, the two of them cooperated seamlessly, blocking attacks while carrying Yang Kai as they fled into the distance. Soon, a furious roar came from behind them. Zhuo Wuyu, you court death. You all came for me, didn't you? Well then, let's fight to the death here. I'll hold him off, you guys run. No one is leaving. The scar-faced youth, Zhuo Wuyu, roared. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out behind them. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, looking at the situation with confusion. He wanted to inquire about it, but this was clearly not a good time. The title of Holy Sun also caught his attention. He had only come to this mysterious and unknowable place to investigate the hidden hand left by Mu, but he never expected to be swept into Mu's spacetime river and end up in this independent world, where his strength was greatly suppressed. As a ninth-order master, he was not easily suppressed by the laws of any unfamiliar world. However, in this place, he could only exert the strength of a cultivator in the true element boundary. This meant that a stronger force was acting in this place, surpassing his ninth-order power. This must be Mu's doing. Swift as the wind, Yang Kai was dragged along by the two young men as they moved forward quickly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he checked the item in his palm that Wu Kuang had given him before entering this mysterious place. He hadn't had a chance to look at it before, but now he noticed that it was a jade pendant, carved in the shape of a person that vaguely resembled Wu Kuang and carried a wisp of his aura. Yang Kai had a rough idea of what this item was for. Then, he suddenly spoke up, you two can put me down. I can walk on my own. Although he didn't know where they were or what had happened, being chased was definitely not a pleasant experience. The two young men should be on his side as they were carrying him and running as fast as they could from the pursuers. Though their speed was somewhat affected, running faster would certainly help them shake off their pursuers. As he spoke, Yang Kai shook lightly and broke free from their grasp. The two youths were clearly surprised and pleased to see that Yang Kai had such strength. Then, the youth on the left apologized. We acted hastily and didn't handle things appropriately. Please forgive us, Holy Sun. Yang Kai waved his hand nonchalantly, it's fine. Later, the young man on the right said, I didn't expect Holy Sun to be so powerful. It seems we can get away from them now. As they spoke, they continued to rush forward. What about the guy, Zhuo Wuyu, should we not worry about him? Yang Kai remembered the scar-faced young man who remained behind. Big Brother Zhuo is very strong, and he has a divine sword bestowed by the Saintess. Without an immortal Ascension Realm Master, those wastes can't do anything to him. Saintess? Yang Kai wondered what her role in all of this was. But with just a few words, he confirmed that the martial Tao of this world was not much different from what he knew, even the names were the same. Moreover, this world had immortal Ascension Realm Masters. The only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. As they fled for their lives, it was not convenient to say much. The two young men were initially worried that Yang Kai could not keep up with their speed, so they did not use their full strength at first. However, as time passed and they tested him, they found that no matter how profound their movement skills were, this Holy Sun, who had descended from the sky, could keep up with them effortlessly. So, they let loose and ran at full speed. After about an hour, they reached a mountain wall, where one of them took out a jade ornament and pressed it against the wall, which opened a kind of portal. It seemed that this was their hiding place. The 3 of them entered one after another, and the portal closed again. There was a space that was just the right size inside the mountain, and the space had clearly been lived in before. After everything was settled, the 2 young men who led Yang Kai here breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to worry about anything now that they were here. Yang Kai stood with his hands behind his back, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the 2 young men fell to one knee and bowed, Greetings, Holy Sun. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help the 2 young men up. I still haven't figured out what's going on here, and I have no idea who this holy son is that you speak of. Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? The thin youth replied, We have not made a mistake. You are indeed the holy son of the spirit religion. Of course, the final determination will be made by the saintess herself. Yang Kai was confused, but we've never met before today. How can you be so sure? The two exchanged a glance before the thin one explained, It is said that one day, a crack will appear in the sky and a man will fall from it. He will spark the light and rip apart the shackles of darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy. And that person will be the one who leads the spirit religion into the light. That person is the holy son of the spirit religion. Descend from the sky. Yang Kai realized that they were probably talking about him. After all, he had indeed fallen from a crack in the sky in a rather undignified manner. It was surprising to find that their prophecy matched up with his own experience. To not only descend from the sky but also do so while the sky is split open. Who made this prophecy? He asked. The other young man replied solemnly, It is the guidance of the saintess herself, passed down since the founding of the spirit religion. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, intrigued, Oh? Can I meet this saintess of yours? Of course, the thin youth said, We'll wait here for a while until Big Brother's war returns, and then we'll take you to see the saintess. Good. Then, they rested in silence for a while. The two youths had been running non-stop, which had taken a toll on them, but Yang Kai, on the other hand, was still full of energy. Despite being suppressed to the true element boundary, he still had the heritage of the Ninth Order open heaven realm, so running didn't tire him out. Taking advantage of the moment, he gripped the jade pendant in his hand, intending to activate his divine sense, but he quickly remembered that he couldn't do that right now. As a last resort, he could only call out softly, Wu Kuang. The jade pendant had been given to him by Wu Kuang before he entered this place, and it was even carved in Wu Kuang's image and carried his aura. Obviously, it was meant for communication. Yang Kai also sensed that Wu Kuang had left a thread of his consciousness in this jade pendant. Wu Kuang seemed extremely curious about this mysterious and unknowable land, but because he was guarding the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had no energy to spare, he could only send a thread of consciousness to see what was going on. The jade pendant shook slightly in response. Yang Kai became speechless. Even Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness seemed to be heavily suppressed here. He had originally wanted to communicate with him and see if he could find any useful clues, but now he had to give up. Moreover, just this shake caused the spirituality of the jade pendant to dim a bit. I'll have to nourish Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness, otherwise, it will soon dissipate. Yang Kai reached out, only to remember another unfortunate truth. His small universe was currently sealed, causing him to not be able to take anything out. Now, he was practically empty-handed except for the clothes he was wearing. It was quite an awkward situation. Do either of you have some thread? Yang Kai asked, looking at them. Yes, one of them responded quickly and handed him a carefully braided thread. Then, Yang Kai tied Wu Kuang's jade pendant into a kind of necklace, so he could nurture it with his own spiritual energy and communicate with Wu Kuang at any time. After that, he began to familiarize himself with his current powers. True element boundary, how weak. His great power had been stripped away, making him somewhat uncomfortable. But in the end, he had experienced this realm before, so he just needed to familiarize himself with it a little bit. About an hour later, there was a sudden commotion. The three of them were alerted, and when Yang Kai looked, he saw one of the two youths using a jade to investigate and then exclaimed with joy, Big Brother Zhua is back. Saying so, he activated his power of the jade, and a light flashed by, opening the sealed portal. In the next moment, Zhuo Wuyu, covered in blood, hurried in. He had clearly experienced a fierce battle, with many wounds on his body and a somewhat weakened aura, but his murderous intent remained extremely strong. The figure that entered this place was like an ancient ominous beast entering a cave, chilling the atmosphere to the bone. Big Brother Zhua. The two youths exclaimed and greeted him. As Zhuo Wuyu glanced over and fixed his gaze on Yang Kai, he breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he wave his hand to his two companions, and went straight to Yang Kai, kneeling on one knee. Zhuo Wuyu pays his respects to the Holy Sun. Here we go again. Yang Kai, a majestic ninth-order master with the body of a divine dragon, didn't mind being bowed to by a mere true element boundary cultivator. However, this Holy Sun identity was somewhat strange to him. He had only come to investigate what Mu's hidden hand was, never expecting to get involved in the petty disputes of this inexplicable world. Reaching out to help him up, Yang Kai spoke, "Let me greet your saintess before we discuss this matter of the Holy Sun." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wuyu knew that the person before him had already heard of the saintess prophecy, so he immediately spoke up, "The saintess has never made a mistake. When the Holy Sun appears, it is no doubt per her guidance. Therefore, you must be the Holy Sun of spirit religion." Yang Kai didn't bother to argue and simply said, "You're injured. You should focus on healing first. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude." Even without Zhuo Wuyu and his companions, nothing would have happened to Yang Kai in the face of that group of attackers that hadn't even reached the immortal ascension boundary. However, they had still protected him and provided cover, so he should show his gratitude. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head with a bitter smile. "This matter was aimed at me, but I have dragged the Holy Sun into it. I am ashamed." Sylvan, the only difference was that there were 3 stages instead of 9. I added this to make it fit what the author wrote later. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-31, Pursue. In the midst of the jungle ambush that was aimed at Zhuo Wuyu himself, Yang Kai just so happened to be at the right place at the right time. No one could have predicted that at that critical moment, the arrival of the spirit religion Holy Sun, guided by fate, would cause all the undercurrents to erupt in an instant. Upon reflection, Yang Kai realized that Zhuo Wuyu had indeed shouted to the attackers, "Aren't you here for me?" "Regardless, I still have to thank you," Yang Kai said. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head, "Holy Sun, it's nothing. However, we shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible." Although he had killed quite a number of enemies, he was ultimately alone and unable to completely wipe them out. Before the news of the appearance of the Holy Sun was spread, they had already taken Zhuo Wuyu seriously, but it was not to the point where they had to eliminate him at all costs. However, if news of the Holy Sun's appearance got out, it would surely lead to an all-out attack. "But Brother Zhuo, your injury," the thin young man looked at Zhuo Wuyu with concern. "It's nothing serious." "Escort the Holy Sun." Before Zhuo Wuyu could even finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura wilting to the extreme, and his face turning an ashen white. "Big Brother Zhuo!" The 2 young men exclaimed, rushing to support Zhuo Wuyu, who was now swaying on his feet. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "It looks like we'll have to hide here for a while." Zhuo Wuyu's face was filled with bitterness as he nodded, "Please wait half a day for me, Holy Sun." Yang Kai did not respond. Zhuo Wuyu needed urgent treatment. The battle just now had taken a huge toll on him, but he forcibly suppressed his injuries out of concern for the Holy Sun's safety and the future of the spirit religion. Now that the backlash had acted up though, he was unable to move for a while. Zhuo Wuyu quickly settled down and closed his eyes to meditate and heal. The 2 young men who had brought Yang Kai here stood guard by his side, while Yang Kai himself seemed to have nothing to do. Currently, he still had very little information at his disposal, but one thing was certain, this independent world was still inside Mu's spacetime river. When the waves of the spacetime river crashed down on him, Yang Kai did not dodge, resulting in him being dragged into this place and fulfilling an unknown prophecy of some spirit religion saintess who lived in this place. The current situation required Yang Kai to see the saintess if he wanted to know more. Although he had some guesses in mind, he couldn't confirm them until he met her. However, there were still some minor troubles to solve before that. The hideout fell silent after that. About 4 hours later, a commotion suddenly broke out. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating to heal, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible." As soon as the words fell, a tremor shook the ground, as if someone outside was using powerful means to attack the mountain wall where the secret chamber was located. "Big Brother Zhua!" cried the thin young man, "Our location has been exposed, and those guys have come after us." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu's expression darkened. This secret chamber was one of the spirit religion's footholds outside, and when he returned earlier, he had carefully investigated the surroundings to ensure that he wasn't being followed, so how did the enemy find them? If he hadn't been certain that this foothold was safe enough, he wouldn't have stayed here to heal his injuries. But in fact, the enemy had already found them. "Hurry, activate the array!" Zhuo Wuyu shouted. Another young man immediately took out a control jade, infused it with power, and shielded the hideout. The attacks became more ferocious, and the commotion grew much louder. "Zhuo Wuyu, this king knows you're in there. Hand over your holy son, and this king will spare your life." Zhuo Wuyu paled upon hearing the voice. Yan Peng. That old dog really came here in person. He, who remained calm when he was being besieged in the jungle previously, panicked now, clearly facing a formidable foe at the moment. It was obvious that this Yan Peng was not someone to be trifled with. After waiting for half a moment without a response, Yan Peng outside coldly snorted, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame this king for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, the violent attacks resumed, causing the entire secret chamber to shake violently. The young man holding the control jade and stimulating the protective array stumbled as well, nervously saying, "Big Brother Zhua, the array can't hold on for much longer." With that, Zhuo Wuyu immediately stood up and drew his sword before taking a deep breath and declaring, "Zhenghai, Lu Ji, I'll clear a path for you. Bring the holy sun and run." "Big Brother Zhua, we can't escape," said the thin youth, Zhenghai, full of sorrow and indignation, "we should fight together." Zhuo Wuyu's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. He knew very well that they couldn't escape, but after so many years of persistence, how could he give up now that he had finally seen a glimmer of hope? He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, you two. No matter what happens, you must protect the holy sun and bring him back safely. Don't give up until the very end." Hong hong hong. As rocks crumbled and fell, it was clear that this secret chamber couldn't hold much longer. Zhuo Wuyu held his sword up, his expression was resolute and determined. Lu Ji continued to wield the power of the jade while Zhenghai stood ready with all his strength, preparing to unleash his strongest move. Suddenly, Zhenghai punched Lu Ji in the back and, at the same time, the hidden dagger in his other hand struck at Yang Kai's vital point. "What? What?" Two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. The situation in the secret chamber became confusing and chaotic. Lu Ji, who was hit by the punch, spat out fresh blood and fell to the side. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but turn his head in disbelief. He never expected to have a traitor on his side, especially one who would turn on them at such a critical moment. Finally, he understood why their position had been exposed. The enemy had hidden Zhenghai, a traitor, deep within the spirit religion for years without ever using him. Now that it involved the existence of the Holy Sun though, it was time to activate this agent. What surprised Zhuo Wuyu even more was what happened when Zhenghai attacked Yang Kai. He timed his attack perfectly, just as the spirit array was about to collapse and when everyone was highly focused due to the tension. Lu Ji was already injured by him and Yang Kai, standing not far from him without any defenses, should have been directly killed by him. However, when his dagger was about to reach Yang Kai, it was caught between two fingers that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Sun didn't even turn his head, yet he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Hong. With no one to maintain the array, it collapsed, and the secret chamber hidden in the mountain was completely exposed. Figures outside could be seen, and one of them, a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, stood with his hands behind his back while raising a gust of wind to clear away the dust to make the confusing situation clearer. After scanning the scene, the white-haired old man snorted coldly. Zuo Wuyu's roar resounded, "Shanghai!" With a flick of the sword in his hand, he turned and thrust towards Shanghai, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and anger and his face twisted in a grimace of disappointment for his former comrade. Silence. Yan Peng, the white-haired old man, waved his sleeves and sent Zuo Wuyu flying through the air, smashing into the ground several paces away. Already heavily injured and weakened, the impact of the throw left him nearly unconscious, with no strength left even to move a finger. Desperately looking towards Yang Kai, he expected to see the Holy Sun's tragic state, but what he saw left him stunned instead. Shanghai held a dagger close to the Holy Sun's waist, with a posture of attempting a sneak attack, but the Holy Sun quickly countered by catching the dagger with 2 fingers and holding it in place. Right now, Shanghai was struggling to pull the dagger out, but those 2 fingers were as steady as a rock, making his efforts futile. What is happening? Zuo Wuyu couldn't make sense of it. From the looks of it, the Holy Sun seemed to have anticipated this sneak attack. While he was wondering how the Holy Sun could have been prepared for this, the latter spoke up, "There really was an issue with you." Saying so, he turned to look at Shanghai behind him. Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps intimidated by Yang Kai's strength, Shanghai tried to put on a tough act and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "During our escape, you were clearly leaving some things behind in secret. I thought they were meant to guide Zuo Wuyu, but then I thought, if Zuo Wuyu already knew about these places, who else could you be guiding?" The Holy Sun replied. "How is that possible? You noticed what I did on the way here?" Shanghai couldn't believe it. He had been very careful, and even Lu Ji hadn't noticed anything. Yang Kai chuckled lightly without answering. Instead, he looked down at Shanghai's hand and said, "You're still a bit weak compared to me." This whole time, Shanghai had been trying to retrieve his dagger, but he couldn't overpower Holy Sun's grip. Upon hearing this, he immediately released the dagger and stepped back. However, as soon as he regained his footing, his face became filled with horror as the Holy Sun appeared to use some mysterious movement skill, clinging to him like maggots on rotting bones. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his strength rapidly drained from his body. Yang Kai turned his head towards Zuo Wuyu, who lay helpless on the ground and asked, "It doesn't matter if we kill this traitor, does it?" Zuo Wuyu was dumbfounded by the series of events, but upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. "He's just a beast. His death isn't worth pitying." Amidst the hearty laughter, he was suddenly seized with a coughing fit that aggravated his injury. Yang Kai nodded slightly and reached out to lightly tap Shanghai's forehead, who then stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, gazing down at his chest. A dagger was somehow thrust into his heart, the very same one he had used to ambush the Holy Sun from before. "Impossible." Shanghai's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself, "How is that possible that I'm dying here?" His head tilted and he lost his aura. Only then did Yang Kai turn to look at Yan Peng, who was observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, looking somewhat surprised. Yang Kai said, "Old man, aren't you angry?" "Angry about what?" he asked in confusion. "I just killed one of your subordinates." Yang Kai pointed to Shanghai, who lay dead next to them. Yan Peng burst into laughter. "I have thousands of subordinates. If I were to get mad every time one dies, I'd have died from anger by now." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5932, Missed. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense." Yan Peng scrutinized Yang Kai and asked, "Are you the legendary Holy Sun?" "I'm not sure," Yang Kai replied as he agilely maneuvered through the rubble, quickly arriving before Zuo Wuyu and looking down at him. Zuo Wuyu's lips moved, and he appeared to be mouthing the word "run." Flashing a smile, Yang Kai reached out to grab the long sword in his hand. "Let me borrow this." Yan Peng didn't stop him, but curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai paid him no attention as he examined the sword in his hand. On their escape route, Shanghai mentioned that this sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon the saintess, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it was an ordinary weapon that didn't even qualify to be called a proper artifact. This wasn't surprising though, as this was a world with a relatively low martial Dao, so there were no truly powerful artifacts. I just asked what you were doing. Yan Peng was starting to get annoyed by Yang Kai's dismissive attitude. Yang Kai flicked the sword with his finger to hear its clear and melodious cry. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yan Peng and smiled. I'm getting ready to fight. With so many of you, I obviously need to find a suitable weapon. They were already surrounded by enemies in all directions. It was evident that Yan Peng took this matter seriously since he had brought over 30 people with him. Yan Peng narrowed his eyes. We don't necessarily have to fight. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrow. Are you willing to let us go? You can't go, but they can. Because I'm the Holy Sun? Yes. The prophecy of the light spirit religion has been circulating for many years. Everyone thinks it's an unrealistic fantasy. Whether you are the real Holy Sun or not, you still have to come with me. Rest assured, our master may not necessarily take your life. Who knows, you might even benefit from this misfortune. Yang Kai looked at him curiously and asked, if I'm not mistaken, you should be in the immortal ascension boundary, right? An elite like you actually has a master? Upon hearing that, Yan Peng's eyes were suddenly filled with fanaticism. Of course, the divine might of our master is not something that you ordinary mortals can imagine. I am not even 1/10 of his greatness. Watching the fervent expression on Yan Peng's face, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Yang Kai still wanted to say more, but Yan Peng had already lost his patience. The fanaticism in his eyes subsided, replaced by coldness and cruelty. Boy, you better come with me obediently to avoid suffering. That's not going to happen. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm curious about that prophecy, so I intend to meet their saintess and ask about it. Yan Peng coldly snorted, foolish obstinance. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, take him down. Yang Kai lifted the sword up as he muttered, it's a pity it's not a spear, but oh well, it's all the same. With those words, he flicked his wrist, and blood spurted forth as one of the masters who charged towards him was inexplicably pierced, clutching his throat while he stumbled backwards. Yang Kai thrust his sword again, and another person was killed with one swift blow. Masters came from all directions, but Yang Kai moved like a graceful butterfly amid their dense attacks. Within just a few breaths, the ground was covered with corpses, and more than half of Yan Peng's men were dead. The remaining people were filled with horror and no longer dared to approach. Zuo Wuyu, who had collapsed on a pile of rubble, stared straight ahead, momentarily forgetting to breathe. On the other side, Lu Ji also widened his eyes and almost thought that he was dreaming. Yan Peng was equally astonished and asked, what kind of sword secret technique is this? Under his observation, this holy son of the light spirit religion did not even use any kind of great force. The sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, piercing with precision every time and always hitting its target. After just a dozen or so strikes, half of his men were already dead. However, the sword remained unsullied by blood. Sword secret technique? Yang Kai shook his sword and said, no, this is not a secret technique. Not a secret technique? Then what is it? It's just an application of the sword Dao. Although Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Dao of space, time, and spear, he had delved into the sword Dao before. In his earlier years, when he wasn't powerful enough, he roamed around with only a sword. However, since the war in the star boundary, after receiving the Azure Dragon Spear from Maada, he had switched to Spear Dao. Now, with the gains he had obtained from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and Infinite River, compared to ordinary masters, Yang Kai was still much stronger, despite his mastery over the sword Dao being lower than the 3 grand Daos he primarily cultivated. In Yang Kai's small universe, many people benefited from his unusual accumulation and embarked on the sword Dao, making it among the most popular grand Daos in the entire void world. Although his power was severely suppressed in this independent world, which made it difficult to use his Dao strengths, his mastery of the sword Dao remained. With just a flick of his wrist, he could perform an extremely exquisite move with any kind of sword. Yan Peng and Zhuo Wuyu found this all hard to comprehend. Now, who wants to die next? Yang Kai looked around at the masters who were now at a loss. No one dared to step forward. A mere true element boundary junior dares to act insolent in front of this old master? Even if your sword's secret techniques are exquisite, you are not my match. Yan Peng bellowed with rage as his divine sense surged, sending his spiritual energy charging towards Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Holy Sun, be careful." While the Holy Sun's sword's secret techniques were truly transcendent, his cultivation realm was still a fatal weakness. There was an insurmountable gap between the true element boundary and the immortal ascension boundary, one's divine sense and knowledge sea. The latter had given birth to a divine sense and opened their knowledge sea, but the former had not. Therefore, an immortal ascension masters who wanted to make a move against a true element cultivator were basically unstoppable, unless they wore some artifact that protected their soul. After Yan Peng witnessed Yang Kai's skills and realized he could not understand his sword's secret techniques, he understood that if he wanted to take him down, he could only use soul's secret techniques. In an instant, Yan Peng's spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and manifested as a soul avatar. He stood proudly above the ocean, his arrogance and disdain quickly turning to shock and doubt. This is a knowledge sea. How could a true element boundary cultivator have a knowledge sea? Moreover, the vast power hidden within this knowledge sea was beyond his ability to comprehend. The soul of the immortal ascension master was like a firefly under the bright moonlight in front of such power. What was going on? The prophecy predicting the Holy Sun's existence did not seem to be unfounded. Putting aside his bizarre sword's secret techniques, this vast and boundless knowledge sea was even more astonishing. Yan Peng quickly discovered a seven-color island, which stood out among the vast and misty multicolored lights of the knowledge sea. Yan Peng could feel his soul avatar trembling just from looking at it. He instinctively knew that the seven-colored island was an incredible treasure. Just being bathed by the seven-colored glow gave his soul avatar an extremely pleasant feeling. I must obtain this seven-colored island. With greed in his heart, Yan Peng flew towards the island and landed on it easily as there was no hindrance on the way. In an instant, Yan Peng felt an indescribable surge of power nourishing his soul, giving him a feeling of returning to the womb. He wished he could stay here forever. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's been a long time since I've seen someone so weak." Yan Peng was startled. Someone's here? He spun around to see a young man standing beside a leopard that had lightning dancing around it. Was it the leopard who spoke earlier? The young man commented, "We all start weak and work our way up through cultivation." The leopard just sneered, "This old man's aptitude is so poor that even if he were placed in the wider world, he would only be able to reach the first order at best." Fair enough. In any case, let's get this over with. What do you think, second brother? Instead of just killing him, we should probably try to gather some more information. Good, then you do it. I'm not good at delicate work, so I'm afraid I might kill him by accident. The young man nodded and turned to Yan Peng, smiling, "Old man, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better tell us everything you know. The heavens reward those who are kind, so I might spare you if you cooperate." Yan Peng's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Zhuo Wuyu yelled out in worry, but in the next instant, the Holy Sun's sword flickered again as he began killing all the enemies who surrounded them. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. No one expected that after Yan Peng attacked, Yang Kai could still fight. Normally, at this point, Yang Kai's soul should have been crushed by Yan Peng, leaving him either dead or severely limited. But in reality, Yang Kai remained unfazed. A moment of carelessness resulted in even greater casualties. It wasn't until only a few people were left alive that they realized what was happening. "Kill him! Kill him now!" The few people exclaimed in shock as a layer of faint mist suddenly filled their bodies. As the mist spread, their strength noticeably improved. Yang Kai, who was in the midst of wielding his sword and killing, suddenly raised his brow, revealing a look of astonishment. The sword in his hand continued to deliver death, and within moments, only the last master remained gasping for breath while the rest lay dead on the ground. By the time Yang Kai cut the tendons in the last master's shoulders with his sword and captured him with one hand, the several dozen people brought by Yen Peng were already all dead. "Be careful, holy son, don't touch that mist." Zhuo Wuyu's worried voice rang out once again. Yang Kai, however, seemed not to have heard him. He continued to pressure the master he had captured, forcing him to activate the power of the mist. After a while, Yang Kai finally stopped, and the captive master's aura extinguished at the same time. Standing in place, Yang Kai showed a pensive expression. That mist was black ink strength. Though incredibly faint and weak, unlike those outside, it was still undoubtedly black ink strength. Recalling Yen Peng's previously fanatical expression, Yang Kai suddenly realized why it seemed familiar. Do all of these people possess this power? Yang Kai turned to Zhuo Wuyu and asked. Zhuo Wuyu replied, those in the black ink cult all possess it. It's called black ink strength. Yang Kai nodded, finally obtaining a few answers after experiencing this series of inexplicable events. Martial Peak, Chapter 5933, Information. In this world, black ink strength existed, as did the black ink cult, an opposing force to the light spirit religion. Holy Son, black ink strength is highly corruptive and can warp a human's nature. Please check whether you have been affected. Zhuo Wuyu anxiously warned. Yang Kai merely shrugged. Even black ink strength wielded by a royal lord couldn't harm him, let alone the extremely diluted power possessed by someone from the black ink cult. Although his small universe was currently suppressed and sealed, making it impossible for him to use his world force, the world tree clone was still there. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was essentially immune to the effects of black ink strength. Still, it was a thoughtful warning, so Yang Kai went through the motions of checking himself before saying, "It's fine. This black ink strength seems to have no effect on me." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention then turned to Yen Peng, who stood motionless to the side. Ever since this immortal ascension boundary master had used his soul avatar earlier, he became frozen in place, and even the death of a large number of his subordinates aroused no reaction from him, as if he had lost his soul. It made Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji puzzled. "Holy Son, what's happening to Yen Peng?" Zhuo Wuyu asked, uncertain but with a suspicion forming in his mind. "His soul has been shattered. He's basically a living corpse now," Yang Kai explained. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. "Holy Son, do you possess one of those special constitutions that are immune to all evil?" The fact that Yen Peng's soul shattered as a result of his using his soul avatar against Yang Kai, coupled with his resistance to black ink strength, left Zhuo Wuyu at a loss for words with no explanation of what just happened. Something like that, as Yang Kai was thinking about how to explain it, Zhuo Wuyu was thoughtful enough to come up with an explanation for him. Seeing him admit to it, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji exchanged a glance, both thrilled beyond measure. The Holy Son was impervious to all evil, born to counteract the means of the black ink cult. He was truly the future hope of the spirit religion. The saint's prophecy was right on the mark. Furthermore, his strength was unfathomable. He didn't even need to use much power in his previous killing spree, only employing the most basic sword secret techniques. Yet, the black ink cult masters were unable to block even a single strike. At this moment, the gloom in their hearts was illuminated by the dawn's light. "We shouldn't stay here for long," Zhuo Wuyu said, struggling to stand up before falling back down. His injuries were still severe. It was the same for Lu Ji. He was caught off guard by Zhang Hai and took a direct punch to the back. If Zhang Hai hadn't reserved some strength to attack Yang Kai, that punch would have ended Lu Ji's life. "You should both rest and recover for a while," said Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu looked bitter. Although he wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, he was strong in will but weak in strength. After exchanging a glance with Lu Ji, he decided to heal his injuries on the spot and try to restore some strength for now. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, on the seven-colored island, Yan Peng's soul avatar became respectful and forthcoming before the young man and the thunder leopard. He would answer any questions they had without holding anything back. This couldn't be helped. Yan Peng initially thought this seven-colored island was his great opportunity, never expecting to find two masters here whose strengths were both beyond his imagination. Yan Peng did not doubt that either of these two could extinguish his soul with a single thought. How could people under the eaves not lower their heads? Fortunately, the young man was kind enough not to harm him, only asking for some basic information. So, Yan Peng cooperated obediently. After a brief exchange, Feng Tianci uncovered some secrets of this world, which he naturally shared with the others. In the primordial world, two great forces, the light spirit religion and the black ink cult, had vied for dominance since ancient times, each claiming half of this independent world. Even after years of unending conflict, neither side could gain the upper hand. Within the black ink cult, there was a black ink master who could bestow black ink strength upon all living beings, corrupting their hearts and minds, making them obedient servants of the cult. Meanwhile, the light spirit religion was the only force that could stand against the black ink cult. They had been battling them for countless years. Without them, the entire world would have fallen into the hands of the cult long ago. The first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion left behind a prophecy, which was the same one that Yang Kai heard from Lu Ji. Over the years, the followers of the light spirit religion had been searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun while fighting against the black ink cult, because according to the guidance of the first-generation saintess, the only way to completely defeat the black ink cult was for the Holy Sun to appear. Likewise, the black ink cult was also searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun of the light spirit religion. Unfortunately, neither side had made any progress. Until today, during the black ink cult's hunt for Zhuo Wuyu, Yang Kai suddenly descended from the sky. When the news reached Yan Peng, he personally led his men to capture Yang Kai. But things took an unexpected turn as they were all slaughtered and Yan Peng found himself trapped. On the small island, Feng Tianci continued to question Yan Peng for more information. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The information he had was not extensive, but he now had a general understanding of the situation. However, there were two things that were different from what he had initially thought. The first was the impact of black ink strength on living creatures. In the outside world, black ink strength was extremely potent. Any master who was contaminated by it and failed to deal with it in time would inevitably become a black ink disciple. These beings had long since abandoned their humanity and identities and became loyal only to Mo. It could be said that any black ink disciple would willingly sacrifice everything they had for Mo. However, Yan Peng was different. Though his soul avatar was trapped on the seven-color island, he had a strong will to survive, otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Feng Tianci and provided so much information about the black ink cult. In other words, he wasn't a true black ink disciple. Is it because of how weak the black ink strength is here? When Yang Kai killed those black ink cult members before, the last few activated their black ink strength to enhance their abilities. However, their black ink strength was extremely thin and clearly abnormal. It seemed that black ink strength in the primordial world could distort someone's nature to a certain extent, but it wasn't potent enough to transform them into true black ink disciples. The second point of curiosity was the saintess of the light spirit religion. Yang Kai had a suspicion about the saintess before, but after learning some information about her from Yan Peng, he began thinking he might have been wrong. The prophecy was left behind by the first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Since then, the light spirit religion had gone through many generations of saintesses. Among the past saintesses, some were assassinated by the black ink cult, some experienced cultivation dissonance, and some naturally died when their predestined time arrived. If that was the case, then this light spirit religion's current saintess was not the person he wanted to meet. Another thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the name of this world, primordial world. The name of this world seemed to imply something. Yang Kai felt helpless. Although Mu had left a hidden hand in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was still elusive. He had to clear the fog in front of him before he could glimpse the truth. "It's time to go," he said after half a day. Since Yen Peng personally took action, the Black Ink cult would certainly send more masters to investigate the situation once there was no news from him for long enough. In fact, according to the information revealed by Yen Peng, he was able to arrive so quickly only because he happened to be nearby. The other Black Ink cult masters should also have set out and were on their way. The appearance of the Holy Son of the Light Spirit religion, even if it was only a possibility, was a matter that the Black Ink cult would not take lightly. Together, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji opened their eyes. Half a day of rest was not enough to completely heal, but they had gained enough strength to move at the very least. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the long sword back to Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu caught the sword and spoke, "Only in the hands of the Holy Sun can this sword unleash its true power." Yang Kai's swift and efficient movements were all observed by him, which left him in awe and realized that if he could enter retreat and comprehend these secret techniques, he would surely bring his sword techniques to the next level. Yang Kai shook his head casually, "No need, I'll use this." With a flick of his foot, a long spear lying on the ground flew into his hand. He wasn't sure which dead Black Ink cultist it belonged to, but after giving it a quick shake, he was satisfied with how it felt in his hand, despite it being not the best of quality. Without saying anything more, Zhuo Wuyu approached Yen Peng and swiftly beheaded him with his sword. Then, the three of them set off in a certain direction under Zhuo Wuyu's guidance. When they left, all that remained were dead bodies and destruction. An hour later, a group of beasts attracted by the scent of blood arrived, but soon became alert and fled after a brief hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red line shot through the air and pierced one of the beasts, causing it to cry out in agony and turn into a lifeless husk. The blood-red line transformed into a blood-red light, from which a figure strolled out. The figure was a woman in tight red robes, her stunning physique accentuated by the vivid color of her clothes. Her nails were long and sharp as blades, and she licked her lips with satisfaction after the recent kill, her eyes curved with pleasure. Dozens of people had already gathered around, examining the remnants of the battle. After a while, the woman spoke up casually, still filing her nails as if sharpening a blade for herself. "Anything noteworthy?" Someone quickly knelt down and respectfully replied, "Chapter Master, all of them died from sword injuries, killed by a single strike. Even Yen Peng seemed to have put up no resistance before he died." "Oh." The woman showed a hint of surprise, so Yen Peng didn't even try to fight back. "Looks like there were some extremely powerful swordsmen among them. Was it Zhuo Wuyu?" "It couldn't have been Zhuo Wuyu. He's only in the true element boundary, while Yen Peng is in the immortal ascension boundary. With a difference of a major realm, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't have been responsible," the Black Ink cult disciple explained. "So it must have been their newfound holy son." The woman raised an eyebrow. "I don't know, Chapter Master. Which way did they go?" "It should be that way," the man pointed in a direction. Immediately, the woman's body flickered, turning into a blood beam, which shot towards that direction. Her voice echoed in the distance, "I'll go on ahead. You guys catch up as soon as possible." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5934, Why Did You Try to Kill Me? As the three of them passed through a small town, Zhuo Wuyu and Yang Kai waited outside in concealment while Lu Ji entered and drove out in a carriage moments later. All three of them were in the true element boundary and were technically capable of flying. However, doing so would consume too much energy and be unsustainable for long periods. Besides, with Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji still recovering from their injuries, the natural choice was to use a carriage as transportation. Once they regrouped, Lu Ji nodded lightly to Zhuo Wuyu. "It's arranged, Big Brother Zhua." Zhuo Wuyu nodded in response before turning to Yang Kai, "Please get on, Holy Son." Yang Kai went along with them and got on the carriage with Zhuo Wuyu while Lu Ji continued to drive, the carriage rattling away from the small town. Inside the carriage, Yang Kai asked, "Where are we going now?" "Dawn City," Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai understood why they were going there. According to Yen Peng's information, Dawn City was the foundation of the Light Spirit religion, with countless masters and high-ranking officials of the Light Spirit religion gathered there. Now that the Holy Sun had appeared, it was imperative to send him to Dawn City as soon as possible. However, the name of the city brought a sense of familiarity to Yang Kai, reminding him of the days when he fought side by side with his squad members on the Black Ink battlefield. Today, many of those familiar names and figures had vanished into the river of history. They were still quite far away from Dawn City, and judging by their current pace, it would take them 5 or 6 days to arrive even if they traveled day and night without rest. What's more, this long journey was highly unlikely to be peaceful. Zhuo Wuyu clearly knew this, so he quickly focused on healing his injuries. Shortly after the three of them left the small town, a blood light arrived. Moments later, the blood light rushed out and turned into the figure of the red-robed woman. She stood in the void, gazing in the direction of the departing carriage as she coldly snorted, "I wonder what the legendary Holy Sun tastes like." With those murmured words, she turned into a bloody beam of light again and chased after Yang Kai and the others. Behind them, the small town lay eerily silent. Half a day later, Yang Kai in the carriage suddenly heard a commotion. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating, was also alarmed and quickly opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to ask, "What's going on?" When he looked out, he clearly saw that someone was being assaulted by a strong man on the side of the road ahead. A burly man was pressing a woman underneath him, emitting a lewd laugh as he tore the woman's clothes. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed, causing the woman to scream and shout in distress, which only further fueled the man's savagery. Big brother Zhuo, Lu Ji, who was driving the carriage, couldn't bear to watch. Due to his naturally kind personality, coupled with the Light Spirit religion's teachings to help the weak, he couldn't just ignore such a wicked act. However, Zhuo Wuyu's face flashed a look of vigilance as he said in a low tone, "Carry on." Upon hearing the command, Lu Ji gritted his teeth and quickly drove the carriage past them. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would not sit idly by in the face of such an incident, but now there was only one priority, which was to escort the Holy Sun to Dawn City. Everything else was unimportant. When the carriage approached, the burly man had already stopped his actions and looked warily at Lu Ji. It was only after the carriage passed that he breathed a sigh of relief. The woman who was pinned down by him screamed, "Help! Help me!" Aggravated, the burly man slapped her and sneered, "No one will come to save you. Give up." But just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook, and he looked down to see a spear piercing through his chest. The burly man's eyes widened as his strength quickly ebbed away. Yang Kai flicked his spear and tossed the burly man to the side. He then smiled and reached out to the beautiful but pale-faced woman, "Miss, you're safe now." The woman clearly hadn't fully realized what had happened until she saw the corpse of the burly man next to her, which caused her to completely break down and throw herself into Yang Kai's arms, crying bitterly. A little while later, Yang Kai sat in the carriage, holding a warm and soft woman in his arms. She seemed to be so frightened that she held onto his neck with all her might, like an octopus clinging to him. On the other hand, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know where to look, mainly because the woman's clothes were torn and her snow-white skin was a little too dazzling. "Sir, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know what to say. He never expected that the Holy Sun would suddenly jump off the carriage and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. But he had to admit that the woman was quite attractive. Even with her hair disheveled and her face covered in dirt, it couldn't conceal her charm. On the contrary, it accentuated her pitiful appearance, causing people to sympathize with her at a glance. Such looks easily attracted unwanted attention in these troubled times. With outsiders present, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't address Yang Kai as Holy Sun, so he simply referred to him as Sir. Yang Kai chuckled, "It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. If we ignore something that we can easily help with just because it is inconvenient, then why bother cultivating at all?" Besides, this carriage has plenty of space. Having one more person won't make a difference. Zhuo Wuyu could only nod and say, as Sir says. Yang Kai ignored Zhuo Wuyu and instead lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, speaking in a gentle and soothing voice. Little beauty, what's your name? Where are you from? Are you married? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but feel speechless at what he was witnessing. He never imagined that the Holy Sun had such an interest in beauties. Of course, it was natural for men to appreciate beautiful women, but there was a time and place for everything. Originally, Zhuo Wuyu admired the Holy Sun's ability to dispatch Yan Peng and his dozens of followers with a single sword, and he believed that the spirit religion had a bright future. But now, those expectations had taken a hit. Could such a Holy Sun really achieve great things? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but worry about the future of the spirit religion. As the woman in Yang Kai's arms slowly calmed down and seemed to realize that their position was not appropriate, she blushed, burying her head in Yang Kai's chest instead of answering his questions. Yang Kai laughed heartily at her response, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the woman suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yang Kai hugged her tightly and looked down at her. What's wrong? Why did you try and kill me? The woman's coquettishness and shyness disappeared out of nowhere, replaced by an expression of disbelief. You're not dead? The woman cursed loudly. Are you even human? Their conversation made no sense, leaving not only the driver Lu Ji puzzled but also Zhuo Wuyu, who was in the same carriage. However, the odd atmosphere made him feel a great sense of danger, and he quickly tightened his grip on his long sword, only to find that it was gone. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. He didn't even know when he had lost his sword. Next, the carriage became filled with a strong, metallic smell. The woman in Yang Kai's arms started bleeding fresh blood, whereas Zhuo Wuyu's lost sword was pierced through her, the hilt gripped in Yang Kai's hand. With a loud bang, violent waves of energy swept through the carriage, lifting the roof off. The woman, who had been in Yang Kai's embrace, suddenly turned into a blood mist, breaking free from his grasp. The sudden turn of events frightened the horses pulling the carriage, resulting in them neighing in panic. Lu Ji had to quickly calm them down or they would have bolted. Zhuo Wuyu was also thrown off balance by the shockwave, almost being blown away, but luckily was grabbed by Yang Kai just in time. The carriage continued forward, and in the shabby compartment, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu looked behind together. In the half-empty air, a twisting, writhing mass of blood gradually transformed into the alluring figure of a red-robed woman. She clutched her chest, her face twisted with hatred and resentment, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yang Kai, overflowing with intense malice, as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood right then. Night Chapter Master, Xue Ji. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked and terrified. Though they knew that the Black Ink cult would soon have pursuers on their heels, he never expected it to be her. They were in trouble now. Yang Kai's brow raised slightly as he thought to himself, as I suspected. Thanks to the information he had gleaned from Yan Peng, Yang Kai was no longer completely ignorant about the primordial world. The Black Ink cult, under the command of Mo, was divided into the 8 chapters, each with their own structure and hierarchy. The Night Chapter, though the smallest in number, was made up entirely of elite assassins. Everyone in the Night Chapter of the Black Ink cult was a master of their craft, especially Night Chapter Master, Xue Ji, who was said to possess the ability to transform into thousands of different forms, making her an almost invincible opponent. Throughout the history of the Light Spirit religion, countless high-ranking members had died under the Night Chapter's assassinations, including several saintesses. Among the Black Ink cult's 8 chapters, the Light Spirit religion was most wary of the Night Chapter, as nobody knew where they hid or when they would strike a deadly blow. Zhuo Wuyu shivered at the thought of facing the Night Chapter Master himself, realizing that he and his companions were in grave danger. But this only made him admire the Holy Sun even more. Though he had been cautious before, Zhuo Wuyu had failed to notice any flaws. Little did he know, the seemingly lustful and carefree Holy Sun was already aware and prepared to strike, displaying a level of cunning and decisiveness that left others in awe. You shouldn't be alive, Yang Kai looked at Xue Ji in confusion. He could sense that Xue Ji was an immortal ascension boundary master, but even so, there was no way she should have survived being stabbed through the heart with his sword. However, she only seemed to have suffered some damage to her foundation, with no threat to her life. All his actions really accomplished was making her angry. Her mastery over blood was unlike any he had seen before. How dare you wound me? I'll devour, Xue Ji's face twisted with rage, but before she could finish her sentence, another figure appeared before her. It was none other than Yang Kai, who should have been standing in the carriage. He wielded a long spear without hesitation and used his formidable supreme limitless secret art on Xue Ji. His spear strikes rained down on her without mercy, creating countless holes in her body. Zuo Wuyu wasted no time too and joined the attack, brandishing his sword with skill and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Xue Ji. With their combined efforts, Xue Ji was quickly reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from sight in an instant. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-35, The Earth Chapter appears. As the bloody mist condensed and converged, it surged towards the two of them. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he grabbed Zuo Wuyu and jumped back onto the carriage. In the sky, the blood mist seemed to possess a sense of spirituality, quickly fleeing into the distance as Xue Ji's voice echoed, "I will rip your corpse into 10,000 sooner or later." The infamous Night Chapter Master escaped in such a pathetic state just like that. Watching her depart, Yang Kai wore a troubled expression as he muttered, "So difficult to deal with." Ordinary people would have died from such a surprise attack, or from the follow-up assault, but Xue Ji was able to keep her life intact. Her skills were truly remarkable, making Yang Kai feel a sense of admiration for her talent. Through their brief exchange just now, Yang Kai noticed something. Xue Ji's mastery over the blood Dao was indeed extremely high, leaving her with no fatal weakness. Even if her heart was pierced through, she would still be alive, only suffering some damage to her foundation. But since she was severely injured just now, it would surely cause serious damage to her foundation and she probably would not dare to come again in a short time. No wonder so many experts from the spirit religion can't deal with her. It turns out that her methods are so insidious. Zuo Wuyu's face was filled with fear as he recalled what happened earlier. If the Holy Sun hadn't noticed anything, they might have already died without even realizing how. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Zuo Wuyu became even more respectful of this Holy Sun. On the other hand, Lu Ji was still driving the carriage without its roof while desperately fleeing forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. "I'm afraid this journey won't be peaceful," Yang Kai muttered casually. Zuo Wuyu replied, "Rest assured, Holy Sun, I have already sent out a coded message. The spirit religion will soon send experts to assist us." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded. Zuo Wuyu was also a thorough person, and it seemed that he had made arrangements when they picked up the carriage at that small town earlier. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded, and the horses pulling the carriage fell down. The carriage, hurtling forward at full speed, crashed into the horses and flew into the air. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, Yang Kai, Zuo Wuyu, and Lu Ji jumped off the carriage. The three of them stood in mid-air and looked closely. The horses were surrounded by a red light, and in a mournful fit, they turned into a pool of blood, leaving only white skeletons behind. Zuo Wuyu paled slightly as he had no idea at all when Xue Ji attacked the horse. Even Yang Kai had not noticed it this time. Looking back now, it was likely that it happened when Xue Ji was stabbed by himself and turned into a blood mist while breaking free from him. "Big brother Zhua." Lu Ji suddenly panicked. Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu turned their heads to look, and the both of them paled in shock upon the sight. Lu Ji was now emitting a bloody red light, and within that light, his power became chaotic to the extreme, his physique melting away like a candle in high heat. "Lu Ji!" Zuo Wuyu cried out. Lu Ji clearly knew what was about to happen too, so after a brief moment of panic, his expression suddenly became resolute as he shouted, "Brothers Wa, you must send Holy Sun back." As soon as he finished the sentence, he flew away, with pieces of his body dissolving into blood, leaving behind only scattered bones that fell from the sky in a matter of moments. Staring blankly at the scene, Zhuo Wuyu went silent for a long time, his anger and grief beyond words. Yang Kai's expression turned grave too. Xue Ji's methods were truly insidious and unpredictable. When he noticed something wrong with Lu Ji earlier, he had wanted to help, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, Lu Ji had been killed. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Wuyu, confirming that he was unharmed and that he himself had not fallen prey to Xue Ji's attack without him realizing. If he had, it would have been impossible to remain oblivious. It seemed that Xue Ji did not intend to kill him, otherwise, she would have used such means from the start. Finally, Zhuo Wuyu regained his composure, despite his red eyes and throbbing veins on his forehead. He longed to fight Xue Ji, but his priority was to escort the Holy Sun back to Dawn City. "Holy Sun, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu called out, leading the way. Since the carriage was gone, the two of them could only fly. However, not having a means of transportation was inconvenient, especially since Zhuo Wuyu was still injured and had to push himself to keep going. When night fell, they found a place to rest in the wilderness. Zhuo Wuyu meditated and adjusted his breathing while Yang Kai stood guard beside him. The cold moonlight poured down, and Yang Kai looked up at the full moon with many thoughts flooding his mind. From the information he had gathered, he determined that the primitive world was a real world, where all living beings, including the 3 members of the Light Spirit religion and the Black Ink cult members they encountered, were truly alive. This was quite different from what Yang Kai had originally thought. He initially believed that everything here was an illusion in Mu's spacetime river, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated her. The Black Ink cult and Light Spirit religion were opposed to each other. The Black Ink cult members could use Black Ink strength, while the first saintess of Light Spirit religion left a prophecy. Everything was still vague and unclear, so Yang Kai could not fathom what the hidden hand Mu left in this world was. It would only be after he greeted the saintess that he would be able to know everything. Perhaps the enemy had realized that this tactic was futile against Yang Kai, though the temporary pause didn't mean they had given up their siege, but rather prepared for an even stronger attack. After flying forward for a while longer, several figures suddenly flew towards them from the front. Each of these people was a peak true element boundary master, radiating a strong aura. They also seemed to maintain a unique battle formation as they moved forward. They all carried long swords, exuding a chilling sword intent. Zhuo Wuyu's expression turned grave. They're from the Earth chapter of the Black Ink cult. They usually handle small-scale battles. I didn't expect them to show up this time. What worried Zhuo Wuyu more was the possibility that the Earth Chapter Master might also be among them. If that were the case, it would be a bigger problem. That person wasn't as sneaky as Xue Ji, and although he had an impulsive character, his strength was second to none among the 8 Chapter Masters of the Black Ink cult. Be careful, Holy Sun. They have the North Star Sword formation, which can combine the strength of 7 people to unleash a power far beyond their individual cultivation realm, Zhuo Wuyu warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy had already made their move. Their battle formation was impressive, converging the strength of 7 people into one. The leader of the group waved their long sword and a massive sword wave came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly splitting him in half. Zhuo Wuyu's previous boiling blood ran cold all of a sudden. Martial Peak, Chapter 5936. What kind of monster are you? The 7 swordsmen in the formation had no idea their target would be so weak, easily slain with just one sword strike. However, the severed body that lay before them didn't spill fresh blood and instead quickly faded into nothingness. It was merely an afterimage. The 7 of them were shocked and were about to launch another sword attack when they heard a voice in their ears, "A good sword, but it still lacks a certain substance. In the next instant, a single spear shadow filled their vision before blood burst forth. The sword formation was instantly broken, and the 7 swordsmen who comprised it either died or became seriously wounded. Zuo Wuyu flew over, using his secret techniques to kill any survivors. He then turned to Yang Kai, Holy Sun. He was filled with disbelief. For a moment, he thought the Holy Sun had been killed, but it turned out to be just an afterimage. He hadn't even seen how the Holy Sun moved, which meant his movement skill was beyond his comprehension. Quick, let's go, Zuo Wuyu said in a low voice. He had a sense of unease in his heart as if a great danger was approaching. Before he could do anything though, a strange voice sounded, "Do you think you can kill so many of us and just walk away?" "He's here." Zuo Wuyu's face changed drastically, apparently realizing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became serious as he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. He looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly running towards them like lightning. He immediately pushed Zuo Wuyu aside and lifted his spear and thrust it out. The figure quickly approached, revealing a towering man with a fierce and evil expression, giving off a genuine immortal ascension boundary aura. Not only was this man a master from the Black Ink cult's Earth chapter, but he was also one of the strongest among the 8 chapter masters. Facing Yang Kai's spear strike, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he smirked and met the strike with a punch. The long spear shattered as the punch's force swept forward, causing Yang Kai to grunt and retreat a dozen steps before stabilizing his footing. Suddenly, his clothes burst apart at the back, pierced by the force of the punch. The long spear was now turned to dust because it was only a common item that couldn't withstand a full-force attack from an immortal Ascension Realm Master. Oh. The Earth Chapter Master threw only one punch and didn't pursue further, looking surprised when he saw Yang Kai's state. "You're not dead yet?" He could sense that the young man before him was only in the true element boundary, yet he could withstand his punch without dying, which was quite strange. "Forget it, it's your misfortune that I didn't kill you with one punch. The next one will do the job." Saying so, the Earth Chapter Master strode towards Yang Kai till he was close enough, and then, he struck again. With a loud boom, a violent shockwave swept out as the ground cracked open. The Earth Chapter Master's eyes narrowed with amazement, for his surefire punch had been blocked by the other party's fist. To the side, Zuo Wuyu had just regained his footing and witnessed a scene he would never forget. He saw the Holy Sun slightly hunched over, raising his fist to meet the Earth Chapter Master's punch. Under the intense collision, the scene froze. Looking up at the Earth Chapter Master, Yang Kai snickered, "With such a soft punch, who are you trying to kill?" Both Zuo Wuyu and Earth Chapter Master were taken aback. Of the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, each of them had their own unique skills, except for the Earth Chapter Master who wasn't specialized in secret techniques or used any kind of weapon. Despite having no defining trait, the Earth Chapter Master was still ranked among the top 3 strongest chapter masters for his physical strength alone, having refined his body to the point of being as strong as an artifact, with fists that could destroy anything in the world. In terms of physical strength and power alone, the Earth Chapter Master was undoubtedly the best in the entire primordial world. Even masters in the same realm as him couldn't withstand his punches. Once, a master of the spirit religion who was also in the immortal ascension boundary fought him in close combat relying on a protective artifact, but he was killed with a single punch, and even the protective artifact was shattered by that punch. Zuo Wuyu could not conceive of anyone who could directly withstand such a terrifying master and his fists alone, not until he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Despite the Holy Sun's physique not being as robust as the Earth Chapter Masters, with his build being at best half as bulky, the difference between them only highlighted the incredible nature of this frozen moment. The Earth Chapter Master was clearly angered by Yang Kai's words and let out a low growl. "I haven't seen such a bold person in a long time. I hope your fists will be as strong as your mouth." He swung his fist and attacked again. Yang Kai faced the incoming fist with casual indifference and replied, "I was just about to say the same thing." Hong hong hong. The violent impact of their fists created deafening noise, and the visible shockwaves rippled outwards from where their fists met. The disdain on Earth Chapter Master's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of seriousness and confusion. He couldn't fathom how such a frail body could contain such immense power. He even had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai wasn't even using his full strength yet. This thought frightened him, which he dared not dwell on any further. As for Yang Kai, he was also equally frustrated. The suppression from this independent world was too great. Not only had his strength fallen from the Ninth Order open heaven realm to the true element boundary, but even his dragon vein couldn't be fully accessed. To paint a clearer picture, if the power from his dragon vein were to be described as a lake, the amount of power he could currently access would only be equivalent to a mere drop of water. If not for this, he could easily crush an immortal Ascension Master with just one finger. At present, his strength was slightly greater than Earth Chapter Masters, but not by much. Their fists collided again and again, gradually covering them in bloody wounds with fresh blood splattering every time they clashed. Suddenly, Yang Kai taunted the Earth Chapter Master by tilting his chin up, "You and your black ink cult's endless pursuit. I wonder, if I kill you, will the rest of our path become peaceful?" The Earth Chapter Master felt insulted and roared, "If you can kill me, then you'll get what you want." His expression then turned ferocious, "But are you capable?" As he spoke, a pitch-black mist enveloped him, and his body swelled up, his muscles bulging as an even greater power erupted from within. Following this, he unleashed a punch that was far more powerful than his previous ones. This punch was almost equal to Yang Kai's current limit. However, facing this attack, Yang Kai remained calm as he used his fist to meet the punch head-on. A loud explosion resounded. Yang Kai's body shook slightly while the Earth Chapter Master stumbled. His previously determined expression became uncertain. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, Yang Kai's attacks suddenly became even more intense. The Earth Chapter Master also roared continuously, shifting from offense to defense as he tried to fend off Yang Kai's relentless assault. After a moment, his eyes trembled violently as he shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" He had always been the one to overwhelm others with his physique and strength, dominating the entire primordial world without anyone in this domain surpassing him. Yet today, even with the help of his black ink strength, he found himself falling behind. It was simply unbearable. What made it worse was the strange power of his opponent's punches, each strike penetrating through his physical defense and hammering his body from the inside out, causing damage to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Amidst his roar of anger, a sharp divine sense suddenly erupted towards Yang Kai's mind, followed by the voice of a woman saying, "I told you this guy was not easy to deal with, but you had to be careless. Now you're in trouble." Shui Ji. She had also arrived, and she had been concealing herself nearby. A crimson blood mist suddenly manifested and rushed straight at Yang Kai, wrapping him up completely. Shui Ji's insidious voice rang out from within the blood mist, "Bastard, it's your honor to die under the combined efforts of us 2 mighty chapter masters. Now, offer up your physical essence. With a vigorous man like you, the taste would certainly be heavenly." As she spoke, fresh blood gushed out of the wounds on Yang Kai's fists, seemingly drawn out by some unknown force, and merged into the blood mist. When Yang Kai saw this, he just smirked mockingly and said, "You want to eat me? Be careful not to burst your stomach." A faint dragon roar was then heard. The blood mist surrounding Yang Kai writhed and twisted as if struck by lightning. "What is this?" Shui Ji's voice became frantic as she seemed to encounter something she couldn't understand. During her speech, Shui Ji screamed again and hurriedly withdrew from Yang Kai's body, transforming back into her own body in midair. However, it was difficult for her to maintain her body's stability, like a storm was rampaging inside her, causing her flesh to suddenly expand like a ball and then twist like a rope. Shui Ji let out a mournful cry, her entire body bursting into a ball of blood mist. Even though Yang Kai's dragon vein had been suppressed, it was still fundamentally powered by a divine dragon. Shui Ji, unaware of the truth, had swallowed and tried to refine the blood of the divine dragon. Even if it was just a tiny drop, it was not something that a cultivator of her caliber could endure. The burst blood mist once again gathered into Xueji's figure, only to burst again in her agonizing screams. This endless cycle of torment seemed as if it would carry on forever. On the other hand, the Earth Chapter Master, who was fighting Yang Kai, couldn't help but shudder with fear. Yang Kai was already beyond him in terms of physicality and strength, a fact that he struggled to accept. But now, Xueji's mere act of devouring a bit of his blood had left her in such agony that he couldn't fathom what trick Yang Kai had played on her. At that moment, he finally understood the fear and unease that his enemies must have felt before they died at his hand. And to make matters worse, the holy son of the light spirit religion before him seemed to be immune to spiritual energy attacks. Moments ago, Xueji had used her divine sense to strike him, yet her opponent seemed completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. He wasn't even wearing any soul-type artifacts, so how could he withstand soul attacks? Gotcha! With a loud cracking sound, the Earth Chapter Master was horrified to discover that his arm had been broken. After exchanging so many punches, it seemed his physical body had exceeded its limits. Yang Kai landed another blow and mocked, "So much for your strength." The Earth Chapter Master desperately blocked the incoming punch and retreated backwards, but quickly changed direction and fled as fast as he could. Along the way, he took several more punches from Yang Kai, spewing fresh blood from his mouth and looking pathetic. Martial Peak, Chapter 5937, Spirit Religion's Reinforcements. Yang Kai dashed forward relentlessly, determined to capture the Earth Chapter Master. However, he was intercepted by a group of Black Ink cult members midway, forcing him to deal with them first. And by the time he was done, the Earth Chapter Master had already vanished into thin air, leaving him with no choice but to backtrack. Zhuo Wuyu was still there, having fought against some Earth Chapter members during Yang Kai's battle with the Earth Chapter Master. He now appeared worn out, his body slumped against a pile of rubble, his breath ragged, and his body covered in blood. "Where's Xueji?" Yang Kai glanced around but saw no trace of the seductive woman. "She escaped when you went after the Earth Chapter Master," Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Never mind. She won't live much longer anyway." To think that the Night Chapter Master dared to covet a divine dragon's blood, she was bound to die by her own hand, so Yang Kai had no interest in tracking her down either. "Can you still move?" Yang Kai asked Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Please, Holy Son, go ahead first." Then, he pointed in a certain direction and continued, "When you see a large city with tall walls, that would be Dawn City." Although Yang Kai had demonstrated formidable sword secret techniques and great physical strength, he was still true element boundary. Zhuo Wuyu had not expected him to turn the tables against the joint attack of two of the Black Ink cult's top combatants. It was a victory across realms, a miracle that had never been achieved before. With a holy son of such strength, it was best for him to travel to Dawn City alone, as Zhuo Wuyu didn't want to be a burden to him. Yang Kai understood his intention with just a moment's thought. He walked over to help Zhuo Wuyu up and said, "My sense of direction has always been poor. I will need your guidance along the way." Zhuo Wuyu was about to say something more when Yang Kai interrupted, "The Night Chapter and Earth Chapter have failed consecutively. The Black Ink cult won't be able to spare any more forces to pursue us in the short term, therefore, the road ahead should not be too dangerous." Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before feeling it was reasonable. Although the Black Ink cult was a mighty army with the finest weapons and the 8 chapters' heritage was magnificent, the sudden emergence of a holy son who was not previously known made it difficult for Black Ink cult to prepare appropriately. The fact that they could mobilize so many Night Chapter and Earth Chapter cultists, even having the personal presence of the 2 chapter masters, was already the limit of what Black Ink cult could do in the short term. Now that the 2 chapter masters had been defeated, and many of their troops were either killed or injured, they were unlikely to have the strength to cause any more trouble. Finally gaining a sense of relief, Zhuo Wuyu said, "Then I will travel with you, Holy Son." Good, Yang Kai nodded and enveloped him with his power before flying off. In the depths of a damp and dark underground cavern, within a natural cave, the sound of agonizing screams echoed through a cluster of crimson mist, as if someone was enduring unbearable torture. The mist contorted and expanded randomly, desperately trying to take on a humanoid shape, but each time it did, it would explode uncontrollably, the screams growing louder with each cycle. This scene repeated itself again and again, the mist becoming thinner and the screams gradually becoming less audible. Finally, at a certain moment, the thinning mist condensed once more into a graceful figure who curled up on the damp ground like a wounded rabbit. Her fair body was covered in dried-up blood, motionless, like she was devoid of vitality. However, after a while, the owner of that body suddenly took in a deep breath as if her soul had returned. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with a look of horror. "Such power," she whispered softly, almost inaudible. Madness then overtook her as she murmured it several times, her voice gradually becoming more resounding, "Brings me such joy." Trembling with excitement, her eyes became filled with anticipation and glee. She forced herself to stand up despite her weakened body and retrieved a blood-red robe from her space ring. After putting it on and restoring herself for a moment, she turned into a bloody mist and vanished into the dark underground. Moments later, she reappeared on the previous battlefield, searching earnestly among the pieces of broken limbs and flesh. Finally, she made a discovery which caused her to turn ecstatic. Then, she activated her blood's secret technique, sending a burst of scarlet mist deep into the ground. Later when she retrieved it again, the mist glimmered with a golden light. She merged it into her body and immediately felt the terrifying power expanding within her body, causing her expression to contort and a mournful cry to erupt, frightening countless beasts and birds in the nearby wilderness. "Zuowuyu, is this the holy sun you spoke of?" Outside a small town, a group of people blocked the way of Yang Kai and Zuowuyu. The leader, an immortal ascension boundary master, looked at Yang Kai from top to bottom and asked. Zuowuyu cupped his fists, replying, "Senior Chu, when the holy sun descended, he fulfilled the prophecy passed down by the spirit religion, there is no mistake." The cultivator surnamed Chu nodded, "The spirit religion's prophecy has been circulating for countless years. In the past, there have been several instances of suspected holy sons, but they were all proven to be misunderstandings or the schemes of people with ulterior motives." Zuowuyu was suddenly confused by his words as he asked, "Sir, there have been several holy sons in the past." Though he possessed quite a high status in the spirit religion, he was only in the true element boundary, so he wasn't qualified enough to know about some top secrets. The master surnamed Chu nodded, "As I said, the prophecy of the spirit religion has been passed down for countless years, and the Black Ink cult is also aware of it. They had previously attempted to use this method to infiltrate us." Upon hearing that, Zuowuyu became anxious. "Sir, this holy sun is definitely not a member of the Black Ink cult." He had seen how the holy sun had fought with the Black Ink cult's 2 chapter masters and how he had killed those Black Ink cultists along the way. How could such a person be a spy sent by the Black Ink cult? The master surnamed Shu raised his hand to stop him. "Your loyalty to the spirit religion is clear to me, but the matter of the holy sun still needs to be decided by the many order lords. We only need to do our part, understand?" Zuowuyu pursed his lips, "I understand." The immortal ascension boundary cultivator finally looked at Yang Kai and introduced himself, "Old Master Chu and he, how should we address this young friend?" Yang Kai smiled and bowed respectfully, "Yang Kai." He couldn't help but find the old man interesting. By saying all of those to Zuowuyu in front of him, Chu and he was clearly warning Yang Kai, but he understood that it was a necessary action, so he held no grudges. Besides, Yang Kai was never really concerned about his status as the Holy Sun. It was only Zuowuyu and his comrades who persistently addressed him as so throughout their journey. All he wanted was to go to Dawn City and meet the saintess of the light spirit religion to verify his suspicions. Only one thing puzzled him. After his identity as the Holy Sun was exposed, the Black Ink cult swiftly organized 3 high-level attacks, but there had been no response from the light spirit religion. Zuo Wuyu had sent a message ahead when they were getting the carriage at a small town a while back, so logically, whether or not his identity as the Holy Sun was real, the light spirit religion should have given him enough attention and quickly arranged for people to assist them. But in fact, it had already been 4 days since Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu began their trek. After another 1 or 2 days, the two would have arrived at Dawn City on their own. It wasn't until now that the light spirit religion finally dispatched a group of people to meet them. In terms of efficiency, the light spirit religion was far worse than the Black Ink cult. Their attitude towards Yang Kai, as the Holy Sun, were also completely different. "I shall address you as such, then." Chuan He showed a warm smile. After Zuo Wuyu's message was received, the spirit religion made the corresponding arrangements and deployment. "There are enough people ahead to receive you. Follow me. The Saintess and the Order Lords are already waiting in the Holy City." The Black Ink cult had 8 chapters: the Heaven, Earth, Profound, Dawn, Night, Space, Flood and Barren chapters. Likewise, the Light Spirit religion also had 8 orders: Heaven, Earth, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Mountain, and Lake Valley orders. The 8 chapter masters and 8 order lords were the most powerful masters in the world. "Good," Yang Kai nodded. "Follow me this way," Chuan He beckoned, walking with Yang Kai towards the small town ahead. "You must have encountered many hardships on your way here, little friend," Chuan He said with a smile. "Seeing how dusty and tired you look, you must have been attacked by the Black Ink cult." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "But it was just a bunch of small fry that Brother Zhua and I easily took care of." Behind them, Zuo Wuyu couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "So that's how it is." Chuan He also smiled. "The Black Ink cult has always been vile and treacherous. If you encounter them again in the future, don't underestimate them." "Of course," Yang Kai replied casually. As they walked and chatted, the group soon entered the small town and Yang Kai looked around and asked in curiosity, "Why is this place so desolate? I don't see anyone around." "It's a matter about the Holy Sun. Well, though it hasn't been confirmed, it's better to be cautious. So, before your arrival, this old master cleared out all the people in the town, lest they give Black Ink cultists an opportunity." Yang Kai praised, "Sir Chu's actions are quite thorough." Saying so, he suddenly stopped and turned around, reaching out to grab Zuo Wuyu's shoulder while smiling. "Brother Zhua, you must learn from Sir Chu." Zuo Wuyu was in a daze at the sudden instruction. Though he felt something was off during their journey, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When Yang Kai pulled him over, he instinctively nodded and said, "As the Holy Sun instructs." Chuan He, on the other hand, stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. The group passed a corner of the small town. Suddenly, Zuo Wuyu froze in place and looked around. "Senior Chu?" Yang Kai stood beside him with a smile. "Be careful, Holy Sun." Zuo Wuyu was suddenly as nervous as a startled rabbit, pulling out his sword to guard Yang Kai in front of him. Because at the moment they turned the corner, Chuan He and the others who had been traveling with them disappeared without a trace, leaving only the 2 of them. There were obvious traces of a spirit array being activated all around them. In other words, they had fallen into a trap. No one knew when it was set up or what kind of mystery it held. But entering such an array recklessly would surely bring about great danger. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5938, A Trap. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhua, does your spirit religion often root out lurking members of the Black Ink cult?" "What?" Zuo Wuyu instinctively responded, but quickly realized, "Holy Sun, you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chuan He's voice sounded in their ears, hidden by the spirit array. No one knew where he was, but his previous gentle and warm demeanor was now replaced by brutality and ferocity. "Zuo Wuyu, after all these years of nurture and trust from spirit religion, you dare to collude with the Black Ink cult and bring disaster to the foundation of our spirit religion? Do you know your crime?" Zuo Wuyu shouted in response, Senior Chu, I was born and raised in the spirit religion. The spirit religion has given me everything I have, and without its protection over the years, how could I have achieved my current glory? I am loyal to the spirit religion with all my heart and soul. Sir, how can you accuse me of colluding with the Black Ink cult? Chu, and he coldly snorted, you still dare to argue? That person by your side, isn't he a member of the Black Ink cult? Zuo Wuyu frowned and quickly retorted, Senior Chu, are you referring to the Holy Sun? Tisk. Chu, and he burst out, he is a spy of the Black Ink cult. How dare you call him Holy Sun? Zuo Wuyu immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai, Brother Yang and I have been traveling together, killing many members of the Black Ink cult. We even defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master. Without Brother Yang's protection, I would have been a dead man long ago. Brother Yang cannot possibly be a member of the Black Ink cult. Chu, and he became silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. You said he defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, replied Zuo Wuyu. Ha ha ha. Chu, and he burst into laughter. Why are you laughing, Senior Chu? Zuo Wuyu asked in a deep voice. Chu, and he roared, you fools. This person by your side is only a trivial true element cultivator, while the Night Chapter Master and Earth Chapter Master are both masters renowned throughout the world. Even this king at the immortal ascension boundary can only admit defeat before them, so how could he possibly defeat them? Zuo Wuyu, how can you not see through such a simple trick? Zuo Wuyu suddenly became suspicious and couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Yang Kai. Zuo Wuyu was in a daze, reminiscing on the events that had transpired. He was once amazed by Yang Kai's impressive strength, being able to fight beyond his realm and even take down 2 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, but what if all of this was just a part of the enemy's plan to gain his trust? As he thought back on it now, the timing and location of the appearance of the supposed Holy Sun seemed questionable. He was now momentarily lost in thought. Yang Kai simply smiled faintly in response to his gaze and said, Old sir, to be honest, I'm not very interested in being your Holy Son. Brother Zhua seems to have misunderstood something all this time, hence calling me by that title. Whether or not you call me that doesn't really matter. The reason why I have come this far is simply to meet your saintess. Could you facilitate that for me, old sir? Chu, and he coldly snorted, even at death's door, you dare to speak such honeyed words? The saintess is a noble figure, not someone a Black Ink cult spy can simply meet. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became displeased. You keep calling me a Black Ink cult spy, but how can you be so sure that I am one? After a moment of silence, Chu, and he finally spoke, it doesn't matter now that things have come to this. I'll tell you the truth. Spirit religion's true Holy Sun was found 10 years ago. If you're not part of the Black Ink cult, why pretend to be the Holy Sun? What? Zuo Wuyu was shocked at the news. This was originally top secret, only known by the saintess, the 8 order lords, and a few select others. But the spirit religion has already decided to have the Holy Sun appear to stabilize the people's hearts, so it's no longer a secret. Zuo Wuyu stood rooted to the spot, the impact of this news weighing heavily on him. So, the Holy Sun of the spirit religion was already found 10 years ago. If that were the case, who was this person standing beside him? When he appeared, he did fit the prophecy left behind by the first-generation saintess. It was no wonder why the spirit religion had not sent anyone to assist him on his journey. While the Black Ink cult had already dispatched 2 chapter masters, the spirit religion had been slow to react, sending only a single elder in the end. At that moment, Zuo Wuyu understood many things. It wasn't that the spirit religion didn't value their Holy Sun, but it was because the true Holy Sun had been found 10 years ago already. Zuo Wuyu. Chu and He's voice softened, no one doubts your loyalty to the spirit religion, but you're the one who has caused all this trouble, so it's up to you to solve it. Zuo Wuyu cupped his fist and said, please give me your orders, sir. It's simple. Kill this impostor who dares to impersonate the Holy Sun. Cut off his head, and show it to everyone. Zuo Wuyu was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai again, struggling with conflicting emotions in his eyes. Yang Kai paid no attention to Chu Enhe's words, not even glancing over at Zuo Wuyu. Instead, a golden vertical cross appeared in his left eye, displaying a strange expression as he kept gazing into the air. Beside him, Zuo Wuyu struggled for a while before pointing his long sword at Yang Kai, slowly gathering murderous intent. Only then did Yang Kai give him a glance and asked, "Brother Zuo, are you going to make a move?" Zuo Wuyu nodded and then slowly shook his head as he asked, "Brother Yang, I only have one question for you. Are you a spy for the Black Ink cult?" "I've said I'm not, do you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled at him. "Although I may not be the strongest, I have a keen eye for judging people," Zuo Wuyu replied. "If Brother Yang says he's not a spy, then I believe it. However, what? There's another thing I would like Brother Yang to explain." "Say it." "During the siege of the cave, you were contaminated with black ink strength, so why were you unscathed? Do you know anything about the World Tree clone? Or the 4 universe pillars?" Yang Kai thought to himself. He couldn't explain it to Zuo Wuyu, so he could only say, "If I tell you I have a natural resistance to black ink strength due to my innate talent, would you believe me? That thing can't affect me at all." Zuo Wuyu slowly lowered his sword and gave a bitter smile. "I've encountered too many unbelievable things on this journey. Brother Yang, what you said will be verified by me in the future." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. "At this point, shouldn't you trust the people of the spirit religion, rather than someone you only met a few days ago?" Zuo Wuyu shook his head bitterly. "Are you not going to make a move? Have you been contaminated with black ink strength that twisted your nature and become a member of the Black Ink cult?" Chu Enhe couldn't help but shout when he saw Zuo Wuyu still hadn't attacked. Zuo Wuyu suddenly raised his head. "Sir, whether or not I have been contaminated with black ink strength, I only need to meet with the saintess and have her use the purifying heart secret technique on me to know for sure. However, there is one thing that I don't understand at the moment. Please enlighten me." "What is it?" Chu Enhe asked impatiently. "Sir thinks that Brother Yang is a spy of the Black Ink cult, and this operation is aimed at him. I can understand that, however, why was I also included in this array then?" "Sir, this array is very dangerous. Although I only have some faint knowledge of spirit arrays, I can still see some of this one's mysteries. Are you trying to kill both me and Brother Yang with this array?" Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but pat Zuo Wuyu's shoulder. "You have a sharp eye, indeed." He had used the demon eye of annihilation to penetrate the illusion and could see all the mysteries of this array. It was a killing array, and once fully activated, anyone inside would undoubtedly die without burial unless they had the ability to break out on their own. Zuo Wuyu had keenly perceived this, which was why he couldn't fully trust Chu Enhe. Of course, since the matter involved the holy son of the spirit religion, it was impossible for him to easily believe in Yang Kai either. "Ignorant fool. Chu Enhe didn't explain anything. It seems you have been twisted by black ink strength. It's a pity that my spirit religion will now lose another good man. Kill them." As soon as the words fell, both Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu sensed a change in the atmosphere. A fierce murderous intent emerged out of nowhere, surging in all directions. Zuo Wuyu shouted, "Chu Enhe, I want to see the saintess." "You will never see her." Zuo Wuyu suddenly realized, "So you guys are the spies of the Black Ink cult. The Black Ink cult is nothing. Are they worthy enough for this old master to serve them?" "Zuo Wuyu, nothing in this world is as simple as black and white. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to see it anymore." Chu Enhe coldly snorted. "You old fart." Zuo Wuyu muttered under his breath and then reminded Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, be careful. This array is powerful and not easy to deal with. We may both die here." The Tao of spirit arrays was not something any ordinary person could study. Although Zuo Wuyu had seen Yang Kai's strength, he feared that it would be difficult to display that strength once he fell into this trap. However, Yang Kai simply smiled lightly and sat down on a nearby stone pillar, as calm as ever. Rest assured, we will not die here today. Zhuo Wuyu was stunned and could not understand how this man could be so calm at a time like this. While he was still puzzled, a sharp and miserable scream came from outside, one that was abruptly cut off. Zhuo Wuyu was no stranger to such screams. That was the cry of a person just before their death. The screams continued one after another until finally Chu and He's voice rang out in utter panic. It's you. No, please spare me. I am willing to serve the Black Ink cult. Please spare my life. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified when he heard those words. After all, Chu and He was also an elite in the Immortal Ascension boundary. He did not know what he had encountered at this moment to be begging for mercy so desperately. But obviously, it was in vain. The next moment, his screams echoed once again. After a while, everything fell silent. The people from the spirit religion outside were probably all dead. With the absence of their control over the spirit array, the illusion that had enveloped Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu disappeared along with the breaking of the array. A graceful figure, carrying a shriveled-up body, then lightly floated down in front of Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an unusual light as she stared at him without moving, her crimson tongue licking her lips, as if the man before her was some kind of delicious delicacy. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified as he lifted his sword, Xue Ji. Martial Peak, Chapter 5939, Greetings, Chapter Master. The intruder was none other than the Knight Chapter Master of the Black Ink cult, Xue Ji, who had crossed paths with them twice before. Zhuo Wuyu's eyes scanned back and forth between Xue Ji and Yang Kai. His mind was in disarray, feeling as though the situation had taken a sudden turn and the truth was shrouded in a fog that made it impossible to see clearly. He couldn't decide whether Yang Kai, the person sitting beside him, was a member of the Black Ink cult or not. If he wasn't, then why did Xue Ji suddenly appear in the middle of a life-or-death crisis and break the array to save them? But if he was, then many things couldn't be explained. At this point, Zhuo Wuyu had completely lost his ability to think and felt that there was no one trustworthy in this world. While he was on high alert, Yang Kai and Xue Ji ignored him completely. The two of them locked eyes, one full of interest and the other filled with longing. You dare to show up in front of me? Yang Kai sat casually on the stone pillar, arms folded, not at all flustered by the peak Immortal Ascension boundary master standing in front of him. He didn't even show any signs of guarding himself as he spoke, leaning forward with an oppressive aura. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Xue Ji giggled. Are you willing to? Yang Kai snorted coldly. I've already done it before, I just didn't finish the job. Xue Ji's expression froze for a moment before she huffed. What a boring man. She then tossed the shriveled body in her hand to the ground and continued, this person wanted to kill you, but I left him with a thread of vitality. It's up to you how to deal with him. Laying on the ground was Chu and He, who was gasping for air, his blood essence having already disappeared. He looked like a dried-up corpse, not dead but not much different from being dead. When he heard Xue Ji's words, his dry eyes turned to Yang Kai, filled with pleading. However, Yang Kai ignored him and chuckled lightly. You suddenly show up to save me and flatter me so much. What do you want? I want you. Xue Ji's seductive eyes gleamed as a burst of blood mist suddenly enveloped Zhuo Wuyu. Despite Zhuo Wuyu's constant vigilance since Xue Ji's appearance, he was unable to dodge the mist. The huge gap in their strength made his vigilance seem like a joke. At the same time, Xue Ji's eyes turned icy, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst forth, transforming into a sharp attack that surged into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's expression turned extremely strange in an instant. He suddenly realized how wonderful a trap appearing to be in the true element boundary was. These Immortal Ascension boundary masters would come to suppress him with their divine sense at the slightest provocation, even using their soul avatars to determine victory or defeat. He then turned to Zhuo Wuyu, only to see him stiff as a board and covered in a thin layer of blood mist that flowed around him like water. Don't move, Yang Kai told him. Xueji's secret technique clearly did not intend to take Zuo Wuyu's life, but if he made any unusual movements, he would surely be devoured by that blood mist. Zuo Wuyu's forehead began dripping with sweat as he spoke hoarsely, "Brother Yang, what's going on?" When Xueji appeared to rescue them, he almost believed that Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink cult, but then Xueji clearly used her soul secret technique on Yang Kai, sending her soul avatar to enter his knowledge sea. This meant that Yang Kai could not possibly be on the same side as Xueji. Zuo Wuyu was now completely confused. It's probably because she has taken a liking to me and wants to capture me. As you know, her blood secret technique requires her to devour blood essence from others, so my body is a great supplement for her. But, what about her now? What happened to Yan Peng will happen to her. Zuo Wuyu suddenly felt relieved. Before this, Yan Peng had also used his soul avatar on Yang Kai, but he died without a word. He never thought that Xueji would be so foolish to do the same. No, to be exact, it was not foolish, rather. It was because there had never been such a being like Yang Kai in this world. In the battle with the Earth Chapter Master, Xueji had hidden nearby and used soul attacks on Yang Kai, but they had no effect. Xueji probably thought that Yang Kai had some special method of resisting those soul attacks, so this time she decided to use her soul avatar to go all out. She achieved her goal of rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and swiftly landed on the seven-colored island. Immediately afterwards, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget. "Greetings, Chapter Master Xueji." A figure stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xueji looked at the figure in surprise, confirming that it was also a soul avatar and one that she knew. She couldn't help but ask, "Yan Peng? What are you doing here? Aren't you dead?" "Am I already dead?" Yan Peng asked with a heavy heart. "You were beheaded by a sword," Xueji responded with a dazed look. "So, I am already dead." Yan Peng's face was now filled with sorrow and grief. Although he had anticipated that he wouldn't end up well, it was still hard to accept the truth. He had been a brilliant leader, cultivating hard to reach the immortal ascension boundary, and subsequently held a high status in the Black Ink cult. Yet, he died in such an unclear and meaningless way. What is this place? Who are these divine beings? Xueji looked at the young man and the panther next to him. Yan Peng sighed, "It's a long story." "Enough nonsense." The panther suddenly spoke. "Big brother said you aren't being obedient and asked me to educate you on how to show proper respect." Saying so, the leopard's body flickered with lightning as it pounced toward Xueji. "Wait." Xueji hurriedly stepped back, but the lightning came so fast that it immediately wrapped her up. On the small, seven-colored island, her screams echoed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sat on the stone pillar, while Zuo Wuyu remained motionless in a stiff posture, with beads of sweat dripping down his face. Opposite Yang Kai, Xueji also stood like a statue. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. At the same time, Zuo Wuyu also sensed a burst of spiritual energy emerge. The next moment, Xueji gasped for breath and fell to the ground, her body drenched in sweat. Yang Kai propped up his cheeks and looked down at her. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, Xueji struggled and crawled on the ground, her tender body trembling while she begged. This servant was overconfident and offended Master's dignity. "I beg Master to spare my life." She, who was once one of the greatest masters in this world, now looked like a whipped dog, begging for mercy. Zuo Wuyu glanced at this scene from the corner of his eye, feeling like the world had gone crazy. Yang Kai replied calmly, "First, retract your secret technique to avoid accidentally injuring Brother Zhua." "Yes." Xueji quickly responded and gestured at the direction of Zuo Wuyu. Then, the blood mist surrounding him immediately flew back into her body like it had a life of its own. Once she was done, she prostrated herself on the ground again. Zuo Wuyu was finally free, but the bizarre events of the day had left him dazed, so he didn't know what to do next. Yang Kai spoke in a calm tone, "It seems that you understand your situation now." Xue Ji hurriedly responded, "Master, your words are the heaven's command which this servant will never disobey." "Good." Yang Kai jumped off the stone stool and walked leisurely towards Xue Ji as he commanded, "Stand up." Xue Ji slowly rose to her feet, with her head down and hands clasped at her side. She looked like a noble lady, not at all like the arrogant and wanton woman he had met twice before. "You're quite lucky to be alive. I thought you were doomed to die." Yang Kai suddenly said something that Zhuo Wuyu couldn't understand. Xue Ji responded with her head still down, "This servant indeed had a close brush with death. It was pure coincidence that I survived. And afterwards, you came to me to try and control me?" Yang Kai joked. Xue Ji's expression froze, and she almost fell to her knees again. This servant wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. This servant understands your greatness and will not dare to overstep her bounds. Yang Kai snorted lightly in response. Having been dealt with by Thunder Shadow naturally caused a huge change in Xue Ji's mentality. After all, the power possessed by him and Fang Tian's CI was far beyond that of this world. "Well, relax for now." Yang Kai patted Xue Ji's shoulder lightly. "I am not a vicious person, nor do I like to kill the innocent, but when you came looking for trouble, I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Just think of it as having bad luck today." "Yes, Master," Xue Ji replied. "I now understand that the world is so much bigger than I thought." Yang Kai felt a connection to Chuanhe's last words and said, "This world isn't as simple as you think." Xue Ji didn't understand. "You are the chapter master of the Black Ink Cult's night chapter, aren't you?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Yes, Master." "Do you need me to do something?" Xue Ji looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, "No need to do anything special. Just do what you need to do." He had never intended to subdue this woman, but when she suddenly used her soul's secret technique on him, he casually accepted it as a move in his game. As they traveled along the way here, he had a sense that their journey to the spirit religion would not be smooth sailing. No matter what the future held, the Black Ink Cult's chapter masters could still play a role. Xue Ji was taken aback but quickly responded, "Understood, this servant will comply." "Then go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss her. However, Xue Ji remained motionless, looking hesitant. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai asked. Xue Ji suddenly knelt down again, pleading, "This servant asks for a little bit of blood from Master." Worried that Yang Kai might refuse, she added, "Just a little bit, please." "Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" Yang Kai asked. Xue Ji lifted her head, a charming smile on her face. "As a woman who has made it this far in life, I don't know how many times I have passed through the gates of hell." Yang Kai looked at her momentarily, until her expression became anxious before he snorted lightly, "As you wish, but don't blame me if you die." With a flick of his finger, he drew a small wound on his own hand. "You can't handle too much of my blood, so this should be enough for you." "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked as the woman in front of him suddenly pounced on him and sucked hard on his finger. Zhuo Wuyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but frown at the sight, not sure where to look. Martial Peak, Chapter 5940, Doubts. Xue Ji left in the form of a twisting blood mist that quickly vanished into the distance, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Zhuo Wei watched the scene unfold and, while he didn't know the exact details, he had a hunch about it. Yang Kai's blood seemed to harbor a terrifying power that even an elite like Xue Ji, incredibly proficient in the blood Dao, couldn't withstand. That was why Xue Ji had such a peculiar reaction after devouring Yang Kai's fresh blood. "Is it all right to let her go like that?" Zhuo Wuyu looked at Yang Kai. "All the members of the Black Ink Cult are cunning and deceitful. Brother Yang, don't let her fool you. It doesn't matter. She can't deceive me even if she wanted to. Even if Xue Ji could break the soul imprint planted on her by Fang Tianci, which was frankly impossible, she was now obsessed and addicted to Yang Kai's blood, so she would never betray him no matter what. Seeing Yang Kai's confident expression, Zhuo Wuyu stopped talking and looked down at the withered corpse on the ground. After being attacked by Xue Ji, Chu and he had only been barely breathing. With so much time passing without anyone attending to him, it was only natural that he died. Zhuo Wuyu's expression was somewhat desolate, and his tone conveyed a sense of confusion. What exactly is going on? Chu and he had set up an array in this small town ahead of time, and after drawing him and Yang Kai into it, his murderous intent was revealed. Despite constantly accusing Yang Kai of being a spy for the Black Ink cult, Zhuo Wuyu was not stupid and could naturally sense something wrong with the situation. Whether or not Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink cult, Chu and he clearly intended to kill him and Yang Kai together. But, why? If Chu and he was a member of the Black Ink cult, that didn't make sense, especially since he was killed by Xue Ji. Brother Yang, I suspect that the message I sent earlier was intercepted by someone with ulterior motives, Zhuo Wuyu suddenly spoke up. Why do you say that? Yang Kai asked with interest. In the message I sent back, I explicitly stated that the Holy Sun had emerged, and I was heading to Dawn City with him while being pursued by Black Ink cult elites. I requested that the reinforcements from our side come to meet us. If this message had truly been delivered, the spirit religion would have taken it seriously and sent people to help us. In addition to that, they wouldn't have just sent someone at Chu and he's level, there would undoubtedly be order lords as well. Yang Kai spoke, but according to Chu and he, your holy son emerged 10 years ago and was kept secret for some reason. Perhaps, due to this, the message you brought back was not taken seriously? Even so, we should not have been targeted here. We should have been brought back to spirit religion for investigation. Zhuo Wuyu said with his head lowered, his thoughts gradually becoming clear, but in reality, Chu and he had already set up a killing array here, waiting for us to enter. If it weren't for Xue Ji's sudden appearance and the subsequent destruction of the array, we would have been doomed here today. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, N. The array was indeed enough to deal with ordinary masters, but not him. When Yang Kai opened the demon eye of annihilation, he had already seen through the flaws in the array. The reason he didn't just break it then and there was because he saw Xue Ji's figure and wanted to see how things played out. He never expected that Xue Ji would kill Chu and he and others so decisively, saving him the trouble. Zhuo Wuyu spoke again, although Chu and he is a high-ranking member of the religion, with his identity, he is not qualified to act so boldly. There must be someone else instructing him. Chu and he was an immortal ascension master and already highly regarded within your spirit religion. There are probably not many people who can command him, Yang Kai said. Zhuo Wuyu's forehead was sweating at this point as he said, he belongs to the Earth Order and is under the direct command of the Order Lord of the Earth Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Chu and he said that the Holy Son of the Spirit religion was already found 10 years ago and kept hidden ever since. If that's true, then Brother Yang, you can't be the Holy Son, Zhuo Wuyu said. I never said I was your Holy Son. Yang Kai was not interested in the identity of the Holy Son, all he wanted was to meet the light spirit religion saintess. If Brother Yang is not the Holy Son, then why do they have to kill so ruthlessly? What are you trying to say? Zhuo Wuyu clenched his fists, although Chu and he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't lie about the Holy Son. So, the Holy Son of the spirit religion should have really been found 10 years ago and kept secret. But I only believe what I've seen with my own eyes. I witnessed Brother Yang descend from the sky out of nowhere, fulfilling the prophecy that has been circulating in the spirit religion for many years. I also witnessed Brother Yang defeating many members of the Black Ink cult, even immortal ascension boundary masters were no match for you. I don't know what the true Holy Son of the spirit religion looks like, but I think that the Holy Son who can lead spirit religion to defeat the Black Ink cult must be someone like Brother Yang. With that, he solemnly bowed to Yang Kai, so Brother Yang, please forgive my boldness. I want to invite you to come with me to Dawn City. Yang Kai smiled. I intended to go there in the first place. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly realized, of course, you want to see the Saintess. But Brother Yang, let me remind you that the road ahead will not be peaceful. Yang Kai replied, since when has our journey been peaceful? Zhuo Wuyu took a deep breath. I also have to ask Brother Yang to confront the Holy Sun who has secretly emerged. That is not a simple matter. If someone is truly obstructing us in secret, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Do you have a plan? Yang Kai asked. Zhuo Wuyu froze for a moment before slowly shaking his head. In the end, he was just filled with hot blood and wanted to get to the bottom of things, but he had no actual strategy to accomplish that. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of Dawn City. It's more than a day's journey from here to Dawn City. News of what happened here won't reach there for a while. If we hurry, we might be able to enter the city before the person behind the scenes reacts. Zhuo Wuyu replied, after we enter the city, we'll act in secret. Brother Yang, I am under the Thunder Order. When the time comes, I will seek an opportunity to meet the Order Lords. Yang Kai looked at him and shook his head. No, I have a better idea. Zhuo Wuyu immediately became interested. Brother Yang, please say it. Yang Kai immediately explained his idea in detail, and Zhuo Wuyu nodded repeatedly after listening to it. Brother Yang, you really have thought it through. Let's do it that way. Then, let's go. The two set off right after. There were no more twists and turns along the way, probably because the person behind Shu and he didn't expect their thorough arrangements to fail to have any effect at all. One day later, the two arrived at a mansion 30 kilometers outside of Dawn City. The mansion should be the residence of a wealthy family, with a vast expanse of land and a small bridge over running water, nestled amidst lush greenery. In a hidden chamber, people began to secretly arrive in small groups, until nearly 100 had gathered there. Although not particularly strong, every single one was a member of the Light Spirit religion and were also all subordinates of Zhuo Wuyu. Despite Zhuo Wuyu reaching only the peak true element boundary, he held some degree of status within the spirit religion and thus had access to a pool of useful subordinates. He and Yang Kai appeared together, briefly explaining the situation and assigning various tasks to the gathered members. As Zhuo Wuyu spoke, the others couldn't help but stare in surprise at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with wonder. The prophecy of the Holy Sun had circulated throughout the spirit religion for many years, and they had been searching for the legendary Holy Sun without any results all that time. Now, Zhuo Wuyu suddenly told them that the Holy Sun was before their very eyes, and would be entering the city the next day, leaving everyone curious and eager for more information. Fortunately, these people were well trained, so they refrained from asking too many questions even though Zhuo Wuyu didn't provide any specific details. In the end, the others dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu alone. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai appeared calm and composed, while Zhuo Wuyu struggled with his emotions. Let's go, Yang Kai said, beckoning him. Zhuo Wuyu asked, Brother Yang, are you sure that one of the people I brought here is that person's hidden pawn? I know every one of them, and they are all loyal to the spirit religion. There shouldn't be any problems. I don't know if there are any hidden pawns among them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if there aren't any, we will be waiting for death if we stay here. Besides, loyalty to the spirit religion doesn't mean they don't have their own motives. You knew Chu and he well, correct? Was he loyal to the spirit religion? Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Then that settles it, Yang Kai said, patting his shoulder. You can never be too cautious. Let's go. With that, he activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, and in an instant, the two of them vanished without a trace. Although the suppression in this independent world was significant for both his physical body and soul, Thunder Shadow's concealment technique was innate, and it could still be activated despite being affected to a certain extent. Even the senses of the strongest immortal ascension boundary master in this independent world had no way to uncover his whereabouts. Under the dim night sky, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu hid on a small hill near the mansion, concealing their auras as they quietly observed from above. They stopped using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for the moment, primarily because activating it consumed a lot of energy. At present, Yang Kai was only in the true element boundary, making it difficult to maintain his power for an extended period. This was something he hadn't foreseen. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and cultivated. Since this world had immortal ascension boundary masters, it didn't make sense for his cultivation to be suppressed to the true element boundary. So, he wanted to test whether he could elevate his strength to the next realm. Although he wasn't afraid of any immortal ascension masters with his current power, more strength was always beneficial. Yang Kai initially thought that breaking through wouldn't be a difficult task, but once he started cultivating, he discovered an invisible shackle in his body that restricted his cultivation and made it difficult to progress. There's no way to break through this, Yang Kai felt disheartened upon reaching this conclusion. Brother Yang. Suddenly, Zhuo Wuyu's anxious cry echoed in his ear, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the estate at the foot of the mountain, where he saw a dark figure silently hovering in midair. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-41, Night Assault. Almost at the moment when Zhuo Wuyu shouted out those words, the dark figure hovering above the mansion seemed to sense something as he abruptly turned his head towards their direction. In an instant, the figure darted towards them, his figure flickering soundlessly like a ghost until he landed directly in front of Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu, a mere 30 meters away. The newcomer stared fixedly at the spot where Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu stood, his dark eyes scrutinizing them with a hint of suspicion in the shadows. Under the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu too stared at the newcomer. Unfortunately, his face was obscured by a black robe and hood, shrouding him in mystery. After a moment of gazing, the man found nothing and vanished again, returning to the skies above the mansion. Without hesitation, he threw a punch towards the ground, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows that, along with his immortal ascension boundary power, turned the entire mansion into dust instantly. However, he soon noticed something was amiss because, according to his perception, the entire manor was completely lifeless, devoid of any vitality. He withdrew his fist and landed to investigate, but found nothing. Moments later, he disappeared once again with a cold snort. An hour later, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu appeared in a forest 50 kilometers away from the mansion, feeling that this location was safe enough. Maintaining Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for a long time had taken a toll on Yang Kai, whose face had turned slightly pale. Zhuo Wuyu, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes going blank. The situation was unfolding exactly as Yang Kai had feared, heading towards the worst possible outcome. After restoring himself for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did you recognize who it was?" Zhuo Wuyu turned to look at him, shaking his head slowly. "I couldn't see his face clearly, but with that kind of power, he must be an Order Lord." He was cautious, though, never activating his divine sense. Divine sense was an extremely unique power, and each person's divine sense fluctuations were unique. If that person had activated his divine sense just now, Zhuo Wuyu would have been able to recognize him. Unfortunately, their attacker had not done so throughout the entire process. One's facial features can be concealed by divine sense, but not their physique. Among the 8 orders, which Order Lord do you think resembles our target the most? Yang Kai asked again. Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment and said, "The Order Lords of the Fire and Lake Valley Orders are the only women among the 8. The Mountain Order Lord is obese, and Wind Order Lord is old and hunched. It shouldn't be any of them. As for the remaining 4 Order Lords, they are similar in build. If the person we are looking for intends to conceal their tracks, their physique will also be disguised." Yang Kai nodded, "Very good. Our target is now reduced by half." Zhuo Wuyu said hesitantly, "But it is still difficult to determine which one of them it is. Everything happens for a reason. When you sent the message that the Holy Sun had been found, we were then plotted against. From a different perspective, what was the purpose of their actions? What benefits do they gain? Yang Kai questioned. Purpose? Benefits? Zuo Wuyu followed Yang Kai's train of thought and fell into deep contemplation. Yang Kai asked, Chu, and he did not appear to have already joined the Black Ink cult. Before Xue Ji killed him, he shouted that he was willing to join. If he was already a member of the Black Ink cult, he would not have reacted that way. Could it be that one of the Order Lords has already been tainted by Black Ink strength and secretly joined the Black Ink cult? That's impossible. Zuo Wuyu firmly rejected the idea. Brother Yang, you are not aware that the first-generation saintess of the spirit religion not only passed down the prophecy of the Holy Sun, but also left behind a secret technique. This secret technique has no other purpose but to identify whether someone has been contaminated by Black Ink strength and to dispel it from them. Every time an upper echelon member of the religion at the Immortal Ascension boundary returns from outside, the current saintess will use that secret technique to check them. Over the years, there have indeed been some spies from the Black Ink cult trying to infiltrate Dawn City, but no problems have ever arisen among the upper echelons, who are in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai suddenly realized, you mean the purifying heart secret technique you mentioned before? When Chu and he was slandering them as spies from the Black Ink cult, Zuo Wuyu claimed that he could face their saintess directly and prove his innocence by having her perform the purifying heart secret technique on him. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed that the purifying heart secret technique passed down by the first-generation saintess of spirit religion was indeed profound and mysterious. If this secret technique could only identify whether someone had been contaminated by Black Ink strength, it wouldn't be that surprising. However, the fact that it could also dispel Black Ink strength was truly astonishing. After all, the human race of this era only had one way to dispel Black Ink strength, which was with purifying light. Purifying Black Ink pills could only prevent corruption when still effective, but they could not dispel Black Ink strength once it had taken hold. Indeed, Zuo Wuyu nodded, it is the highest secret of our religion, and only the saintesses of past generations have the ability to perform it. If they did not join the Black Ink cult, then there must be some other reason, Yang Kai pondered. Although I don't know the specific reason, my appearance must have affected the interests of some people. But how could I, an unknown nobody, affect the interests of those people? Only being the Holy Sun could explain it. Zuo Wuyu understood and asked, but Brother Yang, the Holy Sun of our spirit religion emerged in secret 10 years ago, which is apparently a known fact among the high-ranking members. Even if I informed them about you, they would only think that someone is impersonating the Holy Sun and at most send someone to bring you back to investigate. Why would they intercept the message and try to kill you in secret? Yang Kai looked at him with deep meaning. What do you think? Zuo Wuyu met his gaze, and suddenly a horrifying thought surged in his heart, causing sweat to break out on his forehead. Brother Yang, are you saying that the Holy Sun is fake? I didn't say that, Yang Kai replied sarcastically. Zuo Wuyu seemed to not have heard him, his face suddenly showing a look of enlightenment. So that's how it is. If that's really the case, then everything makes sense. Someone arranged a fake Holy Sun 10 years ago, keeping it secret and hidden from all the higher-ups of the spirit religion, obtaining their approval and making everyone believe that he was the real Holy Sun. But only the mastermind knew he was a fake. So, when I reported your news back to spirit religion, it aroused their murderous intent, and they even went so far as to personally take action to kill you. At this point, Zuo Wuyu was quite excited. Brother Yang, does that mean you are the real Holy Sun? Yang Kai sighed, I just want to meet your saintess. As for anything else, I have no other thoughts. No, you are the Holy Sun, the one prophesied by the first-generation saintess. There's no doubt about it. Zuo Wuyu insisted, and then added eagerly, but someone has planted a fake Holy Sun in the spirit religion, even deceiving all the higher-ups. This matter concerns the foundation of spirit religion and must be exposed. Do you have any evidence? Yang Kai asked him. Zuo Wuyu shook his head. If there's no evidence, no one would believe you even if you had the opportunity to meet the saintess and those order lords to inform them about this, he said. But someone has to make them aware of this, whether they believe it or not. The order lords are all shrewd strategists. Once they become suspicious, the truth will eventually come to light. I'm just worried about our current situation. We've already caught the attention of the person behind the scenes. It's probably wishful thinking to try to enter the city. Entering the city won't be a problem, Yang Kai said calmly. Have you forgotten what you arranged before? Zhuo Wuyu was stunned, only then remembering the orders he had given to his subordinates earlier. He suddenly realized, so Brother Yang planned this all along. At this moment, he understood why Yang Kai instructed him to give those orders. It seemed that he had anticipated the current situation from the start. We'll enter the city at dawn. Let's rest for a while first, Yang Kai said. Dawn City was still bustling under the cover of the night. It was the headquarters of the light spirit religion and the most prosperous city in this independent world. Even at midnight, pedestrians were still streaming through the streets. Beneath the glamour and bustle though, a message spread like a wildfire throughout the city. The Holy Sun had appeared and would enter the city tomorrow. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been circulating for countless years. All the members of the light spirit religion were looking forward to the arrival of the Holy Sun who could save the world and end the war. But, for countless years, the Holy Sun had not appeared, and no one knew when or if he would ever reveal himself. Until tonight, when the news began to spread from tea houses and taverns, quickly spreading in all directions at an uncontrollable speed. Within half a night, everyone in Dawn City had heard the news. Countless followers were filled with joy and excitement. At the center of the city, the bright holy temple, the foundation of the spirit religion, was the largest and tallest building. After midnight, countless immortal ascension boundary masters were summoned, and many high-ranking members of the light spirit religion gathered together. In the center of the main hall, a veiled woman with a stunning figure sat upon a throne, holding a white jade scepter. This woman was none other than the saintess of the light spirit religion. Below the saintess, the 8 order lords were arranged on both sides, while beneath them were the various protectors and elders. More than 100 people had been gathered, all of them immortal ascension masters. Despite the large number of people, the hall was silent. After a long while, the saintess finally spoke. You have all heard about the news, haven't you? Everyone responded in agreement. We have heard. We have gathered here tonight to discuss how to handle this situation. The saintess continued. A protector stepped forward immediately and exclaimed in excitement, the Holy Sun has appeared, fulfilling the prophecy passed down by the first-generation saintess. This is a blessing for our spirit religion. I believe that we should immediately arrange for people to receive him and prevent the Black Ink cult from taking advantage of the situation. A large group of people immediately echoed their agreement, saying that this was the correct course of action. The saintess raised her hand, and the noisy hall immediately became quiet. She then gently spoke, unfortunately, some things have been kept secret for many years that must now come to light. Only the 8 order lords present here know about this secret, which is related to the Holy Sun. Listen first before making any plans. She then turned to the oldest of the 8 order lords, saying, Lord Si Kong, please inform everyone. Martial Peak, Chapter 5942, Resolution. The saintess called upon someone, and from among the 8 order lords, an old man with a hunched back stepped forward. He turned and looked down, coughed into his fist, and spoke, Let it be known to all that spirit religion's Holy Sun has secretly emerged 10 years ago. He has been cultivating and honing himself in the holy temple ever since. The entire hall fell into silence, followed by a huge uproar. Everyone gazed at the Wind Order Lord in disbelief. Many were trying to digest this sudden revelation, while others raised their voices in inquiry. Order Lord Si Kong, how could we not have known that the Holy Sun had already been born? Holy Saintess, is it true that the Holy Sun appeared 10 years ago? Who is the Holy Sun? What is his cultivation now? Among those present in the Grand Hall at this moment were the high-ranking members of the spirit religion, all of whom were elites in the immortal ascension boundary with qualifications to know many of the religion's secrets. Yet, it was only now that they were learning there were things within the spirit religion that they were completely unaware of. Si Kong Nan raised his hand slightly to quiet down the clamor, and then continued, 10 years ago, this old master went out on a mission and was besieged by the masters of the Black Ink cult. I had no choice but to hide under a cliff to heal my injuries. During that time, a young man fell from the sky and landed in front of me. The young man's cultivation was still shallow at that time, but he survived the fall from the cliff. So, after I healed, I brought him back to the spirit religion. Then, Si Kong Nan paused briefly, allowing the crowd to digest what he had just said. Someone murmured softly, there will come a day when the sky cracks open, and a person descends from above, igniting the brilliance of light and tearing through the darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy. He looked around and raised his voice, filled with excitement. Isn't this fulfilling the prophecy left by the first saintess? Indeed, indeed. Surviving a fall from a towering cliff must mean this child has great blessings. He must be the Holy Sun. No, wait. The falling of the young man from the sky does align with the prophecy, but the prophecy also mentions the sky cracking open. How do we interpret that? Si Kong Nan seemed to have anticipated this question and explained slowly, you all may not know this, but I was hiding in a location known as Heaven's Border at that time. The person who asked the question suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If one were to look up while standing in the depths of Heaven's Border, the gap formed by the cliffs on both sides did indeed resemble a crack in the sky. All had fallen into place. The scene of the young man descending from the sky matched the prophecy left behind by the first-generation saintess. It was truly the sign of the Holy Sun's birth. Si Kong Nan continued, as you all suspected, when I saved that young man and brought him back to spirit religion, saintess gathered a few order lords and opened the sealed land. What happened next? Someone asked, though they already knew the outcome would surely be good, they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Si Kong Nan replied, he passed the test left by the first-generation saintess. He is undoubtedly the Holy Sun. Ha ha ha, so the Holy Sun has already emerged 10 years ago. After waiting for so many years, we finally have him. Now those bastards from the Black Ink cult shall suffer. Allowing the crowd to express their excitement for a moment, Si Kong Nan continued, after 10 years of cultivation, the Holy Sun has shown unparalleled talent and potential. When I saved him, he had just begun his cultivation not long ago, however, now his strength surpasses any of the Order Lords. Upon hearing this, the people in the Grand Hall were all shocked. The 8 Order Lords of Spirit Religion, as well as the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, were all the most outstanding elites in this world. However, they had been cultivating for many years, ranging from dozens to over 100 years to reach their current height. Yet, the Holy Sun achieved this in just 10 years. He truly was the legendary savior. Such a person might be able to break the limits of the martial Tao in this independent world and sweep away the demons of the Black Ink cult with his great strength. The Holy Sun's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, though. Originally, we planned to announce the matter of the Holy Sun and officially introduce him to the world after some time, but we didn't expect such an incident to happen at this critical moment. Si Kong Nan furrowed his brow. Immediately, someone indignantly shouted, since the Holy Sun has already emerged and passed the test left by the first-generation saintess, his identity is undoubtedly confirmed. Therefore, the one who claims to be the Holy Sun and has not yet entered the city must be a fake. The Black Ink cult's methods are as despicable as ever. Over the years, they have repeatedly tried to infiltrate our spirit religion using signs of the prophecy, but they have never succeeded. It seems like they haven't learned their lesson. Someone stepped forward and cupped his fist. Holy Saintess, Order Lords, please allow me to lead my men out of the city to slay the impostor who dares to insult our spirit religion. Let his death serve as a warning. Not only did multiple people speak in that manner, but several others also stepped forward, demanding to lead troops out of the city and intercept the impostor pretending to be the Holy Sun. The Fire Order Lord, however, snorted disdainfully. If the news hadn't leaked, we could have just killed him, but now that it has spread throughout the entire city, all the followers are eagerly anticipating his arrival. How do we explain it to the followers if you murder him now? A protector immediately objected, but that Holy Sun is a fake. The Fire Order Lord replied, those present may know that he is a fake, but what about the ordinary followers? They know nothing. All they know is the legendary savior is supposed to arrive in the city tomorrow. The Mountain Order Lord patted his plump belly and chuckled, indeed, we can't kill him just like that, or it will have a huge negative impact. He paused for a moment and squinted his eyes slightly. Have any of you ever thought about how this news was leaked? He turned his head to look at a woman among the 8 Order Lords. Lake Order's Sister Guan, you are in charge of intelligence inside and outside the spirit religion. Have you investigated this matter? The Lake Order Lord, Guan Miaozhu, nodded. As soon as the news spread, I sent people to investigate. The source of this news came from Zhuo Wuyu, a deacon from the Thunder Order. It seems that he discovered the Holy Sun while performing a mission outside and brought him back. He then gathered a group of people outside the city and had them spread the news, which caused the whole city to know about it. Thunder Order's Zhuo Wuyu. The Mountain Order Lord pondered for a moment. I vaguely recall hearing that name before. He turned to the Thunder Order Lord and continued, if I'm not mistaken, Zhuo Wuyu has a good aptitude and was likely to ascend to the immortal ascension boundary sooner or later. The Thunder Order Lord replied indifferently, why do you care so much about the people under my command, fatty? The Mountain Order Lord chuckled, we are all adherents of the spirit religion. As the Order Lord of one of the orders, shouldn't I show some concern about budding talents? Enough, haven't you poached enough elite disciples from my order in recent years? I warn you, don't even think about laying a hand on my disciples. The Mountain Order Lord wore a distressed expression, I have no choice. Mountain Order is responsible for charging into the fray, and we always suffer losses whenever we clash with the Black Ink cult. We need to find a way to constantly replenish our manpower. Thunder Order Lord snorted, Zhuo Wuyu is indeed under my Thunder Order. He is an orphan who grew up in the spirit religion and has always been loyal to it. Plus, he is a straightforward and bold person. I was planning to promote him to the rank of Protector after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary. He shouldn't have any problems unless he's been tainted by Black Ink strength and had his nature twisted. The Fire Order Lord added, I also have some impression of Zhuo Wuyu. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would engage in schemes and tricks. So, it must be the fake Holy Sun who had Zhuo Wuyu gather those people and spread the news. Why would he do that? Everyone looked puzzled. If he was a fake, why would he have the audacity to make this matter widely known? Wasn't he afraid of being confronted? Suddenly, a man rushed in from outside, greeting the Saintess and the various Order Lords before approaching the Fire Order Lord's side and whispering a few words in her ear. The Fire Order Lord's face turned cold as she asked, are you sure? The man cupped his fists and replied, I saw it with my own eyes. The Fire Order Lord then nodded lightly in response and waved her hand, dismissing the man. What's going on? Asked the Mountain Order Lord. The Fire Order Lord turned around to bow to the Saintess who was seated above and said, Saintess, upon receiving the news, I sent someone to the mansion outside the city where Zhuo Wuyu was rumored to be staying to capture him and the fake Holy Sun before they could escape. However, it seems that someone has beaten us to it, and the mansion has already been destroyed. The Mountain Order Lord raised his brow, greatly surprised. Someone attacked them in secret? Above, the Saintess asked, what about Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun? That estate is now a ruin, but there was no blood or signs of a struggle. It seems that Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun moved to a different location in advance, the Fire Order Lord replied. Oh. The Earth Order Lord, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his eyes and a playful smile appeared on his face. This is interesting. A fake holy son not only spread the news of his arrival in the city tomorrow but also anticipated danger and moved to a new hiding place. This fellow is not simple. But who tried to kill him? Someone asked. Regardless of who it was, it seems that the fake holy sons understood his current circumstances are not safe. That's why he spread the news and made his situation known to everyone, so that those who wanted to act against him had to do so cautiously to avoid harming the innocent. Since that's the case, he will definitely enter the city tomorrow. No matter who he is or why he is impersonating the Holy Son, as long as he enters the city, we can capture him and interrogate him. The Order Lords discussed back and forth and quickly came to a conclusion. However, it was puzzling why Zuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Son had aroused the inexplicable murderous intent of an unknown master outside the city. It was unclear who they had offended. How much time is left until dawn? The Saintess asked from her throne. Less than an hour, Lady Saintess, someone replied. The Saintess nodded and said, in that case, Order Lord Li, Order Lord Ma. Fire Order Lord Li Fei Yu and Mountain Order Lord Ma Qingzhe immediately stepped forward and said in unison, reporting. The Saintess then commanded, you two go to the city gate and wait for Zuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Son to show up. Then bring them to me. Yes. The two of them responded simultaneously and quickly left the Grand Hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-43, the situation is getting out of control. In the vast Dawn City, there were 16 city gates. Although there were rumors that the Holy Son would enter the city tomorrow, nobody knew which gate he would come through. Before dawn, countless disciples gathered outside the 16 city gates, eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Holy Son. The Fire and Mountain Orders dispatched their top masters and laid out an inescapable net within a radius of 50 kilometers centered on Dawn City, so any slight disturbance would be detected immediately. Inside a tea house, Ma Qingzhe and Li Fei Yu sat across from each other, sipping fragrant tea. Ma Qingzhe was a plump man with a rotund belly, always smiling and appearing amiable. Even strangers found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him, but those who knew him well were aware that his friendly exterior was just a front. Among the 8 orders of the Light Spirit religion, the Mountain Order was responsible for leading the charge in battle, always at the forefront when attacking the Black Ink cult strongholds. It could be said that the Mountain Order was made up of a group of fearless warriors, willing to give their lives for the cause. So how would it be possible that their Order Lord was a simple and amiable person? Ma Qingzhe held a teacup in his hand, squinting his eyes as he watched the pretty women strolling down the street. Sometimes, he even whistled at them, drawing angry glares from the women. Li Fei Yu sat calmly across from him, her icy expression resembling a statue and her eyes closed in meditation. Junior Sister Yu, Ma Qingzhe suddenly said, where do you think this fake Holy Son will enter the city from? Li Fei Yu kept her eyes closed as she replied calmly, it doesn't matter which direction he enters from. As long as he shows himself, he won't be able to leave. Ma Qingzhe questioned, with such thorough arrangements, he certainly won't be able to do so, but why would a fake Holy Son dare to act so boldly? Who has he offended to attract an assassination attempt from an Order Lord? Suddenly, Li Fei Yu snapped her eyes open, sharply staring at him. Ma Qingzhe shrugged, did I say something wrong? Where did you get this information? Li Fei Yu asked coldly. She had never mentioned anything about an Order Lord making a move in the Grand Hall. Ma Qingzhe replied with a chuckle, I can't tell you that. Huh, I have my own ways. Upon hearing that, Li Fei Yu coldly snorted, damn fatty, all you need to do is charge ahead. How dare you plant your people in my Fire Order? The information about the mansion outside the city was obtained by the Fire Order, all of which had been blocked off. Everyone now only knew what Li Fei Yu said in the Grand Hall, but Ma Qingzhe knew some of the hidden details. Obviously, these were leaked to him by someone else. Ma Chingze immediately clarified, I didn't do that. Don't make unfounded claims. I, old Ma, always recruit people openly from various orders. I never act in the shadows. Li Feiyu only stared at him for a while before saying, I hope so. Ma Chingze continued to ask, there are only 8 order lords. Who do you think it could be? Li Feiyu turned her head and looked out the window, casually changing the subject. I think he will enter the city from one of the 3 gates in the east. Oh. Ma Chingze raised an eyebrow, just because the mansion is in the east? If that fake holy son chose to spread the news throughout the city to avoid potential risks, it means that he is wary of the high-ranking members of the religion. How is it possible for such a cautious person like him to enter the city from the gates in the east? He must have already moved in another direction. Li Feiyu couldn't be bothered to explain her thinking. Ma Chingze talked to himself for a while, then continued to whistle at the pretty girls passing by outside the window. Li Feiyu's expression abruptly changed and she took out a communication bead. At the same time, Ma Chingze also took out his own communication bead. The two of them checked the message that was transmitted, followed by Ma Chingze's expression darkening. He really came from the east. How bold is this person? Li Feiyu stood up and said calmly, if he wasn't bold, he wouldn't have chosen to enter the city at all. Ma Chingze was slightly startled, but nodded after he gave it some thought. You're right. Let's go. The two of them flew out of the tea house, heading towards the east of the city. The Holy Sun had already appeared in the direction of the second gate in the east, escorted by immortal Ascension realm masters from the mountain and fire orders. He was about to enter the city. This news quickly spread. The disciples gathered at the east gate were extremely excited, and after receiving the news, those gathered at the other gates began rushing over as fast as they could, wanting to catch a glimpse of the Holy Sun's glory. For a while, all of Dawn's city was like a giant beast awakening from its slumber, causing great commotion. The number of disciples gathering at the eastern gates continued to grow, and even with the help of the 2 orders, it was difficult to control the situation. It wasn't until the arrival of the 2 order lords, Ma Chingze and Li Feiyu, that the commotion barely calmed down. Fatima wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Li Feiyu, Junior sister you, this situation is getting out of control. He had led his people into battle countless times without so much as a frown, even when faced with mountains of swords and seas of fire. Killing or being killed was all there was to it. However, they were not facing an enemy now, but the disciples of their own spirit religion, which made things much trickier. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been passed down for countless years and was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every disciple. Everyone knew that the day the Holy Sun was born would signal the end of all suffering. The lower disciples and common folk all wanted to catch a glimpse of this savior, and now, with the current situation, everyone was rushing over. The eastern gate was already overcrowded and was only becoming more congested. The spirit religion could certainly take some tough measures to disperse the crowds, but with so many onlookers, doing so might just cause more chaos. This would not be good for the foundation of the spirit religion. Ma Chingze had a headache and felt that he had been given a difficult task. He said through clenched teeth, if only we could spread the news that the real Holy Sun had already emerged and let the people know this one is a fake. Li Feiyu also looked serious as she murmured, no one thought the situation would develop like this. There were 2 reasons why the news of the true Holy Sun's appearance was not revealed. Firstly, by entering the city, the fake Holy Sun had effectively handed over the initiative to the spirit religion. Once he was in the city, they could decide whether to kill him or keep him with a single thought, so there was no need to leak such important information in advance. Secondly, keeping the true Holy Sun a secret for so many years made it difficult to persuade the disciples at this critical moment. In addition, the authorities were also deeply concerned about the events that had befallen the impostor. Who would show murderous intent towards a fake and secretly take action against him? They had originally intended to let nature take its course, but they never expected the disciples to be this enthusiastic about it. Do you think he planned this all along? Ma Chengzhe suddenly asked. Li Feiyu seemed to not hear him as she remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "We can only find a way to resolve the situation now. Otherwise, if all of the disciples gathered here and someone took advantage of them, there will surely be chaos. Just look at these people. Each and every one of them is devout to the extreme. If you drive them away now, not allowing them to see the Holy Sun's appearance, they will probably fight you to the death." "Who said we won't let them see him?" Li Feiyu scoffed. "Since they want to see him so badly, let them. He's just a fake anyway. Letting the disciples gather to observe him won't damage the reputation of our spirit religion. Do you have a plan?" Ma Chengzhe's eyes lit up. Li Feiyu didn't respond but instead waved to a cultivator from the lake order who came over immediately. She gave him some instructions, and he nodded repeatedly before leaving quickly. Ma Chengzhe listened to the instructions and gave Li Feiyu a big thumbs up. "What a great plan. I admire you, junior sister Li. The ones in charge of gathering information sure are quick-witted." 30 kilometers outside the eastern second gate, Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu flew straight towards Dawn City's direction. Surrounding them were numerous elites from the light spirit religion that were protecting them from all sides, not leaving their side at all. These people were part of the search team sent out to look for these two, so after finding them, they stuck with them all the way. More and more people joined the group as they went. When he saw this, Zuo Wuyu became completely relieved and had nothing but admiration for Yang Kai. With the protection of so many spirit religion elites, the person behind the scenes could no longer act recklessly, and all it took was the release of some information, which could almost be said to have been effortless. They quickly arrived at the city. From afar, Zuo Wuyu and Yang Kai could see the crowded people outside the city. Why are there so many people? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Zuo Wuyu pondered for a moment before sighing. The people of the world have suffered for a long time under the threat of black ink strength. With the emergence of the Holy Sun, hope has arrived. They probably all came to witness the glory of the Holy Sun. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After a moment, under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Kai and Zuo Wuyu landed outside the city gate. A cold-looking woman and a friendly-faced fatty walked towards them. Zuo Wuyu's expression changed slightly when he saw them and quickly transmitted their identities to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly in response. As they approached, the fatty smiled and said, "Little friend, you've been through a lot on the way." Yang Kai smiled and responded, "Thanks to Brothers Was Care, it has been a smooth journey." Ma Chengzhe raised an eyebrow slightly and praised, "Zuo Wuyu is indeed remarkable." Meanwhile, Zuo Wuyu stepped forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, Order Lord Ma, Order Lord Li." Ma Chengzhe patted him on the shoulder. "You've done a great job this time. The appearance of the Holy Sun is a great joy for my spirit religion. After the matter is settled, it will ultimately be your credit." Zuo Wuyu bowed his head low. "It is my duty, and I dare not take credit." "Good," Ma Chengzhe nodded. "Go with Order Lord Li, she has something to ask you." Zuo Wuyu looked up at Yang Kai and replied after seeing him nod, "Yes." Then, Li Feiyu led Zuo Wuyu to one side. Ma Chengzhe waved his hand and immediately someone brought 2 spirited horses forward. He gestured, "Little friend, please. There is still a journey to the Holy Temple." Although Yang Kai was a little puzzled, he went along with it and mounted the horse. Ma Chengzhe rode on the other horse, leading him towards the city. On the way, the bustling crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5944, Popular Support. Dawn City was the holy city of the light spirit religion, and every street was wide and spacious. However, these thoroughfares, which could normally allow 4 to 5 carriages to pass by simultaneously, were filled with people today. 2 horses entered the city through one of the eastern gates, followed by many masters from the spirit religion, but all eyes were on a particular young man on horseback. Their gazes were filled with sincerity and admiration. Meanwhile, Ma Qingzhe and Yang Kai chatted while riding side by side. Whose idea was it? Asked Yang Kai all of a sudden. What do you mean? Ma Qingzhe didn't understand the other man. Yang Kai pointed at the people on both sides. Only then did Ma Qingzhe realize what Yang Kai meant. He looked around and leaned close to him before whispering, "They're the Order Lord's disciples from the Fire Order. Please be patient, little friend. They just want to know what you look like. Everything will be fine after this." All right, Yang Kai nodded. He could feel that these people were looking expectantly at him. Although it had been several days since he arrived in this world, he had only been wandering around the wilderness with Suo Wuyu. He had heard about the current affairs, but he hadn't had a chance to see much for himself. It wasn't until he looked at these gazes that he realized what Suo Wuyu meant by the people in this world having suffered a long time because of the Black Ink cult. After the news of the Holy Sun entering the city spread, all the disciples in Dawn City came over to take a look at him. To prevent any turmoil, Li Feiyu had planned a route so that Ma Qingzhe could lead Yang Kai to head straight to the Holy Temple. The disciples who wanted to have a look at the Holy Sun could wait patiently on both sides of the road. That way, not only could they prevent any potential danger, but they could also fulfill the disciples' wishes. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Ma Qingzhe stayed by Yang Kai's side so that he could escort the man to the Holy Temple and find out more about his background. However, he didn't want to ask any questions at that moment. Regardless of whether the Holy Sun beside him was fake, the fervent gazes around him were real. "Please save us, Holy Sun," someone all of a sudden said. It was nothing more than a murmur at first, but the words spread like wildfire among the crowd. In just several breaths of time, all of them started shouting, "Please save us, Holy Sun." Wherever Yang Kai went, all the disciples fell to their knees and pressed their heads against the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sorrowful, for the sight before his eyes reminded him of the situation the human race was facing. The first-generation saintess had left behind a prophecy that a Holy Sun would save all of them one day, but who knows how long they would have to wait. After all, none of the humans from the 3,000 worlds was able to save them. Ma Qingzhe turned to look at Yang Kai. For some reason, he seemed to detect a form of invisible power descending upon this young man. As he recalled some ancient rumors, his expression changed. Li Feiyu let the Holy Sun enter the city on horseback so that the disciples could take a look at him, but it seemed to have caused some unexpected consequences. At the thought of this, Ma Qingzhe quickly fished out a communication bead and sent a message to the Holy Temple. Meanwhile, the Order Lords of the Spirit Religion were waiting in the Holy Temple. The Order Lord of the Heaven Order fished out his communication bead and had a look, his expression soon turning solemn. "What happened?" asked the saintess upon noticing his anomaly. The Heaven Order Lord stepped forward and narrated to her about Li Feiyu's arrangements and the disciples gathering around the Eastern Ward. Upon hearing this, the saintess nodded. "Order Lord Li has done a good job. Is there anything wrong?" The Heaven Order Lord then explained, "We seem to have underestimated the influence of the first saintess prophecy on the disciples. Now, the fake Holy Sun has gathered popular support among the people, and he seems to have acquired the blessing of the world's will." Upon hearing that, everyone in the room was shocked. "Are you sure about that? Where did you get the news from? Does it even need explaining? Since Fatty Ma is by his side, he's certainly the one who sent me the message. What should we do, then?" All of them descended into chaos, not knowing how to proceed. The Order Lords were naturally not sincere about welcoming the fake Holy Sun to the city. They planned to find out the purpose of his visit and look into his background after they secured him in the Grand Hall. They didn't need to make a fuss just because someone pretended to be the Holy Sun. However, none of them had expected that they were lifting a rock only to drop it on their foot. If the fake Holy Sun gained popular support and the blessing of the world's will, that would be problematic, for that honor belonged to the real Holy Sun. Some of them didn't believe the Heaven Order Lord, so they released their divine senses and looked into the matter. Upon closer inspection though, they realized it was indeed the case. For some reason, the fake holy sun was shrouded in a layer of invisible and mysterious power, which seemed to be a manifestation of the world itself. Many of them started sweating, thinking that the incident was preposterous. "Our plan isn't working," announced the Heaven Order Lord with a solemn expression. Since this person had obtained the blessing of the world's will, regardless of whether he was a fake holy sun, those from the spirit religion could no longer handle him as they pleased. "We can only play it by ear and find out his background first," suggested an Order Lord. The real holy sun has already appeared. Other than the authority figures, the rest are not aware of it. In that case, we'd better not expose him first. That's the only thing we can do. After a quick discussion, the Order Lord soon came up with a solution and turned to look at the Saintess, who nodded. "It's agreed on, then." Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Ma Chingzhe were moving forward on horseback through the holy city. All of a sudden, a petite figure dashed out from the crowd. An agile Ma Chingzhe tightened the reins and stopped the person with his other hand. Upon closer look, he realized the person was a young kid, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. Although the person was a young kid, he was quite bold. He ignored Ma Chingzhe and stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he asked in a clear voice, "Are you the Holy Sun?" Seeing that the young kid was adorable, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I don't know if I'm the Holy Sun. We will only find out after the Order Lords and the Saintess examine me." Ma Chingzhe was initially worried that Yang Kai would claim to be the Holy Sun, so upon hearing these words, he was relieved. "You must not be the Holy Sun, then," said the young kid. "Oh. Why?" Yang Kai was puzzled. The young kid pulled a face and said, "Because I hated you the moment I saw you." Upon finishing his words, he dashed back into the crowd. In that direction, a woman snapped, "Smelly brat, stop causing trouble." "What nonsense did you just say?" The young kid snorted and replied, "I just hate him." Yang Kai traced the voice and saw a woman running after the naughty child. Beside him, Ma Chingzhe guffawed, "Young kids like him can be mischievous. Please don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and looked in that direction again, but the woman and the young kid were nowhere to be seen. As they moved along the 30-kilometer street, the disciples on both sides knelt and offered their prayers. All of them in the holy city were hoping for the Holy Sun to save them from their suffering. The loud voices were the will of many thousands of people. Although the holy temple was protected by a spirit array, the Order Lords of the spirit religion could still hear the people clearly. The procession soon arrived at the holy temple, and after they were given permission to enter, Ma Chingzhe led Yang Kai to head to the grand hall that represented the light spirit religion's foundation. Many people had gathered on both sides of the hall as they studied Yang Kai. Without sparing them a glance, Yang Kai stepped forward and stared fixedly at the woman in front of him. He had come to this place to meet this woman, after all. Since the woman was veiled, he was unable to see her face, so he secretly activated the demon eye of annihilation to see through all the pretense, but his attempt was actually futile. The veil was just an ordinary accessory without any mysterious power, so the demon eye of annihilation proved useless in this situation. "I've brought him here, Holy Saintess." Ma Chingzhe saluted the woman before proceeding to his spot. The Saintess nodded, then frowned at Yang Kai. She could feel that since the young man entered the hall, he had been staring fixedly at her, as though he was examining her, which made her displeased. Since she became the Saintess, no one had ever dared to look at her like this. Just as she parted her lips to say something, the young man spoke all of a sudden, "I have a request to ask of you, Holy Saintess. Please agree to it." Yang Kai stood there confidently and said those words nonchalantly, as though he had come all the way to this place for that request. Many people in the hall furrowed their brows, thinking that even though the fake Holy Sun was weak, he was quite arrogant. Not only did he not salute the Saintess, but he even had the guts to come up with a demand. Fortunately, the Saintess was a mild-tempered person. Although she was displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and actions, she still nodded and asked gently, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai replied, "Please take off your veil." Upon hearing that, the hall broke into a commotion. Someone roared, "How dare you be so rude to the saintess?" Not just anyone could see the saintess' face. Only a small number of the spirit religion's order lords had seen the saintess' face before, so it was inconceivable that a nobody like Yang Kai even had the audacity to make such a request. "Are you here to humiliate us, you brat?" All of them started criticizing Yang Kai as they activated their divine senses and mounted pressure on him. No true element boundary master could ever bear such pressure. However, they were soon shocked by what was going on. The young man, who was supposed to be taught a lesson by them, just stood there in silence. The pressure of the divine senses didn't seem to affect him one bit, as though it was merely a breeze that had been whisked by him. He only stared fixedly at the saintess. On the other hand, the saintess felt slightly at ease, for she didn't see any malicious intent or promiscuity behind the young man's gaze. She raised her hand to appease the angry crowd and asked puzzledly, "Why do you want me to take off my veil?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "I'd like to verify a speculation I have." "Is the speculation very important?" "It will affect the happiness of the people and the safety of the world." While the saintess was speechless, everyone in the hall broke into laughter. "Although you're young, you're pretty arrogant. We've been trying to save the world, but there hasn't been much progress over the years. How dare a true element boundary brat like you boast shamelessly? Let him speak. I haven't heard a joke that is funnier than this for a long time." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.